Hey, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Third Rock, how you doing? Lux, good to see you on in here. We're taking a chance. We're taking a chance on the clouds tonight. It looks like it's probably going to clear up at about like maybe 1 in the morning. But, you know, everything looks much more sparse than how it was advertised. But hello, 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 everybody. I am Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck, and it is my pleasure to bring you live images of outer space from my back garden here in the east of England. And tonight it's a little bit of a gamble with some. You can already see some clouds down in the view of the scope there. The early target, I am on NGC 2392. Also known as the Clownface Nebula. I am trying out a longer exposure on this one. We already have a quick exposure in there. And we'll see how that is going to turn out. But we did a shorter kind of exposure on this, on the Clownface Nebula a few weeks ago now. But I want to try to do a little longer of an exposure and then kind of play with the levels and see where we're at from there. I can hear that there's... It's not too bad. Hang on. Give me 1 second. I gotta fix my audio. There we go. Hey, Bill Nash, how you doing? How are you doing tonight? Mr. Bill Nash, good to see you in here. He is partly responsible for, if you look down even farther, that I am part of a team, and I am very proud to be part of team photography and offering up some astrophotography in this section there. So I like to, thank you, Bill Nash, very much for having me in this this exclusive team. I appreciate it very, very much. Yeah, it's cool. The first team badge on here. That's it's pretty exciting. Staring at the clouds, being angry at them. It's true. We're gonna take a chance tonight and see how everything goes. We are on our early target. Let me know when you join the team Discord, and I believe I did join it. I am a part of the on the Discord there now. That worked out last night nice and easy. It was setting everything up on the mobile phone. Didn't work out as well. So apparently me using 5G keeps Twitch buffering, and now I've switched to 4G and it makes it perfectly stable. Oh, there, good to go. Excellent. So yeah, there will be some minor things. I have my usual hiccups with the laptop, but like I said before, that's going to change. And I think today was a bit of a mixed bag of just productivity. I did get some stuff done, and we'll kind of update you guys on everything that's going on there. Lainey, hello. Hello. Good to see you in here. Alphabetical, I was looking for Astro, not the Astro. Yeah, I don't know, it's my name on there. I don't know why it says, well, the Astro Canuck, it kind of depends on what platform I'm on, with whatever name is available there. Yeah, good to see you guys in here tonight. So yeah, there are some updates, some changes that have been going on. As I did give you guys a preview of some interesting things that I'm working on for future channel point rewards, and we will be doing some imaging. I'm currently on the Clownface Nebula right now, and that is this is a 5-second exposure of this Planetary Nebula. Guiding is all right. There's gonna be some high clouds. There are some clouds rolling through. You can see in the shot previously there with the scope, and we'll deal with that. And also, it's gonna be, we have what percent of a moon? We're at a 98% full moon. So it's gonna start to dominate that eastern sky. So I wanted to try to get something quick at the beginning, so we're actually imaging something there. Decide your hard mode tag. That's it. We're dodging clouds. It's not the easiest thing to do. If everything clears up, then yeah, we'll get rid of that. We can go back to astronomy on easy mode. But until then, we got clouds to deal with, and we got the moon. But yeah, this 5-second shot of the Clown Face Nebula is already fairly detailed in itself. You know, we're going to try to get some more detail. It's going to be largely kind of blown out once the image comes through, but we'll have a look at that Planetary Nebula in a second. Uncle Bill, how you doing? Good to see you in here. There you go. Yes, that's true. If you aren't following Bill Nash's work, you're missing out. Always fun watching Bill tinker around with things as well on the Clear Skies Network. Well, Uncle Bill, good to see you in here. Trekker Kev. Trekker Kev, how you doing tonight? You got a new mount coming? Bill, what mount did you get? I'm interested. I always like hearing what everybody else likes to get. When there's new mounts, new bits of kit, tell me now. The Hobum 170H. Ooh. I've heard nothing but good stuff about the Hobum mounts, and there is very little to have to deal with those. That is exciting. Looking forward to seeing what kind of damage you can do with that there. So yes, we are off and running with some imaging right now. We have some clouds running through. We are going to be going to the moon a little later, and because that is going to dominate the sky. But we'll try to get as good a look at everything there. It is, like I said, it's largely a full moon tonight, so there's going to be a lot of features we'll be able to see, but just not a lot of the finer details of anything that's kind of going along the Terminator there. When does Bill Nash not have New Year coming in? Or tearing up equipment? It's always good to see the excitement of new equipment coming in there, because it's, you know, we'll live vicariously through each other of whatever other bits of equipment you're using there. You'll be slinging your 8-inch TPO RC on it. Excellent. I am using the same thing. It's an Altair Astro branded 8-inch Richie Chrétien. So that is. Let me move the camera. There we go. That is our 8-inch Richie Chrétien telescope with the ZWO ASI 533 slung on the back of it there. We are seeing Sirius down there in the lower right corner. All that tree, that really, Orion has just passed into that area of the tree, so I can't even get to any of that area of the night sky, unfortunately. That was really exciting the other week when we were doing some electronic assisted astronomy and taking a live view at the center of the Orion Nebula, and that was absolutely incredible. I was so excited for that, and I was really hoping that we were going to have the skies clear up early enough that we'd be able to do that, but unfortunately, it is not the case. But at least we do have some clear skies. It's not that I'm disappointed of not doing some image processing tonight. I think what I'll do tomorrow, we'll see how things go with just IRL stuff, and maybe do a little early Sunday afternoon stream for image processing. We'll see how that goes. Again, we'll keep you guys updated on Discord, on Twitter, and we'll see how everything goes there. So adorable. Hello, Pookie. How are you? So you're hoping that there's a Traveler. You got a Traveler already, and the 170 has a 25 kilogram payload cap. That's pretty cool. That is good. Just sitting down for dinner? What's for dinner? Tell me. I had crackers for dinner. Not on purpose. It just rolled into the time of this. So there might be snacks a little later. Luxy at Oreos. Oh, that's good. Breakfast of Champions in the afternoon. All right, where are we at with our image? Mr. Richard, how are you doing? How are things going tonight with you? Pot roast and buns from Tim Hortons. They do pot roast? Tim Hortons does a pot roast now? Mom says your background music is too loud. How's that, Mom? That minty blue looks amazing. Yes, we are ready. Let's see how this one looks. We have a little bit of movement here. A little bit of movement. No, Mom made a pot roast. The buns are from Tim Hortons. Okay. I'm thinking that is a weird turn of what Tim Hortons is doing, making a pot roast. 2 thumbs up for the music. All right. There we go. Yeah, I don't want things to be too... Do I have one? Yes, I do. All right, so this is the Clownface Nebula, and is also cataloged as NGC 2392. And let me turn off the guiding so we have a better view of that. Not a lot of movement. It's not too bad. There were I saw some clouds rolling through, but yes, Eskimo Nebula is the other name for it, but I do not use that that term, as it can be offensive to the indigenous people of Canada and other areas as well. So we refer to it as the Clownface Nebula, but that's what it is popularly still known as. Much like the CFL team in Edmonton has changed it to the E's now, until they come up with another name. And the Washington Football Club. So yes, NGC 2392, Planetary Nebula, visible with a small telescope in Gemini. Even when I had that first image of it with the 5-second, that 5-second exposure, just to see we were lined up there. It's a very bright planetary nebula, and this one it is tiny in this field of view. We're at 980 millimeters of focal length. That beep was the sound of me just turning off my heater. I am very posh now. I have a remote control for my heater. I say posh instead of lazy, so that way I'm not bending on a frame, and you guys don't have to miss me for so long. But yeah, there's I'll see what else is in this area, but we'll do a little bit of a stretch on here. And it actually really starts to come into view when we go this way on the histogram. I think that is looking really, really cool. This nebula has a visual magnitude of 9.1. It's about 40 degrees in diameter. A modest telescope will... No, sorry, not 40 degrees. A modest telescope will show a small greenish ball and reveal the central star. The central star is spectral type 07F. Makes sense. Visual magnitude of 10.5, thus seen quite easily. Its distance is not very well known. It is estimated sometimes at about 3,000 light years. My heating had some override today, and it's 29 Celsius in my room. Holy potatoes. All right, it is, I don't know, it's probably about maybe like 21, 22 degrees in here. So it feels nice and comfortable. I did have the door open for a while I was getting everything set up, so that was, yeah, being able to get everything set up. Quark Mark! Mark, how you doing, sir? Yes. How's it going? I know the term is still widely used in... It's still that default thing to do, but you know, no worries, that is all good. But yeah, good to see you in here. Again, another astrophotographer as well. If you're not following Mark, give him a follow, because when I am not streaming, there's a fair chance that he may be streaming, doing some astrophotography. And if you interrupt his Minecraft game, he will bust out a awesome PowerPoint about all sorts of interesting tidbits about astronomy and astrophotography. But yes, we are on the Clownface Nebula there, and yeah, this was one of those targets. I imaged it earlier on, and it was probably about a 3 to 5 minute exposure, and we didn't get the same detail as what we're getting right now. And I really enjoy how that has turned out already. Mr. Richard, if I apologize if I did not answer, how's the Wi-Fi on the ASI? Is it the ASI Air Pro? I'm not running the Pro. It is still just the original version. I haven't broken down yet, and to get the updated version there. And like I said before, as soon as I buy that the ASI Air Pro, they're going to bring out the ASI Air Pro X or Plus or whatever the next version is going to be. Yeah, these details, I'm loving how this has turned out. I mean, we're on much longer exposure there. A little bit of wobble from the cloud kind of rolling through there. Nerdstoke, how's it going? Good to see you in here tonight. Anon98. Hello everyone, I am a Scorpio. Hello Anon, I am the Astro Canuck. How are you doing tonight? I do not have the constellation of the Scorpio within my field of view tonight, but we are in the constellation of Gemini at the moment. And we are currently looking at the Clownface Nebula. It is about 3,000 light years, maybe about 4,500 light years away within our own galaxy. So in larger instruments, this exhibits a fine luminous bluish colored disk, which we are seeing here, and divided by a concentric dark ring. And the central portion has a 10.4 magnitude central star, and the outer shell surrounds the indistinct dark ring, which encircles the inner bright disk about halfway from the nebula's center to its periphery. But it's this detail up here that I really love seeing, and see how much we can try to tease out of this. Where be the aliens? We be here. We are the aliens unto ourselves. Yeah, we are currently looking at a planetary nebula. Yes, this one is turning out really well. This was our first image of the night. We're starting off on a target that was at least far enough away from the moon, and bright enough that any kind of glare from the moon shouldn't affect things too much there. But yeah, we're at 980 millimeters in focal length. The telescope that we are using, see, it is at even through this field of view, it's still very tiny. But yeah, to be able to, it's not quite Hubble detail. The telescope I am using is the same design as the Hubble Space Telescope, but on a much smaller scale. So yeah, what else do we have? Let's see what else is within our field of view here. We got a couple of galaxies. Maybe one. Which would be I'll find it there. 90% sure I saw you in Sushi Dragon's chat. Yes, I am. I do frequent Sushi Dragon's streams as well. He is nuts. He is incredible. Just the energy that he has. And I love that he's all over the place, but very, very organized in some weird way. Yeah, good time to watch. And just can be some amazingly crazy things that he does with all sorts of features for his channel there. Very, very dynamic, so active. Yeah, PGC is a cluster of galaxies. Yeah, good target, maybe. All right, let's have a... Is there do you have any coordinates, perhaps? Or maybe if there's an NGC or a Caldwell or an IC target that's in the area? Just kind of based off of what the ASI air can pick up nice and easy. Yeah, so somewhere in here, there is a galaxy. And if I can find it, I'm not going to look for it too much, and there is no information on this galaxy. It's like the single... Alright, if we do have one... Yes, alright, okay. There we go. Alright, we don't have the smaller galaxies to look for, but right here. It's small enough and next to NGC 20... 420. 2 times 420. Poor ASIR got some tinker-doodle on it. You're tinkering, you're working on the Pro, right? I'm still rocking the original ASIR. Just have it connected with the Ethernet cable, because that Wi-Fi signal on mine has just... that's gone. It doesn't even respond anymore. And I am not about to start opening that thing up, because that just will force me to open up my wallet as well, which is not the plan of what I want to do. You rooted your Pro, and so you're running it just like an Astro Berry right now. Oh, excellent. So you can just throw anything in there now, can't you? Yeah, I don't know what that idea with the metal case. Were they hoping that it would just help with the cooling? Because I think if anything, it just really impeded a lot of... It was causing everybody to MacGyver their whole system to improve the Wi-Fi. So yeah, this galaxy we have right here. Again, I love finding little faint smudges in our long exposures. So this galaxy, UGC 3873, is 210 million light years away. And it's a 14th magnitude spiral galaxy appearing in the constellation of Gemini, and being 210 million light years from our solar system, has a physical diameter of 100,273 light years. And it's receding away at 4,463 kilometers per second, about 1.5% the speed of light. So this is one of those galaxies that wants nothing to do with us. Unlike the Andromeda galaxy and M33, the Triangulum galaxy, those two are on their way. All three of us are on a collision course. I say collision, it's just a gravitational meeting of the three. And that's why, yeah, that's also why I'm hesitant to get the ASIR Pro. It's just that everything else that has to go along with it. I mean, for the most part, I'm okay. If I can plug it in for the Wi-Fi, that's fine. I'm close enough. It's not that big of a deal for me. But at the same time, it is that whole Wi-Fi, that less wires, because there's a few wires kind of running down here. I'm not about to throw gaffer tape on my kitchen floor at the moment. Prima Luce did it right with the Eagle Core, adding an external antenna. That's the big thing, putting an external antenna. Exactly. But ZWO chose a Raspberry Pi board with no external antenna. Prima Luce used an Orange Pi instead. That's true, but if you are going to kind of get one and done kind of deal, then paying a little more for certain equipment is, it's going to help out. It's going to do... going to do what you want it to do for you there. Eagle Core isn't Eagle. The Eagle's a much bigger system. The Eagle is a that's more of just like a portable computer that they got all set up there. You can do your imaging and your processing with that all in one. So yeah, the device that I am using. That is what we're using right now. That is the ZWO ASI Air, which is usually a Wi-Fi connection, but I have it connected through the Ethernet. Astrojav, hello, how are you doing? Good to see you tonight. Being the recipient as well as from a gifted sub from who gave you that one there? I believe that was either Security Live or it was Game for Paul Rowe. I have to check in. Hey, but yeah, good to see you in here. Good to see you hanging out with us tonight. So yeah, that little device there, that is what controls the telescope mount, my camera, and the guide scope up there. Yes, I'm operating this all remotely. I'm in my kitchen, my studio, and yeah, I was using it wirelessly with the ASI Air, but unfortunately the Wi-Fi did crap out, and yeah, I'm just using it now with a wired connection, and it's working out really well. So happy with all that. Old balls! Hello, Pops. How you doing? Yeah, so it's added convenience, so I don't have to sit out there and freezing my butt off. So I can either, you can either control it with, it's more for if you're going to use your tablet, and you can just remotely control everything there. I do have a hardwired. I did try some other options, and it just didn't work out well, and I finally got it working through my laptop, and it's also being controlled by the Android emulator BlueStacks. And there was another program that I was introduced to that I haven't had the opportunity to check out in great detail, which is a bit of an alternative to BlueStacks, which I'm going to see if it's a little less intensive on the CPU as well. You got a little 5x8 towing camper for your truck for you doing your remote imaging there. Do landscape photography. I also added Astro to give me something to do in the dark instead of shrink. Well, I mean, both is good. I always wondered about trying to build a kind of motorhome type deal, but has like a pier set up in there, and you just kind of roll off that roof. You can drop some feet for stabilizers on the vehicle, and there you have your mobile observatory. You have a little traveling star party. All right, so that's our first image of the evening. With a galaxy 210 million light years away, we're going to save that screenshot. We'll do a couple of screenshots on this one. Any motion on the vehicle will translate to the mount. That's what I'm thinking of. I figured that as well. I was trying to think of what other options there can be to have that to stabilize everything, or if it is like a separate trailer, just something that's you can have something grab and go, and if you're off to a remote site, you can have a fair sized bit of equipment that isn't like a pain in the ass to set up and tear down all the time. All right, we will. Let's see, we'll get a good screenshot of this. A bit of an extreme zoom on here, but it gives us the best detail. What's your latitude? I'm at 12.45 degrees. Any recommendation on what to image tonight? I am about 60 degrees north. So you're relatively close to the equator then. Yes? I would say, I mean, it depends. If you have a view out to the east, you're generally going to be looking out towards the. Yeah, you get the.
Warm welcome because his whole career depends on this next important message. Well, I've been.
Yep, mic check is good. I know. I gotta change that one up as well. Find another mic check option. But yeah, for if you have like the view to the east, galaxies, and mainly Markarian's chain would be a nice one to get. If you have more views to the west, then you are actually no, because that's quite a ways away. You have a better option of looking towards the core of the Milky Way. So I would go for the Trifid, go for the Lagoon, Eagle Nebula if possible, because I can't get those. And if you get some images, share it on the Discord. Love to see them as well. All right, let's save this image. We'll pick our next target, which might even be just heading over to the moon, depending on. No, it's not the screenshot I really wanted. Doing a session on Thor's helmet the other day. I was using the L Enhance with 100% moon. You ever notice that when you have like the clearest skies, the moon is in your way? It's annoying. It's ridiculous. All right, let's pick our next target. Actually, let's see where the moon is. Let me fix the camera. That's it. You know, the moon is going to start to breach my field of view any moment now. So I'm going to try to get something else that's maybe like straight up towards the zenith and see if we can get anything up there. Oh, there goes the first hiccup of the internet. Huh. There we go. Still here. It's all good. All right, we're going to. There we go. We're going to pick our next target of the night. For now, welcome in everybody. My name is Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck. And tonight we have clear skies in the east of England with a full moon about to blare down the barrel of our telescope. And we are waiting for this internet to stop being a pain in the rear end. All right. No worries. There's no real true F yet. Not until we see that that cyan and magenta screen. We do hang around here. It will be all right. It's back. We're back. We're good. It's a minor hiccup, and I hope that this should be the last weekend with these hiccups there, and yeah, we'll get on with that. So yes, there are a little bit of updates on kind of what's been going on over the past few days, and just the kind of look towards the future of what the channel is going to be about. We did graciously reach our goal of unlocking our next emote. However, it is taking a while for Twitch to approve emotes, so we are short 2, because I did update one of them, and usually they are updated within 6 hours. I usually have the approval emails come through, but Twitch has changed up their system, and I don't know if it's a backlog from like so many people changing their Christmas emotes back to regular emotes, and they go through them individually essentially. So yeah, this the goal this is the February goal that we're looking for, that we're aiming for, and essentially if we can kind of if we can, it's never necessary for the things, but this is just my goal, and if we can reach that end of the goal, then that is enough to cover a new broadband filter for the camera there, and that way we're not dealing with any vignetting, any I've repurposed the filter that isn't, it works good, but it's not as great of an image that we can bring. So that is kind of what I'm trying to, well, if we do or don't, it's fine. It's just, you guys see that I do have goals on here. Sebte, how you doing? Good to see you in here, dude. We have our first image of the night was a Planetary Nebula, which is a wonderful target in the constellation of Gemini. There's give you a close-up view of that there. That is about 42,000 light years away. No, sorry, 4,200 light years away. And a Planetary Nebula is when you get the outer layers of the star start shedding off. It's not quite a supernova, but it is, the beginning of the end for that star, which can eventually turn into a white dwarf and just kind of quietly hang out there in that area of the universe. But those guts that are being sent out into interstellar space can eventually start to seed other areas of the universe and, potentially make things a little more interesting in certain areas there. Thanks. So excited for this. Well, I'm very happy to have you in here. Always good to see some familiar faces. Those from, from Putsy's stream and from Nutty's streams and just all around other areas of the, of Twitch. It's good to see the mixing of communities. So happy to have you in here tonight. Happy to have everybody in. Anyone using a Takahashi, we have the Raptor now, so joke's on you. Full Mine, how you doing? Mirrored Cat is Tucson Troll. Had to change it for having troll in the username. Hey, no worries, how you doing? Good to see you in here. Alright, I'll remember that one, Mirrored Cat. Mojo Jojo. Good to see you in here, dude. How are you tonight? Lovely to have you in here. So we are, like I said, we have done some little changes. We have, like I said before, we did reach our goal of the Heart Nebula, and that emote is pending approval. So we're happy to have that in there. And like I said, that goal of 70 subscribers is going to go towards the purchase of a filter. Whenever we kind of get there, that's just the idea. But also, what I have added is there is a bit reward. Right now, it is 10 bits because I don't know how well it's going to work. It may or may not work. So I have put it at a very, very low amount. It is, again, it's part of a wider band of channel port rewards that I'm going to do. There are going to be some free ones along the lines of viewing me in the certain areas of the electromagnetic, or the visible spectrum, and partially areas of the electromagnetic spectrum. But yeah, that's that will be all of it. Those emotes should be available. I have actually no idea when. As far as I know, there's a big backlog of people changing emotes in Twitch. So yeah, I'm not sure how long it's going to take, but we do have the heart emote that is ready to go. It has been uploaded, so yeah, for those of you who are collecting heart emotes, I now have one up on offer. But yeah. Let's see if we can pick another target before the moon starts to really get in our face. So what do we have? Let's see. All right, let's go north. Let's go to another cluster. There's the Intergalactic Wanderer, because we have some decent seeing right now. This is a globular cluster, and what is really cool about this one is that it is one of the farthest clusters. NGC 2420. Let's see, or 2420. 2420. Yeah, the moon is it is getting close there. You can see it just above the roof line there. Rhino, how you doing tonight? Finally, this was a bit. I was hedging my bets tonight whether or not we are going to have some clear skies, and I think in the anticipation of everything else, I don't know if I put out a Twitter post. I didn't. I did put it in Discord, some sort. But yeah, good to see you guys in here tonight. NGC 2420. Oh, we are very close to that open cluster, and it's those galaxies that you were talking about there. Yeah, let's quickly jump over there. It's not even far from where we are. Let's go 2420. That's the wrong button. Right, did I save that? Let's save that. Right. So what I really like about this about the ASI Air is just that it's easy to pick a lot of the targets, the popular targets, and then once we kind of get to its name is the Twinkling Comet Cluster. Is that the NGC one, or is that the collection of galaxies that are in there? And the scope made barely a move. Well, I mean, look at them go. Hang on, let's get a better exposure. All right, I will have. We'll leave this in there. I think that's gonna look all right. We'll do a fairly long exposure on this to be able to get as much of that star cluster as possible, and also to get the galaxies as well. Right. And this is what I love. Like, now when I started using PhD2 guiding, for me, it took me a night. It took me an entire night and then half of the next night to get it rolling. The ASI Air, I mean, it was dead easy. Like, I barely had to touch anything, and I was already guiding. I haven't really played with the aggressiveness on the declination or right ascension, but for the most part, the guiding has worked out really, really well. The skies are generally nice and calm. Some good seeing most nights, and we usually kind of keep things fairly decent. He says as everything just starts going crazy. Give that a second to settle down. To the right slightly was which the but for the target. Now, everything will be, the galaxies should be like up around this section here. Actually, where's the, yeah, that'll be good. Nice guiding you have there. Well, thank you. I try to balance the scope as well as possible, and playing with a lot of the settings. I don't know. I try to keep it, you know, below, with a low total RMS on there. There we go. We are imaging NGC 2420, which has quite the collection of galaxies within and around this cluster there. What do you shoot? Hey, Cursed on Duty, how you doing? We are on a open cluster in the Gemini constellation. So that is our object of affection right now, but also within this image there are several galaxies. That is always interesting at some incredible distances. One of the farthest one, about 410 million light years, one of the galaxies that will crop up in this image to come through there. Yeah, that'll be kind of maybe one of our last images there before we head on over to the moon for a bit. We'll see how that works out. I think there's still gonna be a couple other targets. I think I will hit up the Intergalactic Wanderer as well, because that is one of those far-reaching globular clusters that takes about 300,000 years to make. No, wait, it's not that. It's longer. It takes a long time to make one complete rotation, one trip around our galaxy. Yeah, it's about 300,000 light years away, and it takes 3 billion years to make one round trip. So I do want to get that target. I think that is up towards the zenith. That is away from the moon relatively. We'll see how that turns out there. And yes, can I take multiple targets with the exposures and combine them with that setup? This one, I can do an auto. You can do an auto run session, and that will collect all your images, and then you can stack them up together. But what we're doing tonight, I'm not able to do live stacking. The original ASI Air doesn't have that kind of capability. It's the Pro version. You're able to do some live stacking, and I think in a way that would be kind of more interesting, so you guys can see an image building up over time, rather than, you know, we're waiting 10 minutes for an image to kind of come through. But also at the same time, that does build up a little bit of anticipation for the image to come out the other end. And most of the time, I'm pretty pleased with how the images look out. Some of them can turn out to be some fairly big stinkers. And that can come down to just the guiding might be a little wonky. The target itself may be just too dim. So we're not going to be able to get some good details there. I love Teslas. Rhino, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Cursed on Duty. Appreciate that. Now is now for 2 months with us here. That is very generous. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. 420 more seconds. Always in the background. No worries. Appreciate it. Like I said before, you guys are just kind of hanging out, watching things, and you know, you're content to do that. That is greatly appreciated. And if you aren't checking out Cursed on Duty, if you enjoy some good Call of Duty gameplay and just some general good conversations. Check him out as well. He does the streams. One day remaining on yours, Lux. How time flies when you're having fun. You know, looking back on just where we started with this channel and just how, you know, it's changing. It hasn't changed greatly overall with the setup, but I just feel like there's a lot more of a dynamic atmosphere. There's, you know, seeing a lot of people who are coming in and out of the channel and seeing them around in other channels that are completely unrelated to astrophotography. You know, and then seeing you guys come in and hanging out here with everybody, you know, that means a lot. That you know, we have this common interest of the night sky, and I hope that every little bit of information is beneficial and kind of offers you guys a little more insight. You had a raid last week of 3,500. That was, holy smokes! What was that from? Completed it, mate? Was that? They drop a raid on you then. That's amazing. Holy cow. That is amazing, dude. Yeah, from James. All right, that's all. I like hanging around on his channel there, and just enjoying the banter between him and his mates. That's always funny. But they're on during the work day, so it is more of a bit of a podcast style there. Yeah, that's on one of the raids from them is where I first met you early on in starting up with Twitch. So, you know, it's cool to see people that I've, you know, met along the way, and we're all still doing this. We're, you know, it hasn't beaten us yet. This is such a cool way to explore astronomy. It's all right. We'll let that one pass. It's all good. That was someone who has knowledge of it. Didn't go into it because the entry point into a good telescope a good telescope and setup wasn't so accessible. Well, that's that is what I'd like to do here, because if some people don't have the interest in the night sky, but they don't have the equipment to possibly get these views, it's, you know, this is what I like to be able to do, to share certain areas of the night sky that even are invisible to our eyes. You know, like I've said before, our eyes are incredibly inefficient. These meat cameras are terrible for looking up at the night sky unaided. There's only a few objects. We can see the Orion Nebula, and it's a little bit of a bright kind of haze in that area of the night sky, but largely a lot of the objects that we're looking at, you're not going to see it too well. When do you start streaming again? I say, yeah, about in beginning of October. Maybe more specifically like September 30th or something like that. But yeah, it was a slow burn to reaching affiliate, which at the same time, that's, like I said before, we're not in a hurry to do a lot of things here. You know, we're taking our time with everything, and it's a marathon, and, you know, learning a lot of new things along the way. And I think it's, you know, I always try to add one or two new things to the channel as often as possible. And like I said before, the next little venture that I'm working on is to have channel rewards based on the visible spectrum. And I've introduced right now there is a infrared version, and hopefully it works. It is just 10 bits right now as a test. And whether or not it works, I mean, hopefully it does, but I feel bad if it doesn't work. I was testing it earlier, and that'll be a thing. It's just that for that one, for the bit reward logic behind that one is that there is a bit of equipment that I had to set up, and it's more than just me playing with some filters. There is you know, I said before, there is equipment that is involved with that, but you know, we'll see how that goes. Buddy Al, Uncle Al, the kitty's pal. How you doing? Good to see you in here tonight. Yes, that is not just a gimmick name. That is my genuine uncle. Good to see you in here tonight. How are things in your neck of the woods? The content is awesome. Maybe just me who loves astronomy, but I suspect even people who have not much of an idea should enjoy it as well. Well, thank you, Rhino. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I mean, like, for you guys kind of hanging out here, and I always wanted to give you guys as much accurate information as possible. I don't want to steer you wrong on things. And, you know, it means a lot that you guys are hanging out. We're looking up at the night sky, and, you know, as our exposure is complete. There we go. Also, I noticed somebody did inquire about what filter I'm using. I apologize for missing out on that question there. I am using a Astronomic CLS XT clip filter, which has been adapted for a 2-inch filter holder. But you can see on some images there's a lot of vignetting on here, so which is why, you know, that goal that we have going on right now is that's a long-term goal for at least to kind of be able to have a proper broadband filter that isn't going to cause some issues overall with the seeing there. But yeah, well, great to see you in here tonight. So yes, this is our shot of the. Let me get the information pulled up on here. Copper 1978. Welcome on into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate having you on in here. All right, we were on NGC 2420. Now this is an open cluster, and there's 50, 11 to 13th magnitude stars over a 10-degree diameter area. Stands out against an unresolved background haze. At the center concentration, there's loosely scattered stars, and this whole cluster is about 8,000 light years away. If I consider doing spectroscopy, there's an awesome filter called the Star Analyzer. Yes, I do. I like how that looks. You know, I wouldn't even know where to start with that. I think it'd be interesting to see because, you know, the spectral analysis of a star, all those dark areas in between, the lines are going to, you know, tell you what the star is made up of, which I think is really cool. Is there a set agenda of things to look at, or can you make suggestions? I'm always open to suggestions. The old balls, yep, that's my pops. And it's funny that you picked that one out of everybody. Yeah, so as far as targets, there isn't really a set list of what we have there. I do have, you know, that's there is a view to the east that I have, and the south, southwest, and the west are completely off limits because there are trees and neighbors' houses in the way. Up towards the north is my house, which I'm not about to knock down, and straight up towards the zenith is what I have available. And because we are basically in the same area, Seb, you know, that's if you have a star map, I do use Stellarium, and that does give me the option to kind of check out what we're able to see in the night sky. Like I said, we have this view towards the east, and again, there's my house. I'm not going to knock down. Yeah, so if you do have suggestions of what you may like to see, let me know. And if I do have it within the field of view, we can certainly check it out. Because yeah, there is no real set targeting lists that we have for the night. I usually have like a rough idea of like a couple of targets I want to get in on for the night, so that way we can see some cool stuff out there. But yeah, we do have, you can see the moon starting to just peek up above the roofline there, and that will get in our face very shortly. But let's also go back to our target that we were on there, NGC 4220. Which I keep losing that information. Oh, there's not much information on it actually, but I mean, there are galaxies in that way. Or sorry, 2420. So yeah, we are basically pointed straight up, almost towards the zenith. I'll Google for a star map. I have a feeling this is what a toddler of the astronomy world would ask me. Can we check out the moon? We're going to go over to the moon, because that is a fantastic target to look at, and it's, you know, we can see that general shape of all the mare, those dark areas that we'll see in a minute. We'll go to the moon, and I love shooting the moon, because those ones are like truly live images, because it is just running a refreshed, very quick exposure. And yeah, it's you know, for a lot of the images that we're taking, they are like long exposures. But yeah, we'll get over to the moon and we'll have a quick look at it. But let's go back over to this target that we are on, NGC 2420. Baba Zelnik, hello, mother. Hello, hello. So much of the family in here tonight. Love it. Good to hang out with you guys. You know, thousands and thousands of miles away. But we are... Oh. There we go. Sorry about that. Right, over to our target. Been delaying that one for a while. So this open star cluster in the constellation of Gemini. This whole cluster itself is about 8,000 light years away. Let's do a little bit of a histogram stretch. Yeah, so this is the open cluster right in the middle, but what is really, really cool, again, the peripherals, is this section over here, where we have a collection of galaxies that are about 410 million light years away. Yeah, all of these ones are each about 400 million light years away. And there are a few more galaxies in the shot. And again, anything that we see that is a point of light is going to be a star within our galaxy. But then any other little smudge, like these ones here, they are galaxies. They are other Milky Ways that we are viewing. And this kind of brightest, or a dead pixel, this kind of brightest one there is the one that's 410 million light years away, and it has a diameter of 104,394 light years across. So these few pixels, you know, has a, you know, it's a, again, there's about 4 galaxies in this little cluster here, and they're very, very dim. Which is why if you're going to image something like this, you're going to want to have a lot more integration time. Kenny, how are you doing? What are we up to? We are looking at a collection of galaxies about 400 million light years away in this little smudgy collection right here. That's what we're looking at there. We had the those 10 pixels are larger than our Milky Way. That is true. That is ridiculously large. So there's another smudge up here, which is, see if we have information on that one there. We do not. I'm going to gather, because it is within this cluster. We're going to have, yeah, some of them don't have their all the details on there, but there are plenty of galaxies in this shot. But that's the open cluster in the constellation of Gemini that we're looking at right now. But it was again, we have our object of affection, but there are all these peripherals that are really cool to see in this image. And see where those galaxies. There should be another one. There, I believe. Which, again, I don't have a distance on that one there. I am using the Sky Safari Pro as my reference point on things. But that is another galaxy. Most likely it is going to be about 400 million light years as well. Misty just south of the center looks like a needle. Yeah, this would be helpful if that heat map would work. Then I could see exactly where you guys are will be pointing. So is it true the light we're seeing are possible dead stars? Yes. If we look at the Orion constellation, and there's the shoulder, Betelgeuse, the bright orange star. You know, it's 600 light years. It's over 600 light years away, and it could have exploded already, but we won't know. Yeah, so because it takes light so long to reach us, that everything we see out there is in the past. So there are stars that are going to be more susceptible to become supernovae rather than planetary nebula. Like we were looking at a planetary nebula earlier on, and those stars kind of quietly end their existence in not such a grand fashion as supernova. But there is just always that difference in how they look, and there's that beauty in both of them. There's that sharp, aggressive, violent end of a supernova, but then like that kind of soft and almost pillowy ending to a planetary nebula. And they're also looking at it on existing Earth. If you're on a star, if you're in a planetary system that was 64 million light years away, and you're able to see the Earth from that point, you'd be looking at the dinosaurs. You know, it's crazy to think that those areas, there is no evidence of us has reached. You know, at least for say radio waves, hasn't reached a bubble any wider than about 240 light years. Hey Savvy, how you doing? Good to see you in here tonight. I haven't found Bernie yet. Bernie Sanders in his mittens? We haven't seen him. Alright, where is the moon? Is it in our face yet? The moon is still just below the below our view here, so I think we're going to. How long does a supernova explosion last? Generally, you're going to see it depending on the size of the star, the proximity. It's it can light up, it can be visible for weeks on end. You know, to be able to until that initial brightness that kind of dissipates. So yeah, Betelgeuse would be one of those stars that you would see during the day, and you know, with the Crab Nebula, which was recorded back in 1054 AD. You know, that was for quite a while. I have to check on the exact time. I think they did record how long it was seen in the night sky and during the day as well. I'll check on that in a minute there. Been busy, Savvy? No, yeah, we're kind of everybody. We're completely away from holiday mode now. Everything is back in the full swing of things as much as possible. Let's catch up on chat there. Just making sure. Today we are currently looking. This is an open cluster in the constellation of Gemini, but we're also looking at what is really cool beside it, or sorry, visually beside it, but a few 410 million light years beyond our target there, which is about 8,000 light years in our galaxy. But these are a cluster of 4 other galaxies that are about 410 million light years away. Still work as normal for you. Well, I hope you're keeping safe while you are working as well. I know not everybody is able to work from home, so I just hope that you are keeping safe whenever possible. So yes, the jumping back to the filter that we're using, because we are looking out towards interstellar space, and there aren't a lot of nebulae that we can see from my vantage point, that it is better to have a broadband filter. Usually the filter that I do have plugged in, attached in the imaging train is the Altair Astro tri-band filter. So that is this thing here. And that is only letting through a certain wavelength of light. And I'm going to put this down now before I drop it. But that is the 2-inch filter that I use. And yeah, the halos on the stars with this filter can be pretty aggressive. Like, it's not always the best looking star that kind of comes out of there. There's some work that you got to do to try and bring those comas in there. But for the most part, when I'm shooting, you're only gonna get like maybe 1 or 2 stars that are gonna start to get those bright halos around, and it doesn't always detract from things there. So one side is highly reflective, and the other one is AR coded. Correct. It's the outward facing side is the like that would be the side with the coating. And like looking through, just even kind of doing a little tilt, I can see I get the hydrogen alpha kind of come through, and then the kind of that cyan tone coming from the oxygen 3 and the hydrogen beta. Did you hear about the galaxy that has currently been seen dying? Which one is that? Ooh. I have not heard about that news. To be fair, my focus of space news kind of has been watching what's been going on with the SpaceX and the SN9 and SN10 test launches, which I do hope to see them do a launch on Monday with SN9, because I think they're going to stick that landing this time around. And Andre 1111, welcome on into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. Astronomers discover a dying galaxy bleeding gas into space. Interesting. I will drop that in the in the history. Okay. An artist's impression shows galaxy ID 2299. Alright, that is in my history. I will have a look at that. Saw it on the news last week. It's supposed to be from billions of years ago, and it's visible now. And again, going back to Mojo, or sorry, was it Mojo Jojo or was it Rhino asking about the dead stars? Mojo Jojo asked about the dead stars. Yeah, how it just takes, how the speed of light is incredibly slow, so it takes a long time for these to come into view. And also, sorry, Mojo, missed that comment about wondering if we'll ever be able to witness a supernova. I think it would be incredibly amazing to be able to see a supernova within our galaxy, and there are a few candidates, Betelgeuse being one of them, and there have been plenty of times when other people have caught images of supernovae within other galaxies, and there's the other Twitch channel that is a little more widely successful at doing astrophotography, Econ Greg. They have quite a few supernovas to their name that they have confirmed, and I think that is really cool, the work that Greg is doing over there with the E-congregation. And like I said before, time and time again, that he has been my inspiration for starting this, and it's kind of a nice trade-off that I can be imaging tonight, and if he starts imaging in his neck of the woods in the eastern coast of the United States, then we can trade off, and you guys can see some interesting views from his back garden. He does have some different telescopes. He does the live stacking of images, and because he has a bit of a different setup. He does a lot of solar imaging. Pardon me. By the way, is sun without the hydrogen alpha filter even worth imaging? If there's a number of sunspots, then having just that white light filter over front of the scope. I had it for a while with one of my telescopes. It was pretty interesting just being able to look at the sun without having to worry about any eye damage. There was very minimal solar activity at the time, so it wasn't as interesting there. Yeah, Betelgeuse supernova almost as bright as a full moon, but who knows if it can even kill us. That would be far enough away that there wouldn't be any negative impact on us. Yeah, 600 light years away is not going to be any bit of a problem. Now, if Proxima Centauri was to blow up at 4 light years away, then we may be in for a little bit of hard times there. You looked at the sun, no eye damage, but you have glasses now. I'm sorry, what glasses? I don't know what you're talking about. Look over there. Imagine I took off the glasses and it's like, oh, it's Superman! No.
Every star will die, including our own sun. And eventually all that will be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation. Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. The TGIF, am I right?
Hyperwork! Hyperwork, how you doing, dude? Good to see you on in here. Bringing out our friend of the channel, Jay Tenko, to give us some grim views on the future, but at least it's the weekend. Good to see you in here. How's it going tonight? We have I had the luxury of having some contributions of the channel from Jay Tenko. I should also I probably have a little bit of There you go. Some fun little channel points. You said all those and some Easter eggs hidden on the channel. Here, I'm gonna redeem that one just in case you guys were cheated on that there. Astrophotography, Razine, how you doing? Ooh la la. How are you? Hyperwork, you're doing all right. Good to hear. Relaxing after fixing some audio. There's always audio issues. Everybody's been having them. It's ridiculous. That is a clear sky. That is true. Enjoying a nice sour beer. Oh, interesting. What? Tell me more about the sour beer. There you go, everybody. If you're not following, if you're not subscribed to Astrophotography on YouTube, just a single click, you too can enjoy more views of the night sky. See some interesting ways how to process your images. Let's get Astrophotography to 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I've always heard your BGM warbling a bit, but I put that down to Twitch being a bit of a pain. No, we're all good. If anybody might be stuck in there with drop a refresh, just in case. Headbanger face rip from our local brewery. Serves in blueberry sour, fruited goose, 6.5 alcohol by volume. Interesting. I haven't been one for beer in quite a while, but yeah, always interesting to hear what other people are enjoying. Do you separate streams for YouTube? I do throw the VODs on YouTube, and you know, those are kind of in a way for a future reference, and I am going to splice together at least that when we did our live imaging of the Orion Nebula. I'm going to have that as a bit of a separate YouTube video just to kind of describe and give an example of electronics assisted astronomy, and I think that'll be kind of like maybe the first YouTube video. Arcatufus, Arc, how you doing? Sorry about the missed a couple of messages there, just kind of catching up there. Lost in space. No, Uncle, I'll give a refresh on there. Everything should be good. I know there is some issues that kind of crop up every now and then with my internet. And sorry, Nerd Soak, are you hardwired? I had to hardwire everything with a little $15 Ethernet switch for my tech. I am hardwired. It is something to do with the entire laptop itself. There is something that is cutting out the connection between the. Like I'm connected with an Ethernet cable, but I don't know what it is. I've updated the drivers on here, and I just believe that there's some program within the system that is mucking up with the signal every now and then. So it drops out for a quick second, and then we're back, and then you guys have to refresh, and I do apologize for that. But we do have the hello, there we go. The moon coming up. So yes, Gremlins is the easiest, easiest. Easiest thing there. Now I am anticipating there might be a drop in a second, which I do not like. You all right, Uncle Al, Buddy Al, back in the stream. Since I went to Belgium last year, there's no coming back. Their dark beer is just insanely good. I didn't really. When I went to, was it in Belgium? No, it was in Amsterdam. I didn't do much beer there. I always try to find different whiskeys in different areas. That is what I enjoy. All right, looks like the moon is going to be available for us, so we're going to go jump over to the moon. So let me make sure before we bail off of this target, this open cluster, I'm going to make sure we save that. Cloud status. Cloud status is fairly nil. I think for the most part, the rest of the evening is going to be nice and clear. At least until maybe about 1 in the morning. So there's plenty of imaging time. So there will be a there will be a bit of a coffee break to come shortly. But we will head over to the moon. We'll fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. Y'all gotta suffer through my singing. That's the rule. Alright. Let us head over to the moon. Did you get a message in Discord? Yes, about the alternative to BlueStacks. I haven't had a chance to check that out yet. But I will. Definitely will have a look at that. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. All right. Slew hype. Moon. Hello, moon. I'm gonna do like the shortest exposure on here. It should go way easier on your CPU and GPU as it only duplicates the display of your device. Definitely will have I'll definitely want to check that out. There we go. Given Putzi a run for his money. No, Putzi has a way nicer voice. But I appreciate the compliment there. Alright, a little bit overexposed. Or a little adjustment to the histogram here. There we go. Sorry. Blind you. There we go. A single shot of the moon. There you go. All right. There's going to be some interesting spots to look at. That's all right. I'm the real Rocket Man. Well, I'll get you guys as close to the moon as possible. That's what I want to do. You know, we'll go to a live view in a second, but yeah, there's some interesting views. We're kind of coming off of a full moon right now, so we are. What did I say? What was our percentage there? Oh, that's you, button. Stop it. Yeah, we're at a 98% waning gibbous. Tried to process the Chandrayaan data, but it's just way too big. How big is that data set? So for a single shot of the moon, you're always going to be dealing with atmospheric disturbances. It's not always going to be as crisp and clean as an image can be on there. Because you want to take more video, more shorter exposures, and let's see when you try to. Which way do you want to go? Probably want to go there. Contrast things up a bit. If only the moon were flipped, we could see the dark side, the far side of the moon. I mean, there was a exhibition at the Natural History Museum in London, I guess a year or two ago now, and they had a very large model of the moon set up in there, and it was really, really interesting to kind of look at the whole surface, the entire globe of the moon. I forgot the exact pixel number, but it's about 18,000 by 4,000 pixels per camera. And holy smokes, that is massive. Is there a way, can you like break it down and then kind of get things together there? Speak of the devil himself, the golden voiced streamer, Putzi in the house. How you doing, my dude? All right, so this is our single shot of the moon. We're going to go over to a live view in a second there, and I think it's just a little more interesting to, you know, as cool as this image looks. And you know, I'm not too fussed with this one. And we can start to, I can get some information on what size these craters are, because it's as tiny as they look from our vantage point. You know, they are quite massive. Sergio, how you doing? Any telescope can see the rover on the moon? No, you're gonna need the lunar, any images from like the lunar reconnaissance orbiters. It is just way too small. Like, let's see, which crater are we on here? The Clavius crater, which is, I believe that is what we are on right now. Yeah, this crater itself is about 230 kilometers across there. Yeah, Putzi, are you done with your run to the market now, or are you at the market? What are you getting? Same stuff as always, right? Anything interesting that you see? Even with the lunar reconnaissance orbiter, the lunar lander is only about 4 to 5 pixels wide. Yeah, it's not. You know, we're not going to be able to see some great details there. Hubble would the moon is too. The focus for Hubble on the moon. It's way too close. They want to be imaging things much farther away. Same old things as always. All right, no worries. But you tell me that the first instance you see something interesting that you get that's not a regular menu item. All right, I'm going to switch over to. Do another exposure, see where we're at. You see where the moon landing happened. Which one? I see. Here's an interesting thing. The moon is in an area where there's a large cluster of large galaxies. That would be that'd be interesting to look at. All right, so that is the. That there is the Sea of Tranquility. And I believe it's around this area is where the is where the lunar landing was. And even just this crater right here that we're looking at. That whole thing is 26 kilometers across. So just to kind of give like it's a bit of a little bit of scale. The Ross crater here is 24 kilometers as well. You know, so even at we're just at 1,000 millimeters in focal length. We're looking at the moon right now. So welcome on in everybody who is coming onto the channel. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we have clear skies here in the east of England, and we are looking at the moon right now because that is staring right down the barrel of the telescope. So we're taking a look at some interesting areas on the moon. We have a 98% waning gibbous. So we're just coming out of the full moon. We'll be reaching a new moon about 14 days. So let's switch over to our live view of the moon. This was a single image, and I'm going to drop that exposure down way low so I do not blind anybody. Yeah, that's not interesting. All right, this is a live view of the moon right now. So yeah, you can tell it's live. The indication that this whole shot is live is because you're seeing that movement, that atmospheric disruption. So that is why when you take like a single image of the moon, that you're going to want to do a lot of exposure, so you can try to get rid of all that movement there. I remember people telling me the technology that's so sensitive that they can register a candle on the moon, but only later I learned that meant the energy equivalent of that. Anyway, same way how they have placed that reflector in the Sea of Tranquility that is only visible with by reflecting a laser off of there. Let's also turn this over to our tracking to lunar, because that will better follow the movement of the moon. So this is a live image of the moon we're looking at right now, and the section we are on is kind of just off to the right of the Sea of Tranquility over here, where the Apollo landings were. And speaking of Apollo Doro 5. Welcome on into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. Do 1,000 shots and speed it to Registacks. If I could definitely do video, then yeah, definitely would. Yeah, perfect timing. That is the best timing ever that we've had. Welcome on in. How you doing tonight? Why do they call it the sea on the moon? Because it was those darker spots were called the mare, which were oceans and lakes, because before there was telescopes to be able to resolve the images on the moon, that it was thought that those were bodies of water on the moon. And same thing with areas of Mars, having the canales being named for the some of the features on there, which were thought to be canals and channels of water. You know, it's a lot of the names are kind of held up over time before telescopes were invented, so we weren't able to kind of get the resolving power. So that's why you have some galaxy, like the Andromeda galaxy is called the Great Andromeda Nebula, because they saw that the early astronomers saw it as a very fuzzy patch in the night sky and just referred to it as a nebulae before we were able to realize that it was another island of stars, another galaxy out there. So that's why some of those names just kind of still hold up over the years. Hello from Alberta. This is really cool. Well, hey, welcome on in. Glad to have you in on the channel with us tonight. You said we are looking at the moon right now because at the moment Like I said, it is staring down the barrel of the telescope. This is the view I have to the east, and you know why fight it right now? So this is we're kind of prepared for this one. We do have a broadband filter in the telescope, so we aren't cutting out a lot of the light transmission. In fact, in Croatian, nebula means space fog. Perfect. It's a fantastic setup, thank you. I am using a Skywatcher EQ6R Pro, and the telescope is a Altair Astro Ritchie-Chrétien 8-inch reflector scope. And the camera we're using tonight is the ZWO ASI 533. So it is a astronomy dedicated camera. We are currently cooled down to minus 10 degrees below zero. So keeping that sensor nice and frosty, so we're eliminating any, well, as much of the noise that is associated with long exposure photography. So yeah, here we are there. What is also cool about looking at the moon, you know, kind of live with a broadband filter, that you can start to see a little bit. I'm going to stretch the histogram a little bit. You can start to see that the colors, you can start to get a bit of a mineral moon showing. Just try to exaggerate things a little bit here. If we can bring things in. That's close enough. You can just see how now this area of the Mare is darker and this one's lighter, and this one, you know, this area is higher in titanium oxide, and where this one has more of the iron oxide materials. There are some interesting maps of the contents of the moon, which is, I do have that map saved, and I do want to actually print one out for myself, and it does kind of label like the that chemical composition of what the areas are comprised of with the moon. So again, looking at the moon live, you know, there is that atmospheric disturbance, that roiling in the atmosphere, as you know, we got heat coming off our neighbor's roof, and just when it gets cool, when it's cooler, you have a much more calm and stable atmosphere, and that is you're seeing just how much of the image is being distorted, so your guiding can improve with calmer skies. Yeah, it's why you're going to take video of a moon rather than single images. Must jet, but we'll be back. Thank you for your stream. I hope it goes well. Thank you, Apollo Doro. Apollo Doro. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for hanging out with us for a little bit there. Appreciate it. Do hope to see you again soon. So yeah, guys, like, whether you're here for a short time or a long time, you know, appreciate you guys stopping in, saying hello, and witnessing something really cool. We are looking at the moon right now at 1,000 millimeters in focal length. You know, much better than our eyes can resolve this area. And this is what I like to do on the channel, being able to offer you guys some interesting views of the night sky that you may not usually be able to see. And bye-bye moon, wrong way. You know, you can see that that mixture of the titanium and the iron in this section as well. Again, just kind of exaggerating the histogram to kind of pull out those details. Because usually, when we do look at the moon, our eyes don't have that dynamic range of vision, so we do generally get the. Let's reset this. Maybe we can kind of get that more traditional gray. Yeah, those dark areas, that's the titanium oxide. Which, you know, at this kind of exposure level, so not the exposure level, just this level on the histogram, it is very flat and very gray. But once you start to really pull pull in that histogram there, you can start to see just how those colors are going to start to come through. And that's really cool about seeing the moon with a one-shot color camera. Do you use Deep Sky Stacker or not? I do use Deep Sky Stacker when we are stacking our images. I've used it a few times on stream. Samsung, titanium oxide is white, isn't it? It does appear. It appears kind of like this navy blue kind of color. So that's those darker areas are higher in concentrations of titanium oxide. Has anyone done an equivalent market value of the natural resources available? Should we start to mine the moon? I mean, there's no reason why we shouldn't be exploring the moon a little more. It's dangerous regardless. Going out of our bubble. It's difficult to navigate everything in space, because as soon as we leave our protective atmosphere, we're in for all sorts of trouble. I do love a color moon as well. I think it's it kind of, sometimes people will think that it's you're making these colors up, but we're just kind of exposing what is already there, what the camera can see. As I've said before, our meat cameras are terrible for looking at outer space. There's very few objects out there that we can really enjoy visually, where we do need to have a camera. Where's that diamond made of? Diamond asteroid. Hope it crashes at my house. Yeah, that's it. If it's in abundance, then it's going to be almost worthless. There you go. Yeah, the supply and demand. I do like that term, meat cameras, although it is kind of more like a jelly. But I think that the term meat cameras just has a little more hilarious ring to it. Hide it and sell it for myself, my precious. Oh, there it is. There's my Smeagol on there. Mama Bonbon! Hello! We are looking at the moon. Mama Bonbon, how you doing tonight? Good to see you on in here. Yeah, we are currently on the moon right now. To welcome you guys on into the channel. Thank you for joining us tonight. We have I gotta double check the forecast. We probably have a few more hours worth of clear skies, and I will be imaging the night sky for as long as possible, until those clouds are going to roll in, or until I fall asleep at the wheel, and of which there are very few moderators in here. So this will not be a sleep stream. Although, really, how could you fall asleep looking at some awesome stuff in outer space? Still cold and watching snow predictions for Monday. They keep going up and up and up. Like I said, I wouldn't mind some snow right now. Don't have to shovel it, so I can enjoy it. But yes, we are looking at the moon. We have clear skies in the east of England. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And I thank you guys for hanging on out with me tonight and enjoying the views of the night sky. Let's go back over to the moon. You've seen my face enough. Happened to a guy 6 kilometers away from you where a meteorite of 20 centimeters busted this front yard. Really? Really? That's quite the find. It's quite the I don't know, fortunate or unfortunate position to be in. So yes, we are. Where are we on right now? We are looking at the Copernicus crater, just over to the right there. Mostly an iron meteorite donated to the observatory. That is really nice of them, because I would be hard pressed to give that up, unless they had like a little statue and picture of me beside it. Then like. She said, "This landed in my garden. It did not kill me. I got to enjoy it." Right, so we are. Let's get the Copernicus crater a little more centered there. There we go. Like I said, this is a live shot of the moon, and the Copernicus crater here in the middle itself is 96 kilometers across, about 100 kilometers, and whatever that is in miles. Conversion is terrible. Somebody else can do the math. Let's see, we can zoom in. We can kind of, technically zoom in on this area. Because again, this whole video mode is about 60 miles roughly. Yes, I wasn't even thinking in terms of speed as well, just to convert that. I don't know why, just distances. As a graphic designer, I make numbers look pretty. I don't actually execute them. Ooh, that's too much. There we go. Try to get some kind of view. You can see we are incredibly zoomed in on this spot right now, and this is also almost a bit of a digital zoom. But we are looking at the Copernicus crater on the moon, which again, 96 kilometers, but roughly 60 miles in diameter. So that whole crater is the size of the whole peninsula that you live in. So there you go. That's at least a bit of a comparing it to like where you are, where you're living, is if you can fit your whole town in that in an entire crater, and you can start to see just how large everything is on the moon, as tiny as it looks. Yeah. So if it's moving out of frame, that's just for tracking purposes. But yeah, that movement, that is the atmosphere that is creating that look. Go head back out. Lars, how you doing tonight? How's it going? Good to see you on in here. We are on the moon right now because that is staring down the tube of our telescope. We do have a broadband filter on there tonight, so it isn't, we're not getting a real augmented view of the moon. We don't have a little bit of a kind of a haze or a green tint to the moon right now. So we're seeing this in about as much color as possible, without throwing things out of proportion there. Let's move it up towards... I say up towards and go down. Let's go over to the Tycho crater. Now I was watching the stream from Explore Scientific yesterday or the day before, and they were talking about how somebody pronounced Tycho Brahe his first name differently, and I can't remember what it was, but it was weird. So when's the next meteor shower? Probably won't get to see. Where are we at now? We're in January. I do have a list, but somebody else may get to it. May get to it first. So I see Tycho. I see Tycho. You know, he was a Dutch astronomer, which this one's named after. So depending on how everybody pronounces it there. I've heard both. I go with Tycho. Whenever I think in Tycho, I think of the remote control cars that I would play with as a kid. Let's see, meteor showers. Yeah, all that wobbling is that is due in part to just the amount of the focal length that we're at, and just the atmosphere. Also, because I am pointing out towards the east, and that roof line that I have with my neighbors, that area of their house is supremely warm. So I am getting a little bit of that residual kind of coming off the roof. You need to mention his bronze nose. His bronze nose. I gotta tell you, Samshung, I am not too familiar with this bronze nose thing. I'm intrigued. Tell me. You mentioned his bronze nose. I'm not familiar with this little tidbit. The Lyrians are next in April. There we go. We'll miss things in April. There we go. The Tycho, or Tycho crater, is just a little smaller than Copernicus. This one's 85 kilometers in diameter. Tycho Brahe had his nose taken clean off in a saber duel. He had one fashioned out of bronze, replacing his missing nose. Interesting. I'm just seeing this here. His body has been exhumed twice, in 1901 and 2010, to examine the circumstances of his death and to identify the material from which his artificial nose was made. The conclusion was that the artificial nose was more likely made of brass rather than silver or gold, as some believed in his time. I dig it. That is cool. There we go. There's my new fact of the day. He almost looks like me. Sir Patrick Moore mentioned it on an old episode of The Sky at Night. I haven't watched an episode of The Sky at Night in a while. I'm backlogged on some things. I did notice that they have the planets are back on BBC at the moment. So I do want to check that out again. Enjoy having that on. What else is on? What other space documentaries and programs are you guys watching that I might be missing out on there? Alright, hang on a second here. This one, he looks like me? I look like him? I'm the reincarnation But I assure you, this is all cartilage here. Yes. Mm-hmm. His mustache is majestic, that's for sure. Alright, that's funny. I dig it. Actually, this doesn't work unless there's somebody else on the other side mimicking what I'm doing. All right, back to his namesake's moon. This is the Tom crater that we are looking at right now. Can you do an entire stream sporting a monocle? And I'd be able to see 50% of the screen. This is a terrible idea. Can't see worth anything. Can't even click the button. My mouse is over there. Can't do anything. Terrible and great in the same time. I couldn't do the voice. I have to hear his voice again. Able to properly parrot that on here. All right. See what's interesting about the moon, where we are. I'm going to move over to Stellarium for a second here. Right. Alright, here is we're using the program Stellarium, looking at the moon right now. But what's a bit of a disappointment, in a way, is that we have our moon that we're looking at that's nice and bright. It can wash out everything behind it. But if we were to move the moon just out of frame, there is this cluster of galaxies that I would have loved to have been able to shoot. Because that would have been... Let's zoom in there. You know, that would have been a nice shot to have with the scope. So we'll keep that in mind for when the moon buggers off and becomes a new moon and it's not shining in our faces there. We'll get this cluster of galaxies in a shot there. But for now, the moon is in the constellation of Leo at the moment. And that is, like I said, hindering a lot of our options of what we can image there. We'll probably go over in a little bit. We'll kind of head maybe northeast. So what's straight up? Is there anything we can kind of go for? You know, Bodes and the Cigar Galaxy are always nice ones to look at there. The Intergalactic Wanderer is still a wanderer. Still a chance we can image over on that one there, because that is kind of just past the meridian right now. Rain for you? Oh, no. We'll be back. I saw it drop out that time. Oh, internet. How dare you do this to me? I keep saying internet. It's you. It's this laptop. It's you. All right. Back over to the moon. So the moon doesn't let us down. So, lunar topic. Go for it. So yeah, always when we have a nice clear sky, why does there have to be a moon in the way? It seems that has been the just the way how the night sky has gone for us recently. Pretty glad with the internet here in the Netherlands. That's it. It's not so much that it's the internet here. I have the whole speed of the internet isn't too bad. However, it is something with my adapter in the laptop that is not having it anymore. And like I said before, we'll be having some technological upgrades very shortly, and that will hopefully solve a lot of the issues. I don't believe in astrology. I'm a Sagittarian, and we're skeptical. Well, that is cool. I'm not for astrology either. We are doing astronomy tonight. We are looking at the moon because that is dominating our view of the night sky. But ready? Thank you very much for stopping on in here. No, we don't kick anybody out who talks about astrology. It's all right. At one point, astronomy and astrology were one and the same. It wasn't until the science started taking over that the stories upheld, but it was the science that had the hard evidence and the information that we are looking to to talk about here. You're actually the treasurer of the Astronomical Society in Western Australia. That is awesome. Mr. Tremendous. Well, welcome on in. Ready? Happy to have you on in here with us. What's the latest with the Canada thing? There is no real update on that at the moment, but rest assured I will let you guys know what timelines will be when there will be a bit of a break in the streams, and hopefully there won't be much of a downtime. And that doesn't count as the downtime there. We're good. We are good. But yeah, if you're ready, if you're in Australia, I am jealous of the targets that you guys have in your southern skies. And tonight we don't have very many targets available for my area because it's we have this full moon. However, being able to look at the moon in great detail. You like to joke, get two subjects mixed up so often. It's true. I mean, last night, as I was kind of closing off the stream, the word astrology almost popped out of my mouth nonchalantly. It happens. It's so close together with everything there. So I never fault anyone who, mentions astrology first before astronomy. Dusty, how you doing, dude? How's it going? Good to see you in here tonight. Aussies don't have the moon right now. It's on our side. That's true. We have it, but we all get the moon. But I do not have any view of Eta Carina, of the Running Chicken Nebula. I don't have any of those cool targets. Astrology was your issue. That's all right. I don't hold it against anybody. I know people also kind of jump in and just immediately try to troll with astrology, but you know, we convert them. We let them know what the real fun stuff is there. I say we start a movement trying to reclaim astrology back. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. We'll just stick with astronomy. Just waiting for the new moon so I can get outside and capture some more southern hemisphere gems. We have the Iris Nebula, and the Heart and Soul Nebula, and Polaris. We can polar align easier. But yes, no, there are tons of targets. Well, there's a lot of northern hemisphere targets that I haven't been able to image just because of what's around. But you know, there have been a few people on the channel as well who are in Australia. We have one user, It's CD, Andy, who does some live imaging in Australia, so it's always good to see those targets. A relative lives in Australia and in Bortle 2. That's it. There's a lot of areas in Australia that are in such low light pollution areas. Dusty doing well. You're in line getting pizza. It should be good clouding out before I used to have pizza. Extra pepperoni, please. Polar on is easier. Easier thing is moot if you have a Polemaster or iPolar. That is true. My Polemaster. I love this little bit of kit. Let's go there so we can see everything that's still going on there. Yeah, this thing is absolutely tremendous to be able to quickly get a, you know, this will sit in your where your viewfinder would usually be for your to polar align your scope, but the camera is going to tell you, it's going to help you position everything much quicker. I love it. It's like another one of the best pieces of kit that I've invested in. Polarama is hardy here. SharpCap for SharpCap Pro or the ASI Air Pro is sorted out for me though. I tried the polar alignment with the ASI Air, and without it, if they change it to a live view, then I'll happily sell on my Polemaster. But just because it had to refresh, and maybe because I was using a DSLR, that it was taking so long for those images to come through and register, that I just, you know, I know there's people who are using the ASI Air and SharpCap that can get it done pretty quick. Pineapple on pizza, yay or nay? Yay. Pineapple, bacon, ham, mushrooms, jalapenos. Delicious. If the ASI Air had a live view, then the Polemaster would be, that piece of kit would be, you know, get rid of it. You like to go to Macca's and ask for a cheeseburger without cheese. You probably like chipless chocolate chip cookies. Just cookies. Billy Galaxy Art, how you doing? How's it going tonight? Everything yay except for the pineapple. That's fine. Also, another little thing about the Polemaster, for those who may use them, is that this part as well unscrews your cap cover, so you can actually adjust your focus. There's a little grub screw in here, then you can twiddle this area and you can adjust your focus, because I had donuts for the longest time and I thought, oh, that's just how it is. I didn't think that you could actually adjust your focus and be able to, you know, get your pinpoint stars, and after that everything was much quicker for the alignment and it just seemed to be that much more accurate. So if you're able to, there's just one little grub screw on here, a little tiny Allen key that comes with your kit, and then you can just twiddle that and you can adjust your focus. You'll eat anything on pizza. It just means it covers all the basic food groups. That's right. That's it. I'm hungry as well. Although, to be fair, I really didn't eat dinner. I had like a late lunch. Yeah, this is making me hungry. Just ate 3 butterscotch Oreo cookies. Oh, they taste like heaven. Fly me to the moon. And you had rum and Coke also. I do have some rum and rye that I have to get rid of in the house here. So I am prepared for that. Reddy71, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome on into the observatory. Glad to have you in here with us. Glad to see more people from Australia to flaunt their wonderful southern targets. You're going to make honey oat cookies tonight. Oh, shh. What would be on a moon pie pizza? There would be, I would say, 3 different types of cheese, because the moon being made out of cheese. There'd have to be beef, because the cow jumped over the moon. Yeah, that's it. Just beef and cheese. Minimizing chat until the food part is done. Sprinkled with a little bit of regolith. You know, that'd be the Parmesan cheese, maybe. Yes, Billy Galaxy Art, good to see you on in here. Have I ever eaten a Nutella pizza? No, I have not. I've had dessert pizzas from Pizza Hut. Like that's kind of like just the like a cherry cheesecake type thing, or an apple pie. It's all right. Polar alignment with the ASI air is pretty quick if you are very close to begin with. I use a compass and a digital inclinometer. I can speak. No, I can't. To get it extremely close. I figured it's all right. I mean, I guess I could try it out. I want to give it another go. Also with a different camera on board, because it's going to transfer the images much quicker. And maybe, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, if they do have it live view, that'd be great. Made a fresh pizza with New Year. Made own pizza dough. Always good. Tomato sauce. Baked on a big green egg. You have a green egg. You want to be best friends? Try Nutella pizza as a dessert in the center of Rome. I'd imagine it'd be very, very tasty. I always enjoyed having peanut butter and Nutella sandwiches. I have neither of those ingredients. I have none of those ingredients in the house. There is no bread, there is no Nutella, and there is no peanut butter. I think I'm going to have to change the grocery order next week. You're having a throat operation on Monday, so won't be able to eat real food for a while. Well, hopefully, all the best for the surgery. Hopefully, all goes well for you there. Let's see, Big Zinc, how's it going? When stacking, do you remove slightly cloudy images? Sometimes. It depends on how much integration time I've had on the image. If there's quite a bit and it's not that cloudy, I might leave them in sometimes just to see if I really want to try to get as much detail out of them. But for the most part, if it is incredibly hazy, especially I've had a few with imaging the Andromeda galaxy, and all there was the core. I figured something like that isn't going to be... If I can still see a little bit of detail in the target that I'm imaging, then I'll leave them in a little bit there. But yeah, it depends on how cloudy it is. So your big green egg is a story on its own. Well, I look forward to hearing more about the big green egg. because I would like to have one myself. I got it since you got it back in 2010. It's been a tradition to smoke a whole salmon on your birthday in December. Well, happy belated birthday in December to you. Hopefully that was a very tasty salmon. Bubba Zelnick's pizza is the best. Yes, Mum does make a very, very mean pizza as well. That is good. Yeah, hopefully Zinc, that is going to make your decision a little easier. But yeah, again, if you feel that it can still add a little bit to the overall image, then yeah, leave them in. Because especially if there's enough integration, then it's going to almost average out. You're just going to keep that signal for the most part there. You get the salmon on Thursday, marinate it with salt and sugar, and leave it in the fridge for 2 days. Then on Thursday, smoke it with wood from old whiskey barrels and an apple union with it. When can I come over? Not last birthday, something was lockdown, yes. Royal y'all! Hello. How are you doing tonight? Welcome on in. It's the whole Orion constellation, so I don't think it should hurt it. Yeah, it should be fine. It should be good. Seb, thank you very much for the awesome tour of the moon. Catch you on the next one. No worries. Thank you very much for tuning in. Glad to have you in with us. There's one last shot of the moon there for you, Seb. Look forward to see you on the next stream. And yeah, definitely need to catch some of your work as well. It amazes me every year. There's 3 kilograms of fish, and at the end of the evening, it's gone. I think when everything is nice and delicious, and you've put that time to make everything just right, then yeah, definitely. Always good to have a nice meal devoured and not have to deal with leftovers. No worries on the final shot there, Seb. Have a good evening. And sorry, seriously, everything is so slow on here at the moment. There we go. Drop a shout out for Seb. I have yet to comment exactly on his streams, but he is a fellow Islander. And yeah, I do want to check out some of his streams. Check out Seb as well, and see him on Putsy's stream very, 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 very often. It's always good hanging out with a lot of people on Seb's stream there. Real Earth. We are on Earth, but currently we are looking at the moon right now. This is a live shot of the moon. Picture the ISS. We have not been able to capture. I have not even attempted to capture the International Space Station as it transits the moon. I've never. We're in the UK, so sometimes the cloud coverage can be very great. So it's we aren't always able to capture that there. Well, if you're interested in a green egg, they are quite expensive. Yes, they are. They are. But the experience and knowledge you have now, you definitely save up to buy one. I would love to own a green egg. I would love to do some smoked meats on there. It'd be tremendous. Lux, you're gonna switch to mobile now, so your fluffy bed accompanies the stream. No worries. Have you all tucked in, comfortable? A revolution? I wouldn't say what we're doing here is revolutionary, but I think it is pretty interesting. We're able to look at the moon, look at it in a live capacity. Have some take a look at some other craters on here that are Actually, let's go over to the, let's go back up to the wrong direction. No, we're good. Last year, the fire ring snapped, almost 10 years old, and replaced it for free under warranty. Send a photo the next day, and the doorbell rang, and there was a mailman with a new ring. That is some good service. That is a company that really... They really deliver with their product. That is tremendous. No, I've tried smoking with my regular barbecue, and it just isn't the same. I can't imagine it is the same. You don't get that that seal on everything. Everything just kind of... Alright, the Theophilus crater that we are on right now is 100 miles or 100 kilometers across. Lots of companies give a present with Christmas, mostly basket with some food. I started at the company I worked for in November 2010, and in December got a medium big green egg. That is a tremendous Christmas gift to be bestowed upon. That is really cool. Here, listen, revolution. Oh. Royale, how are you doing tonight? Whereabouts are you coming from? We are in England. We're in the east of England, looking at a live shot of the moon right now. Let me fix up that view for you guys, because that is a little too contrasty. Let's back it off just a tiny bit. There we go, that's a little better. That's good. We are coming out of a full moon right now. We're at 98% illumination, so there's just a tiny area up above in this area that we have for the Terminator. That is that separation between the illuminated side and the shaded side of the moon there. And that is when you can start to see some of the depth of some of these craters. You know, largely when you are looking at the face of the moon, everything it's illuminated, it's face on for the sunlight hitting that there. But once you can start to see that depth of the craters there, you can really see that there are a lot of features that are incredibly interesting on there. At that time, I wouldn't have spent 1,000 euros on a barbecue, but with all I've learned about this barbecue, you would buy one now, even if you didn't have one already. It does sound like, I mean, I think it's fantastic. It's a tremendous product, and I would love to be able to get one sorted there. But then that's also, as much as I would love to have one, I also would like to get another telescope mount and another telescope. So I am torn between the food and the stars. All right. Wondering about Royale, you have any questions for us? You have any queries about the night sky? Because if you're just going to start dropping some random words here, be interested to see if you want to contribute to the chat in a bit more of a interesting way. Right then, you're off, going to play some video games and chill out for bed. All right, no worries. Rosine, Astrophotography, glad to have you in with us tonight. What is your game of choice? Or you haven't decided that yet. But thank you very much for coming on in. Appreciate you sticking around for a spell. Always glad to have you in here. And if you guys aren't following or if you aren't subscribed to Astrophotography on YouTube, you really should be. A Radiant Raptor might hang in the balance. No. But yeah, if you do like seeing what you can do with astrophotography and how you can process your images, check out Rosine on Astrophotography's YouTube channel. Hearts of Iron 4. I have not played that one. I have not checked that out. You'd have the same with your photos, your cameras. Extra lens versus a barbecue. That is true. Got another video rendering in the background. All right, excellent, excellent. Look forward to seeing that next one coming out there. But have a very good evening. We look forward to seeing you on the next one. Tomorrow might be a bit of a. We'll see how tomorrow goes for doing some image processing on the channel here. Or if I'm going to kind of set things up, just kind of clean up the area. We'll see. Caffeine Daydream. Caffeine, how you doing? How are you doing tonight? Sorry, Lux, I missed your message there. Your mirror cracked and broke this morning. Fortunately, not the scope one, just the bathroom cabinet one. Good. Doing well. Excellent. Glad to have you on here. We're doing really good. We have clear skies tonight, so we are looking at the moon. Show UFO. There are no UFOs here, unfortunately. We aim to identify every object that may fly through the viewfinder. However, we had kind of one. It was just a satellite that we identified. All right, Rosine, take care, dude. Yes, and if you guys aren't following Caffeine Daydream, give them a follow. Very fun times on his channel. Very, very smooth, silky voice. Enjoys talking about coffee. Good times hanging out on a Caffeine stream. And that coffee is done. Me to see what the weather situation is looking at. I may need a refill. Legendary. Hey, I do what I can. I'm glad to have you in here. Glad to see you guys kind of hanging around. And like I said before, even if you're just kind of lurking in the background, I see people who are hanging around here. It's all good. Glad to have you guys with us tonight. This is a live shot of the moon right now. And we are at, like I said before, we are at 98%. We're just coming off of a full moon. We're entering a waning gibbous. Fish and chips. Good to see you in here. Lurking as well. No worries. It's all good. Like I said, if any questions kind of come to you guys, your minds as you're kind of hanging out here, I will do my best to always answer them. If not, I'll just kind of ramble on about things. For the UFO, yes, you have to wait for the moon to turn to see the other side. Hanging out with the fam and playing Uno. All right, excellent. We got Uno. We got Bellanissima. Bellanissima, how are you doing? You are the lurk. Well, good to see you on in here. Guys, if you enjoy gaming and lewd sounds and eating food, check out Belenisima's stream. It's always a fun time on there. Good to see you guys hanging out with us tonight. We are on the moon, and you guys hanging out is you got me over the moon with the support that you guys have been giving out over the past few months. Where's the nutty pop out? I don't have that file yet. I don't have that. Those are not the chat commands that I have set up on the channel at the moment. Oh, you've already done your sleep, Putsy. Holy smokes. You sent me the files, alright. Yeah, the only thing I have right now that I've told you guys about is typing heart or heart nebula will make our new emote beat with anticipation. And once that is approved by Twitch, the Heart Nebula emote will be available, and it's taking forever. They said there's quite a backlog. I've been informed. That's just through Reddit, really. You know, how accurate is Reddit on there? How time? There is time. It's currently 20 after 12 in the morning here. What if we send Putsy a scope and have a 24-hour stream in both hemispheres? That would be cool. That'd be kind of cool to have that a bit of a trade-off as well, and just as the sun is coming up. And I've said, I've mentioned that before about the idea of doing a 24-hour stream. There you go. Can you not have your emote? Is your sub count totally? Is your sub count total subs not current? What I have kind of going on right now, I'm still leaving the Heart Nebula. I had that set up with the Orn board to be able to beat. So that's just their anticipation. This new sub goal that we have kind of going on, that is just kind of looking forward to the next month, and if we kind of get to that point, if we get to that point, then I can easily pick up a new broadband filter, so we're not sitting with this kind of makeshift filter that I'm using right now, so we can get some interesting images there. How cam? If you type kit, that will tell you what the ZWO ASI 533 is, the camera that we are using. Do I have a sun filter for the telescope? I do not for this one. I did have a solar filter for my previous telescope, which was able to just view the sun in white light. But there are other telescopes that you can get that are designed to look beyond that level of the sun. You'll be able to look at the sun in hydrogen alpha and really see some sunspots, see some solar prominence as well. And you know, that is those scopes of themselves are pretty darn expensive. They can run up to about maybe $6,000 or more, depending on what size solar scope you're getting. But those are designed to look deeper into the photosphere of the sun. So you're not just looking at the white light; you're looking at it in hydrogen alpha, and you're getting a lot more interesting views of the sun rather than just a white disk in your image there. And that is kind of what I want to be able to do for a 24-hour stream, is to have, ideally probably have two mounts, so I don't have to go and faff about with things. And one has the solar scope, so we can look at the sun all day and talk about what we're seeing there, and possibly see if we maybe see a solar flare pop off, that would be absolutely incredible. But they're completely unpredictable, so we'd want to always have as much eyes on the sun as well. But there are charts that can kind of measure when activity is ramping up. And Econ Greg on his channel, he does solar viewing during the day, and they've been looking at some potential areas of activity for solar flares. I haven't seen one pop off on his stream, but yeah, it's always incredible to look at the sun in a a different level of visibility. So yeah, with that plan, it would be we have our solar filter or our solar scope, and then we could roll on into the evening. There'd be a bit of a break-ish at dusk. We would kind of get that transition there. But I think that would be the plan of doing a 24-hour stream on this channel. That would be an option there for sure. But I would also want to probably do it when we have maybe towards the equinox, so at least we're able to have. When we roll into summertime here in the UK, we lose astronomical dark for a few weeks. The sun isn't setting low enough to be able to, reduce its impact on the night sky. As mentioned earlier this week on T-Day, there's an observatory where they mainly observe the sun, and it's open for the public. That is true. I mean, to be able to, looking at the sun even with the solar, the regular kind of the white light solar filter is really cool to be able to look at it like that, because, it's this white flaming hot ball of a nuclear reaction up in the sky there, and you don't always get to enjoy it. Hoping the pandemic is over soon. All right, Lux, have a very, very good evening. Thank you very much for tuning in tonight. I'm happy to have you in on the stream. Have a very good evening. Yes, Royal, that UFO is classified. We do not talk about the UFOs. Gotta keep that hush-hush. Hope the pandemic is over soon. Would love to go there again. Yes, I would love to be able to go to a star party. It keeps getting there. It's my laptop. It cuts out. It's not my internet. It is, and it's not your side. That is all me. It is annoying, and I do have a solution for that, which will hopefully be enacted next week. It's going to take a bit of time to kind of transfer. I guess I can just copy over things with OBS from one system to the other. But hopefully we are up and running as soon as possible. There won't be any downtime between switching over to systems, but I do hope that we'll be able to get some more interesting changes to the channel there. I know there's a lot I've already kind of crammed into this laptop, and the migration can be a bit of a headache sometimes. As far as I've understood, one of the last things Trump did was to sign an executive order to declassify the UFO files this summer. I mean, at the way how things have been going with this past year, at this point, the UFOs is barely gonna phase things, and even then, it's, I don't know. It just wouldn't be surprising at this point. There's so many other things that have gone on. If I recall correctly, a bunch of stuff did declassify just a couple of weeks ago. I have not been kept up to date with that, with those little bits of news. What frame rate is OBS configured to? What bit rate? I am at 6000 kbps and 720/30. I do have a lot of other programs that are eating up a lot of memory in here, or eating up a lot of the CPU. And I do know that BlueStacks does it, and as does Stellarium for some reason. Be nice to meet Elvis and ET again. Also, when I have studio mode on and there's two things going on that are kind of video intensive, it does tend to clog things up a bit there. Like I said before, the new system hopefully is going to be, well, it will be able to handle everything you're going to be able to throw at it. But this is a 5-year-old laptop, and it is kind of reaching. I have tried lowering it to 4000, but it just does. I get the same thing, but it's more so that it's something with my Ethernet controller in my laptop or a program that is cutting things out. That'll lower memory usage also. I'll give it a whirl. Change a few other things here, but I also am, the mistake I also have that I am on a 4K monitor, pardon me, and it's encoding it down to 720p or 720/30. So that is also an issue that is trying to do all that work. And because when I set things up, it was almost like, let's get it all together. And now with the new update, I'm going to have everything set at my workspace will be at 1080, so that at least that way there shouldn't be any issues with encoding. So I should be able to also broadcast at 1080/60 once this is all sorted out there. All right, let's see, what do we have available that could be away from the moon, that isn't going to be very dim. Really, ideally, I'd want to be able to look in the exact opposite direction of the moon, but unfortunately, I do have a lot of the trees there. So welcome on in, everybody. We are looking at a live shot of the moon right now. We are just coming off of a full moon, so there is largely kind of flat, featureless areas of the moon we're looking at, but it is still interesting nonetheless, because we can get a closer look at some of these craters near the Terminator. You know, I really get in on the details here. The Triangular Galaxy for me is out towards the west, which is out of view for the telescope. We have imaged the Triangular Galaxy before, and that is one of my favorite targets that we've imaged. I've largely imaged it with the tri-band, the narrowband filter, so we are getting a lot more of the nebulosity coming through there, rather than seeing the overall structure of the galaxy in a broadband setting. So we're looking at here. Which area are we on? Okay, the internet might cut out again. It might do that thing. Just an FYI. I don't mean it to, but I always see something occur and then it drops out. Like my bitrate jumps up to like almost 7,000 kilobits per second, and then it's going to drop out. Don't know why it does that. Clearly, I'm not being that technically savvy on things. All right, but here's a little cool spot over here. There's a huge file dump of CIA UFO files in the archive, theblackvault.com. Very recent, but a bit painful to download. So many individual unindexed files to deal with in odd file formats. They just don't make it, they don't want to make life easy for you, do they? Aha, I knew it would do it again. Filters are really expensive. That is the understatement of the year. I mean, there's some of them that do a fantastic job, and you get some really great images kind of coming through there. But it also is going to depend on what your target is as well. If you're going to use like a narrowband filter on a reflection nebula, it's going to be largely disappointing. But yeah, trying to get that right filter for the job. And I am looking at an L Pro Max broadband filter, because that does cut out like the main city lights, but it is still kind of letting through some other areas of the visible spectrum in that middle ground to kind of give us some more even star colors as well. So that is kind of that goal of what we're kind of hoping for, but not necessary for that kind of sub goal we have on the channel at the moment. But we can see what other bits will go towards astrophotography equipment there. You're not so interested that I have put any effort into it. I mean, yeah, if somebody kind of says, here's everything, I've compiled it all for you, and you can read it easily, then yeah, give it a thumb. But yeah, other than that, yeah, I wouldn't go digging too far for everything there. All right, so this valley that we're looking at here, just that upper right area, this spot here, is about 500 kilometers across. So again, these small-looking scars on the moon. Let's get kind of moving out of frame. Let's get back into that. Companies where you can rent camera stuff, including filters, but no Astro filters. I think there's got to be a market for renting astrophotography equipment, but at the same time, you just can't guarantee clear skies. Like if you rent just a regular camera and a lens, you can force your environment to adapt to you depending on where you're in, especially if you're in a studio. But if you're renting out astrophotography gear, it's for an indeterminate amount of time, because you could be clouded out for weeks, and here you are, you've paid this money for a rental fee for the equipment. I'd imagine that they would be sold out of things quite often. I like the idea of doing something like that. That's along the lines of also doing a astrophotography reality show and having a astrophotography friendly city or a town set up in each hemisphere. Like we were calling it Star City, where you live freely in that area, in the sense that you are just adhering to the rules of astrophotography. No white light after 4 o'clock. Everything is all switches to red lights. Everybody is there for astrophotography. You still have the regular stores and everything like that, but everything is just kind of adapted with red filters, so nobody's ruining their night vision. Little things like that. These little ideas that kind of crop up on here, so to be able to have something like that'd be interesting. Volcano Doc, how you doing? Welcome on in. Good to see you in here. We are currently looking at a live shot of the moon right now, and just lamenting on how much more interesting we can make astrophotography. Just have it available for more people, or those who are really into it, to have astrophotography safe areas. You're doing meh. Oh, sorry. We're doing good. We are on, oh god, I'm terrible at pronouncing names, the Valles Rita. It's about 508 kilometers across, this valley that we're looking at here on the moon. And some of the other surrounding craters in this area are about 71 kilometers across. There you go, more Knowledge Foundation love. Good to see you in here tonight. Glad to have you guys joining in tonight. I was very suspect of the weather. I wasn't getting clear information from the apps and the weather forecast, but everything started clearing up at about 9 o'clock tonight. So I figured let's get everything set up. At worst, I'd have to cover it up, and we'll ramble on about astronomy. But yeah, for now, I'm going to pick see if there's another target available. As interesting as the moon is, there's plenty more to see out there. And although we have a 98% full moon, or is coming out of a full moon right now, staring down the barrel of the telescope, it's not always the best target to be, or it's not the best candidate to be looking at these dim targets, especially because we are looking out towards interstellar space and looking at the galaxies, and globular clusters would be a good option to look at there if we are going to have one within our line of sight. There was a galaxy I was looking at the other week. Which one was it there? It was an interesting one. It wasn't regularly imaged, but it had nice structure. Oh, which one was it? I have to find out there. So let me talk about with Alan Wallace here in the Netherlands. We have Nacht van der Nacht, Night for the Night, in October, which would be nice to get a group of Astro enthusiasts to bring that event more global. I'd be all for that. I'd be all for celebrating, the night sky in many different areas as a group, as a global group. Because if you have that like-minded community, we're all going to be working towards the same goal, and it's just I can just imagine there wouldn't be any light pollution in this Astro City or in Star City. On Night for Night, many municipalities will turn down, switch off the light, also big companies, etc. That is really cool. Day for day. Although if you all have solar filters and solar scopes, then that'd be all right there. At the same time, throughout the country, a lot of visitors give tours. That's cool. We have what is beneficial in, what time is it now? At 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, the streetlights are going to all turn off in my town, which is great. We do Earth Hour, but for most of it doesn't really. Other companies and things just don't. I've never noticed if they do participate in that there, but like I said, when at 1 o'clock in about 20 minutes, everything is going to it's going to get a little easier to see things, a little darker out there, and I'll try to remember in the next 19 minutes to switch over to our telescope cam. Although, we do have the moon just blaring, and I don't even think that's going to make a lick of difference seeing the streetlights turn out. But you guys have a commonality. That's cool. Jav, are you originally from the Netherlands yourself, or is your family Dutch? Yeah, so we're not going to see. Maybe they're going to see a little bit of the the tone on the house will kind of get a little darker, a little more purple-ish. But yeah, with that moon just barreling down there. But the northeastern, the northern areas are kind of are going to start opening up in a bit there. And I'm going to have to check the forecast and see where we're at with things, because I also maybe do a bit of a coffee and washroom break at the moment. In fact, if anything, I've probably been sitting in front of the computer for too long. 3 hours we've been into this. That's not too bad. Yeah, let's have a quick peek at the weather. And all right, it looks like we have potentially another 2 hours of decent skies remaining, if not 3, which is great, which is fantastic, which would be good enough for the moon to kind of go over to the southern area, and we won't have to worry about that for too much. You are very fine. You're booking a holiday at Tenerife, planned it around the new moon. It's always easy to plan around, although if it kind of falls within, like, the area's school holidays and they jack up the prices, and that'll be a nightmare. I wonder how much prices are going to change once we get air travel largely resuming. How much are everybody going to try to recoup their losses with just increasing the flight costs? From Aruba, where we natively speak Papiamento, but since we fall under the Dutch kingdom, we also speak Dutch. And since our economy is mostly based on tourism, we also speak Spanish and English. Awesome. It's very cool. Also, airport security, 2 cameras, 4 lenses, MacBook, iPads, etc. You must be a nightmare getting through all of that. I mean, when we took a trip to, towards Singapore way, and I brought my star tracker with me, and to no avail. We had clouds every night. There was no chance. But had I have not brought my camera and the star tracker, then it would have been clear skies like the whole trip. So that was a bit of a letdown, and just a bit of a waste of luggage space by bringing in all the imaging equipment. All right, what I'm going to do before I take a quick break for the washroom and to refill the coffee, because that is necessary, is I'm going to pick another target. Let's see, let's go over towards, let's see, like the northwestern area. What do we have available to us? Actually, we should have. Here you go. Let's go over to. Nah, this is always. I like this target. We're going to go over to the Whirlpool Galaxy M51. Let's get that in our sights. All right, hang on. What is this comet they're suggesting here? I fear it'll skyrocket on the side. They'll probably want to increase the price at the same time, but everyone will want to go on holiday at the same time, and because they can again. Yeah, I'd imagine it's and there are going to be people who are going to pay for the extortionate prices of air travel when it resumes, and then it's just one of those things that's just going to be like, oh, it's okay, people are going to pay it. And I mean, it can be frustrating. You need 5 of those scanner cases to place your stuff because you're not allowed to stack them. That's true. The faces of security is priceless, though. The faces of people behind you, just like, probably lots of tutting going on. Impatient. All right, so yeah, let's go over to the Whirlpool Galaxy. To M51. So the moon is kind of going across the bow of the front of the scope there, so I'm expecting a little bit of glare to kind of come off from the right, but at least we're gonna go into a different target. We're gonna get this. Also, the Whirlpool Galaxy is fairly bright. It's not a very not a tough target to get. We'll see how this first exposure looks on there. And are we going to have issues? Let's stop that. That may be the problem. Let's go with a 5-second exposure and make sure on the right screen so you guys are seeing this image coming through. Or is it not available yet? Or is it still too low? Oh no, it's not. We're there. We got it. And the exposure at the wrong exposure. All right, Guide Star, where you at? Sorry, blinding you guys. I don't mean it. All right. That star should be all right. That should be fine. Let's get guiding on that there. I'm going to begin our exposure of the Whirlpool Galaxy, M51, which is about 28 million light years away from us. These are 2 interacting galaxies. It's always a nice target. Even at 5 seconds with this exposure, we're already getting Excuse me, plate solving. You want to work for me, please? All right. Let me do another exposure here. Why is it not want to? Little gremlins. These are little gremlins that are kind of cropping up here. Alright, this is... Alright, let's try this. Because if plate solving isn't going to work, it might be difficult moving around, although it should be fine. Probably not going to be fine. We don't have to restart anything. Alright, we are guiding. That is going there. I know I mean, we're as centered as we want to be on this target there. We're going to start our exposure of the Whirlpool Galaxy. 2 interacting galaxies, 28 million light years away. We'll have that set up there. In the meantime, what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a quick break to get my coffee sorted, to empty the pot and refill the pot, as it were. I appreciate you guys sticking around for the stream tonight. It's always a good time looking at the night sky live, as opposed to kind of reminiscing and looking back over old images there, and also to get a good shot of the moon in great focal length and being able to see some interesting details. So yeah, I am going to have a quick break. We will have our camera on the scope there. I will be about, let's say about 3 to 4 minutes or so. And in that time, there will be a 90-second ad break in the hopes of, if there are any need to refresh the stream afterwards for the next half an hour, you guys aren't going to be, who aren't subscribed to the channel, you guys are not going to have to be sitting through any commercials, just in case things, well, not just in case, when the internet does drop out for a quick second, and if you have to, if you have to refresh, then you're not going to be inundated with commercials. So I'm going to run that 90-second ad. We will be right back in about 3-ish minutes, as long as it's going to take to pee and get the coffee. So we'll be right back. We are currently imaging the Whirlpool Galaxy. And yes, we'll see you back very, very shortly. Yes! Welcome back. How are you guys doing? My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and it is my pleasure to bring you live images of outer space tonight. We are in the east of England with a very clear night. I'm very happy to be sharing these images with you guys. We have a full moon kind of staring down the barrel of the telescope, but we are shooting a galaxy 28 million light years away. There's two interacting galaxies 28 million light years away, and we're on M51 right now. That is our target that we're kind of seeing lightly down there in our field of view. I'm happy to have you guys sticking around with me tonight. We will probably be able to image for another couple of hours at least, until the clouds are kind of possibly forecast to start rolling in at about maybe 3-ish in the morning my time, and that's that up there. And we will pick some targets. The moon is going to at least start to go behind the tree and behind the neighbor's house in a little bit there, so we'll have a few more options of what's available out towards the northwest or the northeast area. And yeah, get some interesting images kind of coming through there. But yeah, happy to have you guys along for the ride here. And I am streaming whenever the nights are going to be clear. It's more likely that I will start streaming if they're clear nights earlier, rather than something like a clear night starting like at 1 in the morning, because that's always a bit of a gamble of when we're going to have some clear skies. But you know, we will take the opportunities when we can. When we are not imaging, we don't have these, we don't have the scope uncovered, we process images that we have shot before. Inquisitive minds, how are you? Coffee in a teacup, that's right. It was my way of blending in with the British community before I became a British citizen, and now I can just do as I please, all willy-nilly. So, no longer need to stay undercover. Happy to have you along with me tonight. I appreciate you guys sticking around, I really do. And then whether you guys are going to be here for a long time or a short time, just that little bit of companionship, a little bit of interest. Like I said, this is a bit of a kind of, you know, a therapy, an outlet, like a bit of just being able to talk about this with you guys and sharing some interesting conversations, some opinions about astrophotography, about astronomy, and a lot of other things that kind of crop up in between. You know, like what's I haven't watched WandaVision yet. I've been told it's a very good episode, so I have to do that tomorrow. That is on my to-do list. But yeah, it's always great to have a clear sky. And what I want to try to do is to be able to have more options, more things to do on a rainy day, rather than just kind of going towards a processing images there. I am looking to get the upgrade for Space Engine so that we can have some improved graphics in there in this program to kind of tour the universe and go towards these objects that we are imaging, and in this virtual world of Space Engine to be able to get pardon me, a kind of a 360 view of things and traveling faster than the speed of light, and also realizing how slow the speed of light is. We do have Universe Sandbox that we do break out every now and then. It has come in handy, and especially kind of answering questions when people were concerned that Jupiter and Saturn were going to collide back in December, and showing them that they are separated by about 420 million miles. So there's no danger of those planets colliding, but if they were close together, that they would have basically stayed within a reasonable mutual orbit of each other. And then, sometimes with some simulations, they ran kind of into the inner solar system, caused a lot of havoc. But yeah, other than that, it was largely no problems would have had occurred with Jupiter and Saturn. So just kind of be able to have those programs available will just be able to have a better view of the night sky there. That is a nice looking emote. OK's Happy Hour. That's cool. But yeah, so just trying to think about some other ways to kind of expand on things when we are, like I said, with we do have kind of more cloudy nights than clear nights. And it is largely unpredictable with the weather. Like, for the most part, I was expecting that the clouds probably weren't going to clear out until about now. But at least now we've had almost 4 hours now, 3.5 hours of clear skies that we've been kind of enjoying. And like I said, I do enjoy doing our image processing, and kind of you get kind of just a different feel for the stream, where this one's a little more dynamic, and even the other one can be a little unpredictable at times, which is fine. I can have that rough idea of what I want to do during the stream, and then certain questions, certain conversation kind of derail the the topic at hand, which is great. I enjoy that as well. And if you guys have any questions or just any stories that you want to share about your adventures or misadventures with astrophotography, always like to hear them. And while it is kind of, some people may be kind of practicing some mindfulness, but at the same time, tell me your stories. I'm always interested to hear about what you guys are doing. It's a fun Twitch channel on Fridays that streams cocktails and food. Oh, that's cool. OK's Happy Hour. That sounds fun. That's also what I like about what's kind of been going on with Twitch, is that there's all these different kinds of streams happening that are, you wouldn't necessarily think is going to be a good idea, B, fun, and C, successful. It's just an interesting mixed bag of what is out there, what people are trying out, and just beyond playing video games on Twitch. There have been a few times early on when we started doing this that I was playing video games, and that was just kind of a feeler to see how things were going to go. And obviously, in my theme of things, it didn't always work out that well. I mean, Among Us is kind of banned on my channel now. After one attempt, it went sideways. It went south so fast with just the way how the chat was going. There are a few other space games, and on Christmas we were playing Deliver Us the Moon, and it's still a fun game. I think I still think there's definitely a ways to go before I can start almost kind of taking myself away from things by playing a game. And even playing like a community game, it's just, I don't think it's going to be a main feature on this channel. I know there are some other people who do like space and tech who have that a good separation between their space and their video games. But again, they've also been going for years. We've been going barely for months right now, so we're still establishing things. There's still a lot to learn about Twitch, a lot to learn about the community. But for the most part, you guys have been absolutely incredible. Actually, no, for you guys, not for the most part. You guys have been absolutely incredible. And it's just a good way to kind of deal with what's going on in the world, and living here in isolation. Essentially, it's another outreach. It's another way to kind of meet up with other friends that you wouldn't have had an opportunity to meet up with otherwise, or even would have met. There's plenty of people I've discovered on Twitch that we've kind of built that connection, through shared interests, or just the kind of that kind of same mentality for life. And there really like no chance. Like one of the best examples I have is the streamer called The Warship. He is in Perth, Western Australia, and it's just one of those people that I almost connected with instantly. And just a lot of his values I try to carry forward on this channel as well. But had it not been for kind of turning to Twitch for things, there would have been no chance of meeting this person. And it's just the values that he holds, and just the way he carries himself in this channel and his community. It's inspiring. There's a lot of people who are on here doing some inspiring things. For the most part, except for the times when we sleep. Yes, well, At some point, some people need to sleep. Although it does feel like a lot of times on people we see on Twitch, there is no sleep schedule. There is no sleep. Although there is food. Sorry, I did not have dinner. That is completely my fault. I got stuck in with working on a project on here. Now, what I will do for you guys right now is, because it's still experimental. I don't even know if it's going to work. It only costs. Sorry, not it only costs. That's ridiculous. Are you sure it's not on purpose? There have been times when the internet has cut out at very opportune moments, and it does seem like it is on purpose. I swear I am not memeing on this. There's no reason why I do not want this cut out, because I feel it discourages people sometimes to just kind of turn to a different channel, and I don't like that my laptop does that, but I can get that sorted. But yes, I have implemented a new feature on here, which I will be exploring with other areas of the visible spectrum. And this one right now is what I'm just trying out right now for probably the first little week or so, is just at 10 bits. You can change the camera, and I will be in the infrared. You'll be looking at me at 850 nanometers of the electromagnetic spectrum. And there will be some other channel point rewards that I'm going to be working on, where you can you change the camera to looking at it in 653 nanometers at the hydrogen alpha wavelength, and kind of looking at other wavelengths. Kind of will change the color palette to the Hubble space palette. There's a lot of work that I have to do with those. Those ones will be free, but this one, because it involves the Xbox Kinect and there's bits of equipment I'd have to purchase, I figured that it will trial this out as a bit reward and kind of see how it goes. Just a fun little thing. There are other Easter eggs on the channel that are completely free. The example of just typing in heart or Heart Nebula will make our little emote there for the next little while beat. But I'm gonna try and trigger the infrared camera and just see how that works out, because I was having issues with it, and I'd actually be lamented if anybody dropped 10 bits for making this channel point reward work and it doesn't. So let's see how this goes. So far, not good. See, at this point, the camera should be on, and I should be in the infrared. It doesn't seem to be doing that. Oh, maybe? Will it work? No. It's thinking about it. See if it does. There we go. Maybe, yes, no. I think that's some kinks to work out. So maybe it's all right that it hasn't been worked on there. So that's one of the channel part rewards. Or not, sorry, not a channel part reward. That is a bit reward for 10 bits. I really want that to be working a little better. So things that I'm just working on, trying to work towards to make something kind of cool on the channel there. And there will be other areas of the visible spectrum. I'm looking at the wrong camera now. Other areas of the visible spectrum that we'll manipulate my camera into. And I've been talking about this for so long, I've missed out our image of M51. The whole thing, I probably should have done a 16-minute exposure for the length of time that I've been rambling on for. There we go, 28 million light years away. If you already have I mean, you only need transfer stuff, right? Yeah, it's not only a transfer, but I'm going to rejig the whole overlays as well, and just kind of change, not really so much change, but just update the look of things and try to streamline it a little better. So there really shouldn't be any downtime per se. It's just more of taking time away from during the week. I think after work, during the week is going to be beneficial, especially if we don't have any clear skies kind of lined up for the next few days. That gives you some time to get that sorted. But being in graphic design, I am in front of a computer for like 9 hours out of the day right away, so it's just a matter of being able to take enough breaks as well. So I noticed it wasn't really until like 3.5 hours into the stream that I took a coffee break. I really need to actually be a little more diligent on those as well, just to kind of step away from the screen for a bit. You know, sometimes we can get on a roll with images as well. And sometimes I just don't shut up the odd time. So maybe have a channel notification. Do I need a coffee? Do I need... Oh, maybe I will. That's a good idea. Thank you. Do a channel point redemption. It says, get your butt up and move around, you crazy Canuck. I think so. I think there needs to be a little more twigging to what my time frame is and things. A lot of channel point rewards has the hydrate, for example. Got to practice hockey moves. That's true. It's been a long time since I've been on the ice. Something very stereotypically Canadian. I'll have to think about that. And I've largely kept a lot of the things on here right now is crackers are very crunchy, so I will mute my mic. It's not an Astro SMR stream. I know there's like maybe one person for the whole chat who would be interested in hearing some crunches. Yeah, something that'll get me out of the chair. That is true. I know I do. You know, watching a lot of streamers who are being more mindful of taking breaks, stepping away from the screen. You know, I do try to be mindful. I do try to remember to stretch. But I also get I do notice that, yeah, I get into things. 800, no, my God. Also, you guys wouldn't even be able to see me. You know, the ground is very far away. You know, I'm 6'1", so it's a very tiny kitchen studio that I'm in right now. Set up one for squats. It's true. I will take that under advisement for sure. If anything, just to kind of get up, and also I try to drink a lot of water as well. Clean up, flush everything out. More than just coffee. Yeah, actually, I'm going to let me try this one more time. I'm going to do let's try this again with the visible spectrum or the electromagnetic spectrum reward. There we go. That's working a little better. You want to play nice there. So if and the camera froze. Yeah, so there's some work to be done and to figure out exactly why the Kinect is so slow, and I think it does eat up a lot of system resources as well. But this is looking at me through an infrared camera. 850 nanometers is the end of the electromagnetic spectrum that the camera does see. So even if I were to shut off all the lights in the room, you'd still be able to see me. Guess you should hydrate, eh? And you can set cooldown timers on the redeem so no one can request 100 squats in a minute. Oh my god. That'd be bananas. No, thank you. Definitely gotta put some cooldowns on there. I mean, I've just kind of implemented the Orin board on here, you know, to be able to control certain things. Like I said, there are a lot of little nerdy Easter eggs on the channel. And it's essentially right now the only free one I kind of widely mention is that Heart Nebula will make our little emote beat. But there are other chat commands. But right now I haven't really put out any clues for them. They could be any kind of command. It could be a name, a place, a date. Could trigger something on the site. You never know. Yeah, fun little things like that. That eventually over time will start to be not widely known, but somewhat known. Everybody will kind of come and drop a little command, and maybe people will search for other commands. Other hidden little tidbits, other little jewels of interest on here. But yes, back to the Whirlpool Galaxy. And I am starting to see some donuts on here. So that is going to be a bit of an issue for some things. So yes, the idea of debayering. When a color image goes through stacking, you're largely going to get an image that is black and white with all these little spaces in between. That's when you get the red, green, and blue pixels lining up. That the green, there's more green than red pixels in a camera, and that is going to kind of create these kind of super pixels of darker areas. And it's not until you run it through a stacking program, a proper stacking program, that it will debayer your images and you come back to a regular color image. So that is as close as possible of a simulated view that I've made with shader filters here on OBS. So it's not a standard kind of filter. I did have to tweak some things around there to get it to work. And that was like kind of like my first foray into manipulating settings in OBS beyond just the regular things in here. NASA used to have an IR Relevant podcast. Love that one. That was for the Spitzer telescope. Never had a chance to listen. Never listened to that one. Would it still be on? Would NASA still have like archives of that there? I always like finding new and interesting podcasts to listen to. There is Space Nuts is one that I was listening to recently, and kind of just binging that whole collection because they got years of content. And it's interesting that this podcast started off with just 10-minute episodes, but they've evolved into like hour-long broadcasts, which is incredible, and like almost no commercial time. So it's really cool to see that evolution, and just it's also nice to kind of be there at the ground floor with certain events. But then again, it's also nice to be able to just see that progression and how well things have turned out for people. Mainly directed for kids, but lots of fun. It was a video broadcast. All right, cool. I mean, I'm all for checking out all sorts of levels of information, because also that helps me be able to describe certain things a little more concise, and not try to drown things out with so much jargon relating to astrophotography that it kind of makes people more confused than they started off with at times. So that's that's what I do also want to work on, is just more of the broadcasting skills, and just being able to clearly give out information and make sure that everybody's going to understand it, and it's not going to kind of, again, not create more questions than have been asked in the first place. Although it is nice to kind of go off on certain tangents in a way to further explain things, because there are some items that may need a bit of a certain base knowledge of things. And that comes like that with like any hobby, any profession, any kind of anything that you're just not completely familiar with. You know, so I think largely at the base of this is photography, but we're pointing our cameras up to the night sky, and there's some other difficulties that come with astrophotography than there are with terrestrial photography. Like even with the color camera that we're using, it has red. It is the Bayer matrix is red, green, green, blue. Out in space, there isn't a lot of objects that kind of fall in the area of the green pixels. So using a color camera, one-shot color camera like we're using, it's not as effective as a monochrome camera would be, where every single pixel on that camera sensor is going to pick up and register the light, the photons coming into the camera. So it's not as sharp and detailed as an image that we're getting here. Is that the playlist for irrelevant astronomy? Excellent. All right, I'm going to let's play one. That way, that's in my history now. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, let's do a little bit of a stretch on this image. And I'm going to eat a cracker while I do it. There we go. Right. Also, this square vignetting that we're seeing, that's because I don't even have I'll use this filter as an example. But you can see it clearly. There's no denying that there's this square kind of shadow around. But generally you want a 2-inch filter, which is what I use. That is filter that is all the way around. You're getting light transmitting through that section there. The thing is with the filter I'm using tonight, it was designed for a Canon camera, and that whole filter was going to be butted up right against the sensor essentially. So that way there is, it's kind of cut off at the top and bottom. It's almost a round filter, but with this square kind of sticker over top of it. So you lose out the top and bottom, just a tiny little bit off the sides there. So the whole filter sits, about that far away from the camera in the imaging train. I try to get as close as possible. I could probably fix things up and get it a little closer. But then I may have to just kind of change up the imaging train a little bit. But the whole point is with the filter that I'm using right now, it's not as effective as something as this would be. So that is where the whole idea of what we're aiming for up here is that once we reach that mark, it's going to be all right. We stable computer? Come on. Yeah, so once we hit that mark, then it'll be a broadband filter that will be purchased to be able to bring much better, evenly colored images of the night sky. And that way you guys can be able to see images that aren't wrought with vignetting. Although, at least I try to keep all the main targets that we want to get, pardon me, in the middle of the sensor. So this is 28 million light years away, M51 and NGC 5194. So there have been 2 supernovae discovered in M51 so far, And we were talking about supernova earlier on tonight, and just the fact of, can we see, if we saw one within our own galaxy, what's kind of like that minimum safe distance. Like if a supernova went off from our nearest star, then we would have some problems. If the shoulder of Orion, Betelgeuse, explodes at 600 some odd million light years away, 600 light years away, it's not going to be that much of a problem. We're going to get a great light show, but we are not without any of the danger. There have been a couple of supernova discovered within this galaxy in 1994 and in 2005. Observations of the 2005 supernova, M51's distance is estimated at 23 million light years. With this distance and M51's angular diameter of 11.2 degrees, the galaxy's bright circular disk has a radius of about 38,000 light years. It is estimated to contain 160 billion solar masses. M51 is comparable to the Andromeda galaxy, M31, which we have shot before. It is our nearest galactic neighbor, the Andromeda galaxy, at about 2.5 billion light years away, or 2.5 million light years away. But these two galaxies together are separated by, what's the distance there? I don't think they're any more than a few thousand light years apart. Where is that? There is a fair-sized write-up on here. And if I image this galaxy frequently enough, I will be able to memorize everything that's in here. Yes, the very pronounced spiral structure of the Whirlpool Galaxy is believed to be the result of close interaction between M51 and its companion galaxy, NGC 5195. Decades ago, it was not known with certainty whether NGC was a true companion or another galaxy passing at a distance. The advent of radio astronomy and subsequent radio images of M51 unequivocally demonstrated that their interaction is real. So everything that we're seeing going on in this image, so we can darken it up just a tiny bit here. Get rid of a little bit of that noise. We amplify it just a little bit too much there. Is this kind of wispy bit there are clusters of stars from this other smaller galaxy that are kind of being flung off away from the galactic core, and eventually these two galaxies will be able to, or will kind of coalesce and form a new irregular shaped galaxy. Again, we have our object of affection in the center there, but also at the same time we always get those peripheral galaxies. And that is probably covered up by my head. There you go. Let's bring that in just a bit there. This galaxy here, UGC 8470, is 140 million light years away and has a physical diameter of 67,671 light years across. So this sparse amount of pixels contains another entire galaxy 140 million light years away. That's what I really enjoy seeing about in these images, is all this extra content essentially. Also here, again, mildly unremarkable, is another galaxy, which is even farther than the previous one we just looked at. This one is 230 million light years away. and it's even smaller than the previous galaxy. This is about half the size of that other galaxy there. Again, every kind of most of the time you're going to see a fine little smudgy bit rather than a bright point of light. It's going to be another galaxy, millions of light years away. This other little this little smudge here is now the galaxy IC 4277, and I do not have the physical parameters of this galaxy. That is not listed here, unfortunately. That would be interesting. I would probably imagine it's still in the realm of another 200 some odd million light years away. Guiding seems to be very weird at the moment. I mean, it's nice, but it doesn't seem to be acting as it should. Now let's see if we'll move on to another target. We'll save that image then. We always try to keep it. We always want to keep a record of what we're shooting. And we can see that we got some of the. Seems all the episodes of Relevant Astronomy are still on iTunes. Excellent. Is that Dan? Is that Abed? It is. All right, I got that saved as well. Misfit Act. Misfit, how you doing, mate? Good to see you in here. We are looking at the Whirlpool Galaxy. We got M51. Just woke up. Well, glad to see you popping in on here. Yeah, we're looking at two interacting galaxies 28 million light years away. Always happy to always love imaging this galaxy. This was the kind of the object of affection for me back in last April, when we kind of first entered the lockdown and had hours of time on this target. 9:30. You're up at a decent hour. Not too bad. What time did I wake up? I got up at about 10 o'clock this morning. I tried to get to bed at a decent hour, but even after ending the stream at a decent hour, I couldn't get back to sleep. And I'm imagining that we are going to have some clear skies for about another hour or so. So it's going to delay bedtime. But at the same time, we don't always get clear skies here, so take advantage of it. Why not, right? So what we're going to do, we got to pick out a new target. You're at you're 20 to 3. That's it. All right. So you can see down here, we do have our full moon just taking up all of the eastern sky. Now we're kind of moving towards the southeast area, so that's all right. But we are looking out into interstellar space at the moment, and I'll probably even just kind of tilt the scope a little bit over to a few degrees to the left, or a few degrees to the southwest. And we'll maybe go over to the Pinwheel Galaxy. Not before checking if there's another object that we haven't imaged before or in a while. Let's see, we got the Cat's Eye Nebula. We never imaged that one. I don't know if it is available. if we can see it yet. I don't think so. It actually looks pretty low on the horizon. We do need, if we're kind of looking like to the northeast, it needs to be high enough that it is actually clearing my roof and my neighbor's chimney. So that can be a little tricky sometimes. Yeah, so for, let's see what's in the kind of the northwest. Now, I would love if the Iris Nebula was high enough in the sky, but unfortunately it is not at the moment. Now there is a Planetary Nebula, IC 3568. It might be within view. I never imaged this one before. I want to have it maybe take a look at it. We're gonna go over to the Pinwheel Galaxy. We're gonna go over to another galaxy. We have the filter prepped for this, because we're largely looking at broadband targets, as a lot of the emission nebulae or the or reflection nebulae are, you know, out of our field of view at the moment. Should come down in here and you get to check out a whole new area of space. I do want to. That is on my list of things to do astronomically, is to be able to spend a few weeks in Australia and be able to get some images of the night sky that I've never ever shot before. We do have a few other friends of this channel who do astrophotography as well, and you know, it's always good to kind of jump in on their streams and see some different targets that we're unable to shoot. And it's also, again, it's a little different to look at these targets while they're coming in live from someone else's camera, and you're getting these kind of raw images as opposed to like the nice, beautiful, pristine, you know, well-edited images on Instagram or on Twitter or in magazines and things like that. So it's just something a little more personal about seeing those images coming through as quickly and seeing them as quickly as possible through the other end of the camera. Let's see if our plate solving is working. Part of why you love the stream. Well, hey, I will try to image as many areas of the night sky that you do not have any access to. You know, and I've even had some people just they've said just they want to see Polaris, they want to see the North Star, and it's kind of weird, like for all this time looking at this star, it seems rather unremarkable, but you know, for other people, that is a nice northern point of the night sky that is easy to locate. You know, whereas what I would like to see the Tarantula Nebula, I would want to see the Running Chicken Nebula. I want to see the large and small Magellanic Clouds. You know, so I saw the Southern Cross once on a flight back from Malaysia. Criminal baby!
Hands up! Give me all your money.
Criminal baby, how you doing? Welcome on into the observatory. Come visit Aruba, you have all those objects. Alright. Will do. Well, you're very close to the equator. Be tough to get that polar alignment. What's up? All good? Just in from a night of astrophotography. Excellent. What was your target? What were you shooting? You sure you'd seen the North Star when you were in Europe? I don't remember. It depends on where you were in Europe. If it was extremely light polluted, you're lucky in some cities if you can see a full moon. Yeah, thank you guys for sticking around tonight. We probably got another hour or so, maybe an hour and a half of clear skies available. So we'll be getting some other targets under our belt and looking at some interesting areas. I'm having a bit of an issue with plate solving at the moment, so we'll see how well things are going to be on target. We're going to go over to the Pinwheel Galaxy right now. Which this galaxy does. It's a nice face-on galaxy, M101, that fits very nicely within our field of view here. Now, hopefully, it is going to show up there. It's not that far from where we're at, so at least it's let's see. All right. Okay, good. Plate solving is working. I was kind of worried that we were going to have some issues. Because there have been some problems that have arisen every now and then with the ASI air. And I don't like it. I don't appreciate it when gremlins enter in the system there. Alright, you're on the Orion Nebula. Awesome. Adding data to my images here. Ed Holt Astro on Twitter. If you want to check it out, I will. I am the Astro Canuck on Twitter. I will drop you a follow. Right, we have, see, when Orion is in my field of view, it is like just before it hits this tree. So I have like a scathing few minutes with M42. So it's been quite a while since I've actually been able to get that area of the night sky. So yeah, usually it'll go behind the trees here and then that's it. So it's unfortunate, but we have a sparse, a very, very short amount of time with that target there. Alright, let's check our guiding. Let's get on a bit of a better star. Right, yeah, we're close enough on the center of the galaxy. That's alright. So you can just kind of see the nucleus of the Pinwheel Galaxy, just up to this little off center. I'm not gonna muck about with things too. Whoops. That's fine. I'm not gonna muck about with settings too much on here, because it fills up that whole area of the sensor fairly well. And actually, where it's positioned, it kind of fits away from that vignetting of the filter. So let's get that rolling right now. You're saying you had to squeeze in another 2 hours tonight before it's set behind your shed, in the small window of clouds you had in the UK. Well, yes, I have my neighbor's house and trees that get in the way, so that's a bit of an annoyance. The cost to kind of get the trees out of the way is about the price of a new filter wheel and automatic focuser. So I think I will keep the trees and get the filter wheel and automatic focuser eventually. Let's see, we have very, very limited time with the Orion Nebula. But again, it's one of those targets. It's almost, it can't disappoint. You know, this was a 3-minute exposure that we had when there was a small small window of opportunity to be able to look at the Orion Nebula, and I think it's just a fantastic target. It's great for beginners. It's great for those who are well versed in astrophotography and are able to pull those fine details and maintain that that balance of the core and not being not blowing everything out there. So it was quite a while since I was actually able to image the Orion Nebula, and that was a fantastic night. And I spent maybe a little too much time on the target. At the same time, why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we want to spend all this time on such a wonderful looking target? And it's just so easy to see with the naked eye. It was probably about a good 3 seasons before I was actually able to get back to Orion, just with the way how the equipment was working out and the way how the location of the the location of the telescope was going to be in. Mount a high-powered laser at a 15-degree offset to the telescope to automatically clear the view paths. Oh. Just cut down the tree with a freaking laser beam? I'm all for it. Because that tree is way too high for me to get to otherwise. Because that is also the position. It's not actually that, it doesn't stick out that far. It's just the way how the camera makes the like I do have a fair bit of leeway. This actually isn't as far in towards the east as it looks on here. But still, I'd rather be able to be rid of it. But that is also a large branch. It's also about 15 feet in the air as well. Otherwise, yeah, I would happily start to hack that down. There is another tree just beside the telescope where I have kind of pruned that off, so I have at least a little more time pointing towards the west if I'm on the other side of the meridian. Yeah, we're about halfway through. Guiding is working out really well right now. I'm happy with how that's looking. So we are on M101, the Pinwheel Galaxy. Kind of have the moon still kind of shooting across the bow of the scope's objective, but slowly the moon is kind of reaching towards the south. We'll see what is coming up. See if we have some other planetary nebulae or some globular clusters available to us shortly. Something that isn't going to take as much integration time, but still leave us with a pretty interesting looking image. Let's see, we got Messier 3, NGC 5466, another kind of loosely spaced globular cluster. What else do we have available? I did try to get the the moon being in Leo at the moment, we're not able to get any bit of the Leo triplet or the elliptical galaxy Leo 1. I'm just seeing if there's something interesting that we haven't imaged in, say, in Buotes. See, this one that's way too low. M5 is a little too low on the horizon. We need stuff that is about at least 35 degrees above the horizon, because that is what it takes to kind of clear that roof line. If I'm able to lift up the scope maybe a couple of feet, that would be great. We'll be able to have access to to areas of the night sky a little earlier, and just be able to see a few more objects as well. But when we're looking out into interstellar space, you know, we kind of run, well, not so much running the risk, but we're encountering more galaxies, and those require a lot more integration time. I have picked M51 and the Pinwheel Galaxy M101 because they do show up rather nicely in the viewfinder. So we get just over 3 minutes to go for this image of the Pinwheel Galaxy. We'll see how that one turns out. But I'm going to quickly turn on my heating because it is finally getting cold in here. There we go. Toasty warm. Thought the music had shut off there. Just checking Twitter. We already follow each other. Yay! Didn't realize you're in the UK. Whereabouts am I? I'm in Essex, in that area of the UK. Just starting to cloud over here in Cambridgeshire. All right, I think that my weather is about to. Let's see. Let me check the Met Office. Yes. What other targets have you been going after? What is your equipment setup? I have to check you back on Twitter there to remind myself of what you got going on there. Well, it's nice to see familiar, unfamiliar faces, names on different platforms there. Glad to have you in. For those who are also new to the channel here, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and this is the whole purpose of the channel, is to be able to image the night sky whenever the skies are clear, share these images with you guys, and just ramble on about astronomy and astrophotography and how much we hate clouds and how much they are the bane of our existence, and also to an extent how much we don't like the moon right here at times. Yeah, it's great to look at it every now and then, but when it's getting in the way of our imaging sessions, especially if any object or any projects that we're working on is directly in the path of the moon, you know, it's a little annoying every now and then. Let's see, what is my weather looking like? We probably have maybe another hour, which isn't too bad, because I think that will kind of tie things up rather nicely, which is all right. But let's see what the Met Office is telling me, if it's going to be any different. Because I use three different weather app reports to be able to discern just how well things are going to hold up. Ah, too far. All right. What are we in for here? It's 3 o'clock? 4 o'clock? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is that right? Am I here till sunup? This may be a long stream. Mr. J. Tenko! Missed the sound of your sweet, sweet voice. Hey. Glad to deliver it to you, dude. How have you been? Skywatcher ED80, Canon 60D modified, Celestron CG5 Advanced GT, all about 8 years old now, but can't get, but still can get a tune out of them. Well, that's always good that any, you know, you don't always have to have, people don't always have to have the newest and latest equipment. If it's still working for you, well, why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Well, there. It's I will drop the shout out for G4 first, and then Jay. And Jay Tanko can get a shout out as well. Been playing the Dyson Sphere program. Highly recommend it. I've checked it out. I mean, I've looked at the information on that for the trailer for the game. It does look interesting. We'll aim to have a look at that there. I was talking about earlier about just how, you know, playing games on the stream and how well some have worked out and how others have been not so favorable. So I think that the gaming kind of will kind of just be off-stream things and occasionally now and then, but you know, I think there's going to be some more evolution is going to have to come with the channel to see where things are at. But yeah, good to see you guys in here. We are finished our exposure of the Pinwheel Galaxy of M101. Play later so you can check it out. All right, excellent. Are you're in Sunday? Are you streaming Sunday evening? Oh, it's the wrong scene. You go live in 8 hours. Perfect. I will catch you on your stream in about 8 hours. For now, looking at the weather, and probably, I don't know. I may have to, if we have like, I don't know. I'm very torn on what to do on this one. It looks like I'm going to have like clear skies until sunup. Wasn't prepared for that. So the debate is, do we pick a target to image to leave the telescope running until sunup, or do we just keep going for another 3-4 hours? I don't know. I also don't want to sleep my Sunday away. Oh, that's a tough one. Anyway. The Pinwheel Galaxy, M101 in Ursa Major. So, which is great about this one is that you know, sometimes we see galaxies at, you know, edge on or just kind of at a slight angle. At least we are looking kind of straight down into the very heart of this galaxy, which is really, really cool. So Messier 101 is a very large, relatively nearby face-on spiral galaxy in the constellation of Ursa Major, also known as the Pinwheel Galaxy. It is 23 million light years away, very close in proximity to how M51, the Whirlpool Galaxy is. Pick a target and sleep. Possibly. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if there's something interesting kind of in that area. If we can get a few hours on that, we'll have a look there. So the distance to M101 has been determined to be about 27 million light years, and by the observation of Cepheid variables with the Hubble Space Telescope. At this distance, M101 has a linear diameter of over 170,000 light years, nearly twice the size of our Milky Way galaxy. So just thinking how large this galaxy looks in the image, and how far away it is. You know, this shape is looking a lot better than the previous night's attempt. Should dial that one back a little bit there. But definitely being able to spend some more time on this target, you're going to be able to see a lot more details in those spiral arms. Like this whole section here does extend out that much farther. You know, there's more to see in this area than what the than what things are letting on here. I don't know if something has gone out with my sound in terms of the sound of my headphones. That's there. I couldn't hear it for a second. So again, what is also cool about this, I'm going to try and pick these out. There are more galaxies within this image as well. Dang, becoming a degen like Putzi. Maybe. Long hours, I know. What are we at? We're at 4.5 hours. This is like your warm-up. You know? I think the longest stream that I have done was probably about 7.5 hours. That's it. You're just getting started here, kid. No, we the weather is kind of is changing for the better, in a way. We it's forecast to be clear skies until sunrise. So I don't know. Is this going to be a sunrise stream? I'm not sure. We'll see how it goes. All right. Sunrise stream. Who knows? I don't know. We rarely get this opportunity to stream this long, but also you know, I don't know. I don't want my Sunday to kind of don't want to sleep through the whole Sunday there. Yeah, that sub printer is awesome. That is really cool that you had that DJ Teo was able to kind of come in and give you a hand with that on stream, getting it rolling. Right, where is this? There's a galaxy here. What's the orientation? All right. I have those too. Isn't this galaxy supposed to be eating another galaxy? That is... We are on M51. Or sorry, that is M101. We were just on M51. These are the two interacting galaxies here. Ooh-woos for Kirby. Astro Beard, how's it going? How have you been tonight? Have you got any imaging done yourself? So yeah, with this galaxy, right here. I know we are. You really gotta. You gotta go with me on this one. This section right here. This right here. And believe me when I tell you. Now this is a galaxy 1.5 billion light years away. The Pinwheel Galaxy, this nucleus, is 28 million light years away. But it's this little galaxy in here behind this spiral arm, this arm of the galaxy that is 1.5 billion light years away. It's tough, you know, it's... I'm also... Here, let me see if I can adjust things a little bit here. Actually, that kind of helps. That little smudge, you can get an Uber there. What would the price be for that? Life is good. It's clear for a minute, then, but the snow is coming soon, so I had to get supplies, and I didn't set up. Oh, that's no worries. Well, we have no threat of snow in my area at the moment. I wouldn't mind a bit of a snowfall because I don't have to drive in it right now. I can kind of enjoy it. But yeah, Elon Musk does Uber space. Well, I mean, they're trying with the Starship right now. I mean, how awesome is space? I like the Pinwheel Galaxy. What I don't like about this filter, you guys can see it in this image, is that square vignetting. You know, which is that is the problem there. Because usually when we are using the filters, you know, I have a 2-inch filter drawer. Endlessly awesome. I know, right? When we're using a filter, this is the narrowband filter that we use when we're shooting emission nebulae. But the problem is with the filter that we have in there right now, it's designed to be right up against the camera sensor in a DSLR. This has been adapted to be able to fit into a 2-inch filter, but it does have like a piece of tape essentially that kind of goes over top of like two of the side, like the top and bottom of the sensor. So what we are aiming to do is just what this whole goal at this point is that when, you know, if we reach that, you know, that 70 follow or subscriber mark, is that is going to pay for a new broadband filter, and then that way we're able to get rid of this vignetting down there, and we're able to have some really cool images of space coming through. But that's you know, that's not an immediate goal. That is a long-term goal for what we want to do on the channel here. So you just want to do you don't want Putzi to cut his receipts. You just want a big sash to be created there. All right. Hey, welcome into the stream, guys. If you are new to the channel, welcome on in. Happy to have you guys along for the ride. We are currently imaging. We're looking at a galaxy 28 million light years away. Down there is the Pinwheel Galaxy. We have clear skies in the east of England. Space roll. I go for a sausage roll right now. Kind of skipped dinner. And at this point, we're rolling into breakfast territory. I'm going to mute my microphone and crunch on a cracker at the moment. Because you don't need to hear me eating. Nobody wants to hear me eating. No. No. What, you want to hear some crunches? All right, we good? One crunch. Now I'm gonna see if this works. This is meant to be a bits reward, but I have been trying it out and it hasn't been working out that well. So I'd be lamented for anybody paying 10 bits if this didn't work. Is displaying myself in different wavelengths of the electromagnetic spectrum. The one thing I have working out right now is infrared. Now let's see if this actually works. If not, let's give it a redeem. Nope. It was working earlier. Maybe it will. Will we go now? Will it work? No, it doesn't want to work. Now work. No, this is very finicky. Wait. There's a queue. Ooh, that's weird. Ruh-roh. No! Thank you very much for the bits, Jay. I'm gonna get this to work. This is going to work for you. This needs to work. I am not using noobs. I am using Leorn board. I just got into Leorn board. I don't know the benefits of noobs. Please work. I don't think it has anything to do with everything going. Everything else is doing its thing. What is the connect? All right, this was a good idea in practice, or in theory. He seems to be very temperamental. All right, let me see. Let me try one more time here. All right, that is off. That is what I wanted to do. I'm gonna do this. Because now I'm thinking I'm just going to... It's... no, it's not a filter. It's just a source, a scene. I'm just mirroring a scene. It was working earlier. Alright, let's give it one more try. There we go. 850 nanometers, looking at me in the infrared spectrum. The infrared end of the electromagnetic spectrum. Just, I don't know how well it's going to work. It's the infrared sensor on the Kinect, and what I want to do is be able to have you guys look at me through different ends of the spectrum. But for if this is going to be very temperamental, I'm reluctant to have this as a bits reward now. So it's still in early phases. That's why I was leaving it just a very low amount. And there's also some other, I want to have some different little audio change to things, so it's a little more maybe vacuous. So if I can get this to work consistently, then that'll be fantastic. If not, you know, we'll get there eventually. Or I'll just turn it into a chat command, much like the much like something like that, where it can just be found, and we'll see how it works. But if I can get it to consistently do its thing, then I won't feel, I won't feel guilty about having that as a bits reward. So at least when you did drop the bits, it did trigger it at least. So I know I got that much right. So I do appreciate that. Thank you very much for the test on there, Jay. So yeah, once we'll get it right. I want to get it there, even if it does involve a little more installing of other programs, and find out exactly why or how I can get it to consist. Maybe if I just leave it on all the time. I wonder if that will. Shut down when not visible. Alright, let's see if I always have it on, will it eat up a lot of resources? It's not too bad. Not too bad. Alright, I'm going to try this one more time. That's a little better. A little more reliable. This is the Kinect. This is the second version with the Xbox One. But there we go. Also, what I found is kind of cool with the infrared is the veins. It's kind of weird, right? Right? You know, you can see them more in my hand as well. It's kind of creepy. I don't know how well the sound is matching up either. So, again, that's a little more testing, but I think I may have solved the problem. I may have figured it out, that if I leave the camera running, and as long as it doesn't eat up too much memory, then this is a little more of a reliable bits reward. There you go. A tiny bit of troubleshooting may have just paid off. Yeah, that's not too bad. Just kind of sipping on some resources. Yeah, I got a few tattoos here and there. I'm still trying to design one that is space-based. I have a few ideas. I've designed some options there. But again, the price of a tattoo and then telescope equipment. It's which one do I get? Which one is going to be cooler? You know, the tattoo, right? Nobody's going to donate for a tattoo unless I got the tattoo live. That'd be like months from now. Priorities, exactly. Priorities is having cool things for you guys to see. And right now we've actually been a little too lax on our imaging. We're still sitting on the Pinwheel Galaxy. We have other areas of the night sky to look at. We have some. What do we got? We got some more galactic targets kind of coming into view. Let's see, the Draco Dwarf Galaxy. Is this in? I don't know if I can see this one. We'll find something. So what I'm also waiting on is the approval from the pending emote design, which has been unlocked, which was meant to be a long-term image, and everybody was very, very generous and gracious last night, and we reached our goal of the 5th and final emote being unlocked. So again, I thank you, G4, Security Live, Putzi, and Graftark as well, who contributed to the subs, Mojo Jojo with the bits last night, and just this a wonderful evening of being able to reach a goal in a much shorter amount of time than I ever expected. So happy to get that sorted out, and yeah, we're just waiting for that emote to unlock so that you guys will have more options, and I will actually have a heart emote to contribute to other streams. So yeah, let us pick out a new target. There you go. So that's kind of like the freest freebie Easter egg that you guys know of on the channel. So I do have some other ideas of what can be a little bit of Easter egg, like stuff like, you know, our not the heart, just beyond that, our viewers, our followers, our subscribers to the channel. Maybe something that's going to make that emote fall down and crash into my logo down there, you know, cause some damage. Weird little things like that. I take that inspiration from like Homestar Runner, if anyone's familiar with that channel. Things like that. That's what I want to do. Like the quiet things in the background that may be unassuming, but eventually can be discovered some way, shape, or form. I really would like to be able to, if we could actually be clicking on things, and that would be some options for interactivity on the channel. Yep, Deadpool, things like that. Yeah, kind of breaking the fourth wall of Twitch almost, you know? I keep hearing like an electrical buzz, and I wonder if I should be worried about that. Alright, let's pick a new target. No, I think it's something with my headphones. I don't know what it is. And if you see my head explode, then you'll know it was something with the headphones. Alright, who do we have coming up? Are we going to be able to see the Ring Nebula a little later? Oh, I don't know. Alright, who do we have available for us to gawk at? Alright, we're going to go over to Messier 3, a nice bright globular cluster. That is going to show up really well. Did my camera flicker? did. I think it's to connect. Let me check this out. Looks like I'm asleep. No, and now it's off again. You want to do your thing? Thank you. I don't know if that's a solution, leaving it on either. Oh well. It was a thought. It was an experiment. I don't know. It keeps turning off and on even when it's on, and that's that buzz I'm hearing every time it does that. More thought goes into it. You guys see where I'm going with this, right? You guys get the idea of what I want to do, what I want to accomplish. I like to be able to have at least a couple of these electromagnetic spectrum reward points be actually genuine rather than me just playing around with the shader filters. Alright, over to Messier 3. This is a target that's not going to take too long to show up there because it is a bright globular cluster, and we are able to get that in the viewfinder nice and quick. Oh, you computer, come on. Play ball, please. Oh, we got some clouds rolling in. Did you catch a crunch? Did I miss that? Did I miss that muting? Alright, let's start over on our target before these clouds become a bit of an issue. Yep, I will pick our target, which is going to be a globular cluster, M3. And we'll get centered on that target. And that bright star that we're seeing in the view here, that is a star Arcturus. Which itself is 36.7 light years away. And Arcturus' name, which means bear watcher, follows the great bear Ursa Major around the pole. The Greek word for bear is Arctos, from which our word Arctic is also derived, in reference to the northern polar constellations of the Greater and Lesser Bears. I rarely actually image just stars. make a small adjustment. How lofty are these clouds? Not too bad. Alright, and for the most part, even just taking a bit of a 5-second exposure on here. We were imaging, we were on the moon earlier today. We had that full moon. Actually, probably even... Where are we at right now with the moon? Yeah, you know what? That's 2 seconds. Alright, so we have this is Messier 3. It is a globular cluster, and it is actually really easy to image because it is nice and bright. However, why not? Let's do a quick exposure here. Make sure we know where we're at. Let's see if we can jump back to the moon for a second, because... well, why not? Alright, pick our guide star here. And we don't need a lot of time on this cluster because it is nice and bright. We'll stick on it for just a short while. In fact, we can probably just do... we do a minute exposure on this target, then we're going to go... We'll jump over to the moon quickly. It should still be within view. Let's see, did I save our previous image of the moon there? Although I am feeling the lag on the computer right now. Like everything is just really starting to really moving slow. I thought I saved a picture of the moon before. Alright, so that was a previous shot of the moon from the other night. But I will jump over to the moon. I'll see if we saw the moon within view, so we can have a live look at the moon, which is... it just offers up a bit of a different feel. You know, looking at a still image versus an image with a lot of atmospheric distortion is always cool. So this was at about a 98% or 95% waxing gibbous. And now we'll see that the shadow is up on this side of the moon. So we're coming out of the full moon, working towards a new moon. So, hey, perfect. That wrapped up fairly quickly. So there is our quick 60-second exposure of a globular cluster, M3. Which is one of the brightest globular clusters, and is about 33,000 light years away, or about 40,000 light years away. Sorry. From us, it's 33,900 light years away, and contains about 500,000 stars in this cluster. The age of this cluster itself is about 8 billion years old. No social distance on that cluster, no. They're rather tightly packed in that cluster there. It contains a relatively large number of so-called blue stragglers, which are blue main sequence stars that appear to be much younger than the rest of the globular's stellar population. Once puzzling to astronomers, these stars are now thought to form as a result of stellar interactions. Their cooler outer layers are stripped away in close encounters, which occur when they pass through the dense central regions of the cluster. So if we dial this back a little bit, you start to see a little more depth in the cluster there. Because that core can really get, much like the Orion Nebula, the core can get blown out in a globular cluster as well. And that kind of eliminates a lot of stars in the area. I'm so amazed at how easy it is for you. Software working so well with the hardware gives us this beautiful image. Well, I'm happy that this is all working out. There have been many occasions when the gremlins run rampant throughout the system, and it is a big pain in the neck. Because I don't want technology to fail me, because that makes me feel like I'm failing you guys. So to be able to bring these images, and the objects that just normally you're not going to quickly pick out in the night sky, it's these. If you're using binoculars, these are just tiny little faint fuzzies, and you're not able to kind of get this resolution of any almost individual stars. It's even in this focal length that we're using at almost 1,000 millimeters, we're still getting this tiny amount of stars. This is it is one of the brighter star clusters, but they're also larger and brighter in the southern hemisphere area, of which J you'd be able to see for Omega Centauri. But also you have the large and small Magellanic Clouds, our satellite galaxies, which leaves me a little jealous as well. So yeah, let's have a look and see if we can jump over to the moon and get a live shot of that before it goes out of view. It might be out of view, it might be partially obscured by the trees. But let's have a look, let's give it a shot anyway. Excuse me, moon, go. Whoa, what are you doing? No, that kind of worried me there. I don't know. That looks like it probably wanted to do a meridian flip, but that seemed like it was going just a weird direction at first. So I'm just going to send the scope back to the home position. And let's try on the moon again. There we go. That's what it should have been doing. Well, that was mildly worrying. All right. I don't like when it does that. It kind of moves on the declination first, but doesn't do any right ascension. Usually, once it's going to move everything all at once. Sometimes it'll do one rotational axis and then the other, and that's not exactly what I want to see. All right, and are we on the moon? No, not really. All right. But I see where we're at. Well, maybe there is something in the way there. We made it. There we go. There's a live shot of the moon right now. We have arrived on the moon. There we go. All right, so we know that it's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Now we also have the moon at a bit of a different orientation as well. So let's get rid of all this extra stuff here, right? So again, we're looking at the moon live, which is... You can tell it's live because of the way just how that roiling of the atmosphere, that movement, that turbulence. One of the first movies, Le Voyage dans la Lune, was 1902. What was that one where the rocket kind of hit the eye of the man in the moon, his eye? Is it true that the flag placed on the moon now has turned white? I wouldn't be surprised if it is actually not, if it's not even there. We're just being bombarded by micrometeoroids. But yeah, it would most likely be bleached out from. There's no atmosphere to kind of protect it at all. Yeah, so we are looking at the Sea of Tranquility is where the one of the lunar landing missions. Oh, too far. Oh, come on back. I want to go back over to the Sea of Tranquility, which is this section here.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, that looks beautiful.
That was weird. So yeah, this is a live shot of the moon right now. And again, you're going to get a different view when you look at it through different focal lengths because, you know, you're going to amplify all that atmospheric turbulence. What focal length would you need to see the flag of? Like, you need to be on there because, I mean, an idea of just how. Let's see if we can zoom in on. You know, this one crater that we're looking at right now. There we go. So this crater that we are on, which is Arago or Arago, depending on how you want to pronounce it. That little small area is 26 kilometers across. So even with I believe that Arcturus was on, they were mentioning just how small the pixel scale is with the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, and how it is still less than like half a pixel wide that you'd be able to see any kind of details of the landing unit or the landing area. So yeah, being able to see the the flag, you would definitely need to be within orbit and probably at about within a shot of a length of a couple of meters, above the being able to see above the surface there. So yeah, just the size of the moon. It can be little. There is a reflector as well. I mean, just it's hard to make out the scale of everything. Because as small as the moon is and how tiny it looks in the sky, it is still fairly wide. It's still 2,000 miles in diameter. And even when it's at its closest, at its perigee, it's still, when you say it's a supermoon, that's just when its orbit is at its closest towards the Earth. And when it's farther away at the apogee, it's not that much of a difference in size unless you can kind of compare them, but it's very, very minimal. So yeah, I mean, it is difficult to get a good grasp of the scale of everything there. Let's see where we're at with this crater that we're looking at. Right now, that's where that one is. That one's about 79 kilometers in diameter. So again, you're fitting entire cities within these craters. Even if you had enough focal length, the atmospheric distortion would probably be too much at that distance. I mean, terrestrial telescopes aren't going to be able to, have any. It's not going to be able to resolve anything on there. you are going to need telescopes that are within, and imaging equipment that is within orbit of the moon to be able to kind of make out any kind of details. But yeah, also it's also good to know at what area in the to the south that I still have access to. That is good to know. It's still fairly high up. What else can I don't think that Orion kind of sits at that point though. But I will keep an eye out for things there. Whoop. Come here, coffee. So there really isn't a video mode per se with the ASI Air. This is the mode that is designed to help you focus your stars. Now, it also has been a while since I've done a focus on here, and I actually might even be out of... may need to have an adjustment on there, because as the mirrors heat up and as the temperature is going to change, that is going to... it's going to modify your focal length a little bit there. Or at least the your focus. So there may be, I don't know, it might be a little too fiddly to start going out there and mucking around with the focal lengths. But for overall, we're seeing some good images coming out of the moon. We've had some fantastic objects, some globular clusters, galaxies, tons of galaxies. There's no shortage of galaxies in this area of the night sky. But we are kind of, what time is it now? 3 o'clock. Will we have any chance of seeing... Where's 36 degrees? Let's see. I don't know. That is a tough one. It's 3 o'clock. Actually, no, it's 6 o'clock. That's not going to be. Trying to plan out what do we have available. What's going to be up there. But again, I'm widely skeptical on what we're going to have for targets. And is the weather going to actually hold up or not? The forecast has been wrong in the past. Here, let's have a look at one of the more visible craters that you can see from the ground is the Tycho, or the Tycho crater. Oh, there it goes. Wrong way. Close enough. So the Tycho crater itself, that is 85 kilometers across on that section there. And if I play with the colors a little, not the colors, just the levels, we could start to see just a little bit of those dark areas, the mare, kind of start to show that kind of bluish tint of the titanium oxide. You know, normally, largely when we are looking at the moon, it does appear gray, and the lunar regolith is, you know, largely colorless, and you know, from our vantage point. But when you start having a camera pointed at the moon and being able to expose a little longer than our eyes can, you know, you can start to see some colors come through. The darker areas being the titanium oxide, the lighter reddish being the iron oxide. We just exaggerate things just a tiny bit. Yeah, we can start to see a little bit of color start to come through there. You know, at the sacrifice of kind of blowing out some of the lighter areas of the lunar surface. So again, we are looking at the moon, you know, live. We do see this that roiling atmosphere. So generally, when you're kind of shooting your targets, you want to shoot like pretty much straight up towards the zenith, and that way you're not going to be impacted by all that atmosphere that you have to shoot through. For the most part, a lot of the planets and the moon itself, they are kind of closer to the horizon along the plane of the ecliptic, and you're fighting through a lot of atmosphere. And the lower things are towards the horizon, you know, the more atmospheric distortion there's going to be, and that's why you're shooting the moon. You want to shoot in video. You don't want to take single exposures, because you're not going to be able to get those brief moments of clarity to be able to stack your images together and get some meaningful data coming through. So that's always a bit of a challenge. Let's have a look. What is near to where we're at? Can we start pointing up? What do we have available? Illusion. I want to say it's like illusion, but with Ben in it. We're still here. Looking out at the moon tonight here in Ireland is positively glowing. Well, welcome on in. I am in the east of England, and we're positively over the moon right now. Well, we're on the moon technically. But how are you doing tonight? Welcome on in. This is a live shot of the moon right now. We're looking at it through a large 8-inch telescope, which is cleverly hidden behind it. No, actually, it's not too bad. Although we are seeing some clouds rolling in. This may put an end to things. I don't know. But yeah, this is a little later than we kind of usually stream, so happy to see some new faces in here. And if you're not familiar with what goes on in the channel, this is what we do. We do live astrophotography. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we are looking at the moon live right now, and any other kind of interesting objects that we have. We got some clear views coming out towards the east, and there's some galaxies that we can start to look at, some planetary nebulae. And yeah, it's not that often that we have such a long imaging session available to us, because usually by now all the clouds roll in. Although it is starting to look a little suspect down there, so we'll keep an eye on the weather. But largely, for the most part, it is going to be very clear. Well, at the same time, I'd like to pick a target to almost like finish off on, and that way we have build up a little bit of a data set so we can work on that later on in the evening. or later on for our next session, which is usually Saturdays today, although now it's Sunday now for me. We do have our rainy day astronomy sessions where we are doing some image processing and just talking about astrophotography in general as well. But for the most part, we're continuing imaging as much as possible because it's rare to have this kind of stretch of a clear night here. So we'll make the most of it. And I'm glad to have you guys in here with me tonight. It has been a very, very wonderful evening. A lot of familiar faces, a lot of new faces coming into the channel here, and I appreciate you guys stopping in, whether you are sticking around for the whole night or you're just kind of hanging around for a little bit. You know, it's I'm always happy to try to answer any questions that you may have about astrophotography, or if you're just here to share some stories about how you are imaging the night sky. Always glad to hear what you got to say. So I'm going to jump back over to the moon for a second there, because it might end up going behind the tree completely and we're not going to be able to see it anymore. So we'll keep in mind of what targets we have available coming up. At about 36 degrees above the horizon. Let's see if we have something new that we can shoot that we haven't in the past. And we have a few globular clusters, or globular clusters, depending on how you want to pronounce that there. Now it looks like we are starting to be impacted by clouds and trees. So I think we're gonna move the telescope. We're gonna pick another target here. Actually, I'm going to go over to a rather satisfying looking globular cluster of the Hercules cluster in the constellation of Hercules. Let's go back to our preview mode here. And let's take a quick single shot of the moon, see how we're framed up here. Yeah, not too bad. So there's a single shot of the moon. Let's adjust that a tiny bit. We'll save that one there. It's always nice to go back and look at the moon and remember when we had some clear skies. Imaging a full moon is, it looks nice. However, it is also really good to have a bit of the Terminator, that shadow, kind of breaking the contrast up in the moon there, actually giving it some contrast, rather than having a kind of flat looking featureless moon almost, where you're just kind of getting the contrast of the ocean, of the mare. So yeah, let's muck up my whole screen, right? Let's pick a new target. We're going to go over to M13, a globular cluster in the constellation of Hercules, and this cluster is 23,000 light years away, and it's self-harboring. See, potentially upwards. Is this one in the millions of stars rather than the other one? We had the one that was about 500,000 stars. Let's have a jump over there. Right, and we will get our telescope in view so that we can see everything slewing around and make sure that nothing is going to go in the wrong direction, which it shouldn't. But I am standing by just in case anything does go wrong with the scope. So this movement, for those who are not familiar with the terms of in astrophotography, this is slewing. This is when the telescope is rotating and moving to an object. And this is also a meridian flip, because there is that that imaginary transverse line that goes through the meridian in the Greenwich Observatory, and that kind of dictates at what point you're going to need to flip your scope to the other side, so that you don't have any risk of this hitting an area on your mount. I do have a pure extension on the mount, so it's there's less chance of it banging into the rest of the mount there. It's so expensive looking. It can be. Some things I've bought used, some bits are new. I choose for new for the sake of not having any previous issues coming about. All right, 6,000. No, actually, way less than that. Overall, yeah, way less than that. It's not bad. This is also a collection that's kind of built up over about 2.5 years as well, of everything kind of coming together. Oop, sorry. If anybody's watching in bed, you are now blind. You have now lost your night vision. What I meant to say. Alright, let's pick an alright star, one that's not going to be impacted too greatly on the clouds, and we will do... Let's go with 3 minutes on this target. You don't really need to spend a whole lot of time on the on globular clusters, because they are nice and bright, and there isn't any nebulosity, any faint details that you're going to be picking out there. Alright, we are guiding, we're on this target. Usually we are going to shoot like 10-minute exposures, but at the same time, these targets don't require a lot of integration time. And you're going to get almost better results by keeping the exposures brief on here. And it is getting chilly in here. All right, I am going to step off to the left for just a quick second, just so I can stretch, because this is also one of the longer streams that we've done. And I got to line up some other targets here, so I'm not losing track of what is available, what we can do. What we're able to image tonight. So I'm just going to step off to the left and have a quick little stretch whilst we image the Hercules cluster. I'm going to mute my mic so I don't... Oh, actually... Yeah. I'm still here. Do not worry. Oh, look. Hey, Cracker. If you don't have a tracker, is the result of stacking 18 10 seconds the same as a single 180 second exposure? I would always favor the longer exposure times because you do want to always improve that signal to noise ratio. If you're not... Hello. If you're not getting all the details, you know, you're not getting enough of that signal coming in, especially if you're doing like a nebula. You're not going to be able to capture a lot of that signal coming from the faint and more diffuse areas if you're still doing short exposures. I would favor doing I would go for the 180 second exposures. If anything, if you're doing something like that, I would say that you are going to, if you're doing the shorter exposures, that would be if you're trying to get like a high dynamic range, say if you're shooting the Orion Nebula. Banana Breads, SimView, welcome on into the observatory. Welcome on into you both. How are you doing tonight? Or this morning at this point? It is 3:15 in the morning for me. I am in the east of England. And we are shooting. We have just finished our exposure of M13, the Hercules cluster in the constellation of Hercules. This is one of the more spectacular looking globular clusters in our galaxy. This is amazing! I've wanted to get into astrophotography for the past few months, but I live in Essex and a lot of light pollutions. I'm in Essex too. I'm in a Bortle 5 area. It's not too bad. I mean, the benefit is that we, in my area, I would imagine in other towns as well, the lights are out at this time. They don't come back on until 5 in the morning. But this is our image of the Hercules cluster. And that is not the information that I want. There we go. Let's do a little bit of a histogram stretch so we can get some details on here. Should pull that back just a tiny bit. I live around the lakeside area where the Elizabeth Bridge is, so yeah, you can imagine. Okay, that's not the best for light pollution. I would imagine you got to be sitting at least 7. At least. It's not I wouldn't say it's an expensive setup. It has been kind of curated over time. We are using a 8-inch Ritchie Chrétien telescope. This is our setup here. SimView, I'm putting together an astrophoto setup at the moment. Most websites, everything else on back order though. That's the thing with everything that's going to be going on with local lockdowns and national lockdowns. We've seen an uptick in a lot of people interested in astrophotography, and yeah, it's tough for even just for the sake of manufacturing delays and shipping delays is really getting things on back order. So, you know, there are some items that are the big hot ticket items that are hard to get a hold of right now, and it's only recently that some places, some retailers that have actually gotten some decent stock in. But those are almost gone as quickly as they come in. Art of DHT, how's it going? How you doing tonight? This morning? Man, I gotta change that line. How are you doing today? Does anyone think NASA will succeed with the full-fire SLS test? I want them to. I want everything to succeed with what is going on with space endeavors. Thinking a Heck 5 or an EQ6 Pro? I am using the EQ6R Pro. I have only heard great things about the HEQ5. Another fellow Canadian, Trevor Jones, Astro Backyard, he had used the HEQ5 for quite a number of years, and that treated him very, very well. I've had really no complaints overall with the EQ6R Pro. It's my first major mount that I have actually owned. Previously, I've had used some Altaz mounts and the Skywatcher Star Adventurer, so that was. That was a bit of a jump from that kind of equatorial mount to that small star tracker up to this intermediate level German equatorial mount. What kind of software? We're looking at the interface for the ZWO ASI Air. I am controlling it through my laptop and using the emulator BlueStacks. And we are able to control the scope, control the mount and the camera, and our guiding. And this was a 3-minute exposure of the Hercules cluster, also designated as NGC 6205, and is considered one of the most spectacular clusters in the northern skies. One of the reasons M13 appears so large and bright is that it's relatively nearby, at about 25,100 light-years away. At that distance and an angular diameter of 23 degrees, it corresponds to 145 light-years in diameter. The cluster also looks large and bright because it is intrinsically large and bright. M13 has an absolute magnitude of -8.7, which corresponds to a luminosity of 250,000 suns. Unlike open clusters such as the Pleiades, globular clusters are tightly bound together by gravity and contain very old, mostly red stars. The age of M13 has been revised to 12 billion years, nearly as old as the Milky Way galaxy itself. Born before the galaxy's stars had a chance to create metals and distribute them in its star-forming regions, M13's iron content relative to hydrogen is just 5% of the Sun's. So even if there wouldn't be interesting life or many, if you were to have planets around here, all these stars are very metal poor. So they are just kind of burning their hydrogen and helium at a fairly steady rate to be existing for billions of years. Trying to find a USB joystick as they're all sold out because you want to be able to play old games like Wing Commander Prophecy. That's it. There's a shortage of like everything. It's tough to get, and what the stuff that we don't want is in large quantities. Wait, you've been controlling it with an Android app? Yes, I have. This is it is designed to work on the tablet. To use your controllers for the ASI Air, but I'm not going to sit outside with my tablet. And I tried mirroring the screen with this one, and it just didn't want to work out. So finally finding a program that is going to work well. There is another alternative I've been informed to BlueStacks, which is a little easier on the system resources itself. So I'm going to give that a whirl either later today or during the week. I think I'll need the EQ6R Pro because of weight. I'm putting an old Celestron 8-inch SCT on it, going to defork it. But yeah, it's about 35 kilos is the weight capacity on this one, and I'm not even near it with this equipment. You know, the Ritchie Chrétien scope is relatively, it's all hollow up in here, and even the secondary mirror, it's there's not a lot of equipment up in the front there. It's all that weight in the primary mirror in the back that everything is distributed in there. SN9 is still waiting for FAA clearance. I heard that they were going to possibly aim for Monday. We'll see how that goes, but I mean, it'll be exciting to see that. Security Live, how are you doing tonight? This morning? No, it's tonight for you. It's this morning for me. Right. Guys, if you're not following Security Live, what is wrong with you? No. Check him out if you can. He is a very interesting streamer. He has a whole lot going on there. Playing some games. He's also into... he's doing a current hack and win contest on his site where you can try and find bitcoins, which I have no idea how it works whatsoever, but I'm excited to give it a whirl. Got the ASI Air Pro and a tracking bundle already in order. Popped in because I recognized the interface. Well, I am using the original ASI Air because as soon as I bought this one, I was as soon as I bought this one, the ASI Air Pro came out. So that wasn't well planned. However, hearing all the problems that people are having with the Wi-Fi issues with that, you know, there's I had great connection with the Wi-Fi with the ASI Air for the longest time, but that seemed to has conked out on me. So I'm just using it connected with the Ethernet, with an Ethernet cable, and it's worked out fairly well. I just connected through my home Wi-Fi through the IP address, and very rarely has anything dropped out. And I've only kind of encountered a few problems with the tablet, but other than that being kind of hardwired into my network, it's worked out really, really well. No complaints on that. I thought about moving to the Air Pro, but it's as soon as I buy that one, they're going to release or announce their next version. So, you know, I want to be able to let them iron out all the details and get that all sorted out. All right, I know we have another galaxy in this shot. All right, there is star. And there we go. All right, got it. Got a Portal 2 location on farmland I plan on setting up on the weekends. Portal 2? Come on. Just rubbing it in now. My area is Portal 5. It's not that bad, but there are enough people who are in these lower scaled areas. It's just like rubbing it in their face here. All right, so this area that we're looking at, yes, we have our wonderful globular cluster, and the focus looks a little soft. So, yeah, definitely, I think I would need to refocus. However, again, what I've said before, and what I love about all these other images is that this section right here, we have our points of light. We have the stars of the globular cluster of our galaxy, but then behind here, this little faint fuzzy, this little smudge in our image there is a 16th magnitude spiral galaxy that is 536 million light years away. It has a physical diameter of 109,207 light years, which is much larger than our own Milky Way galaxy. But be able to catch that kind of these objects, that's what I love. I love how we have our objects of affection that are centered, but everything else on the outside is just as interesting, if not more interesting, than what we're shooting there. Pure coincidence. I didn't realize it was that dark, but definitely going to take advantage of it. Oh, totally. Always, yeah, do that as much as possible, because, you know, for, you know, having not requiring a filter as well, and just being able to see, just being able to look up at the night sky yourself, and not have to be impacted by car dealerships or grocery stores or like large roundabouts or not roundabouts, depending on where you are in the world. All right, Lars, good night. Thank you very much for sticking around. You're approaching almost 5 in the morning for you. But yeah, see if you can cut that tree down. Yeah, I appreciate that. We'll get that laser sorted out, and we'll get that tree out of our way. But yeah, thank you very much for sticking around there. I know it's been a bit longer stream than usual, but you know, gotta take advantage of the night sky when we can. And it does look like there's like this threatening area of clouds just kind of hanging over there. That might also just be that's going to be the moon as well, kind of maybe reflecting off of some of the haze. It's just hanging around there. But we're aiming away from the moon now, so we'll get some other images kind of coming through. So yeah, this star that we're looking at right now that you're seeing in the field of view here, that is the star Arcturus. And what do we have available in this section here? This is, I wouldn't say it's so much uncharted territory, but it's an area of the night sky that I rarely kind of hang around in, you know, due to just being either asleep or the clouds have rolled in. Let's see what we can find. We are largely looking out towards interstellar space. We're looking, you know, the core of the Milky Way is out to the west right now, and I could point in any direction and say that's west because you don't know which way the camera is pointing. Markarian's chain is, I think that's actually largely out of the way for me now. Oh no, that is just to the south. Markarian's chain is pointing to the west. That is going to be behind the trees. That is going to be around this area here. And to be fair, actually, that was going to be largely... We wouldn't have been able to image Markarian's chain tonight because the moon would have been right down the... would have been in the way, and that would have caused too much glare, unfortunately. But hopefully when we have a new moon, that we will be able to get some other areas of the night sky that we weren't able to get to. And hopefully we also have a long session as well, because a bit of a late start tonight. We didn't start until about 9:30, almost 10 o'clock. But now we're into an area. Let's see, what do we have available? Who is this? What are you? Oh, where's the I wanted to see the... No, still too low. Yeah, still too low. Alright. We are still looking for a new target. Like I said, this is a relatively late stream just going on, but I thank you guys for coming in. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And we are in the east of England, trying to hopefully that these clouds down there aren't going to get in the way from what we're imaging right now. Let's see, we got M3, we have shot that. Just kind of looking out towards the east. Like I say, we are looking into interstellar space. Let's see if we can get a dwarf galaxy. We'll see how this one's going to turn out. If it is indeed available. Let's see. Let's have a look at maybe the this might be a little diffuse. I was going to see if we can have a look at the Draco Dwarf Galaxy. But it may look rather like a star cluster. We need definitely need a lot more integration time there. Let's see what else we have. No, you were too low. We've looked at star clusters. We have shot some galaxies. I'd like to get like a quick target for you guys to be able to look at here. We have a Planetary Nebula available. Alright, targets, come on. Lots of little galaxies that are going to take a lot of integration time to be able to show up there. Alright, I'm going to look at, let's give it a shot with this Planetary Nebula. I've never imaged this before, and frankly, I don't even know how to pronounce this one. Let's see. Let's have a look here. Alright. Save that image of the Hercules cluster. We'll see if this thing is actually, if this Planetary Nebula is bright or not. Right. 1641. One second. $38, $39, $57. All right, a short hop. This is a planetary nebula, which I have no way do I know how to pronounce this. I have to get like a pronunciation. Dolzi. Zimselishvili. Butchering that worse than some Twitch names. Alright, apparently there is a planetary nebula in this section here. And I do not see it. Right. We're going to run a short exposure on this section here. Maybe see if we can kind of get any kind of resolution. Let's also pick out a better guide star just in case we do have a... Oh! I see a satellite going through our guide scope there. We don't often get that. Alright, I'm going to do let's just do a 3-minute exposure on this section, see if this is interesting or not, and I'm going to look out how to pronounce this, this nebula, or this planetary nebula. No. Well, it's also let's see. Its short form is DDDM. Let's go with DDDM1 on this planetary nebula. Now, we may even be using the wrong filter for this option here, because it may be diffuse enough that we're not going to be able to get some great detail on this target. But we'll give it a shot. I want to try to get any new targets because, you know, you never know what we're going to expect. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so great, sometimes they can be stinkers. Other times it can be rather surprising of what is going to show up in the other end of the lens there. SoCal 1909, how are you? Yes, we're waiting for that image to come through. We got about 45 seconds on this exposure. Hopefully it's going to be something fairly interesting. But how are you doing tonight, this morning? Although if you are in Southern California, how are you doing this afternoon? Let's see, I've never imaged this planetary nebula before. It might be super tiny. And there are some galaxies in the shot, but we'll see how that's going to turn out. Alright, let's see what we got here. Is this something worth spending more time on? That is hard to say whether or not this is a... I mean, that Planetary Nebula should be in the middle. That is not showing up. Which is fine. That's that is all right. Again, they can't all be gold. I mean, for the sake of what is a nice target to look at, we did shoot the moon earlier on tonight, which was much more rewarding. It's much easier to see. You're doing good. Glad to come across your streams. My first time here. Well, glad to have you in here with us. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And this is what we do on the stream. We take live images of outer space, share them with you guys on your screens, live and in color. And whenever the skies are clear here in the east of England, I'm doing this. I'm taking pictures, talking about what we're shooting, looking at some really cool and interesting objects in the night sky. And lately it has been really, we've been looking at galaxies and star clusters and quite a few objects. But again, I always like to go back to some of the really wonderful looking images that we've shot on here. And I always go back to the Orion Nebula, because that was one of the favorite images that we've captured here. Turbo vomit. God. Awesome. Yes, we do take these pictures. I am in the east of England. This is the telescope that we're using. These are the images that we do get. There are some, like I said before, there are some great images that come through. There are some stinkers that come through, as I just had an example of with a poorly positioned planetary nebula that didn't turn out to be anything remarkable at the moment. I think there would definitely be more integration time needed, or it is a very tiny target. Turbo Vomit! Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on into the observatory. Glad to have you here with us tonight. So this is a previous image of the Orion Nebula that we did shoot a couple of weeks ago. We do save all our images that we photograph, so that we do have some cool stuff to look back on, especially when we're looking at an area of the night sky where it is loaded with very dim objects, and we need a lot more integration time to be able to capture these images there. We have images of Planetary Nebula. We have looked at galaxies. We were on the moon earlier today. This is by far the best Twitch channel I've ever seen. You are way too kind. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I try to keep things interesting. It's not video games. It's not the most popular game that we got going right now, but we're looking at outer space. I'm happy to share these images with you. This is a bit of a later stream for me as well, because usually at this point a lot of the clouds have rolled in and I'm in bed at this point. But I'm happy to be streaming as long as possible while we have clear skies, because being in England, we're notorious for bad weather, and the weather forecast wasn't looking too promising at all tonight, and it has turned out to be one of the better nights that we've had. So we've had some really cool images coming through, and I was particularly happy with this. One of our first shots of the evening was a Planetary Nebula. It was the Clown Face Nebula. Astro Warrior staying up very late. Got to take advantage of it. Got to take advantage of the clear skies when we can. The lines in the moon look like they are man. The moon looks like they are made by something. The lines, yes, they are made by impact craters, by meteors impacting the moon. And because there isn't any atmosphere on the moon, everything largely stays in the same condition as it was after impact of a meteor, or even after for the early formation of the moon, when there were lava flows before everything kind of cooled down. And go back over to the moon there for a second. This was a single shot of the moon, and generally you want to take video of the moon so you can kind of get rid of any atmospheric disturbance. But yeah, it's this is the Tycho crater here in the lower left area, and the Copernicus crater with these mare, these seas on the moon. This area here was where we had the Apollo landings. And we are looking at the moon at about 1,000 millimeters in focal length. They're just under that. And while I do pick another target for us to take a look at there, I always do like to share this image of the Andromeda galaxy, which is our nearest galactic neighbor. I have to ask, have you seen UFOs or something that look alike? We have IFOs, we have identified flying objects. And for the most part, a lot of those that are flying through our image are satellites that are orbiting above the Earth. We have been impacted a little bit by Elon Musk's Starlink earlier on in the season when they were first launched. And they kind of disrupted our image there. But yeah, as far as any kind of UFO, there's nothing of that sort that we have ever encountered on here. We have had a few meteors streak through. We have had, again, some satellites roll through our images, and some wayward clouds in an airplane once, just through video. So yeah, it's we have a quite wide variety of identified flying objects that go through there. But this is the Andromeda galaxy that we had imaged. It was about a 16-minute single exposure, and that's kind of that's what we like to do. We like to share a lot of these images here. Still here, yes, we still have clear skies. It's still, we're rolling. We're going with it there. I'm also kind of secretly hoping that we're going to be able to get the Ring Nebula, but I'm not too sure if we will. At what point will that be up? I don't know. That's still, what time? Where are we at now? Yeah, we're still about almost an hour and a half away from the Ring Nebula, and I don't know how much longer I'm going to be holding out, because it's been a long fun stream though. I'll say long. This is like kind of par for the course for the times for our live astro imaging sessions, about 6 hours. So, as much as I want to take advantage of the night skies, I do not want to lose my Sunday, because there are some projects that I do want to take care of. So what I will start to do is, we are not going to end the astro imaging session on this end. I am not the only astrophotographer on Twitch. In fact, I am not even the first astrophotographer on Twitch. My inspiration is Econ Greg. He was doing this long before I was. And there's another man, Quarkmark, who has just recently started doing this, following in what I'm doing. And that is very touching to see that more people are doing this. So I know a lot of you are new to the channel. The best bearded astrophotographer. Maybe. Who knows? It has neither been it is neither confirm or deny.
Kenny 4091.
All right. For the sake of my... Not every Viking is astrophotographer, but seriously, this channel is amazing. Well, Turbo Vomit, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Appreciate the kind words. I'm glad you came in on this channel. What do we have? I want to maybe get one more target in here because this is a rare opportunity to have this much time. Just getting into the hobby myself. Picked up a Celestron 6 SC a few months back. Unfortunately, I used it a handful of times. That can be tough for anywhere in the world for the weather. Our hobby is largely dependent on the weather for maximum enjoyment. So it can be tough at times. I do... Usually on Saturdays, the stream is long over, and we do Astro image processing. And for those who are subscribed to the channel, I do have an option on the Discord for where I have the data. And for those who do want to... Oh wow, the Astrobot is ahead of me. Yeah, on the Discord, we share our images. For those who are subscribers to the channel, we do have a section where you can, tinker with the data that I have collected, and yeah, it's just a bit of obviously an extension of this channel, and we are doing image processing, whether or not it ends up being a very decent looking image or not. And right now, at this point, this is not when I want the internet to be crapping out on me. Right. Internet, come back. Internet, are you still there? Alright, we're going to do one more target. One more target before we kind of close out the night. And that is Messier 102. Let's get a galaxy. Let's get a galaxy going before we end things off here tonight. All right, we're gonna have one more. The Spindle Galaxy. This might actually look really cool. I might actually. I've never imaged this galaxy before. So we're going to try to get as much time on this as possible. So we're going to head over to Messier 102, the Spindle Galaxy. All right. Somewhere on me was I'm going to assume a spider. Hopefully it didn't go in my coffee. Anyway. Just came to me. You had mentioned earlier you had a number of people who were worried about Saturn and Jupiter colliding. Yes. That was the timing of this internet cutting out. Yes, there was people mentioning that because it looked like, it was, they were very close together. Have you told them that our galaxy is currently colliding with the Andromeda galaxy? No, they're probably would have blown some minds. Although I do mention that all the time, that whenever we do look at Andromeda or the Triangulum galaxy, that the three of us are gravitationally bound, and we will eventually have a wonderful star party. Ooh, alright, that is pretty tiny. bad reenactment. How bad is this reenactment? Welcome on into the observatory. How are you doing tonight? This morning? Where are we at? We're at 4 in the morning. What time? Yeah, 4 in the morning now. Longest, well, the earliest in the morning that we've gone on this channel. But we're going to go after M102. I mean, as small as it looks, we're going to get some interesting images here. Fraser Kane used his Twitch account to beta a concept of rapid exposure rough process live display using the OPT remote observatory, then premiered in a collab on Skylius channel with Dustin in a conference call, which gave Dustin the Twitch bug, and it exploded from there. Even that wasn't the first, but demonstrated that the Twitch audience instant gratification could be met. That is cool. That's I mean, what we're doing, what a lot of people are doing on here with, sharing the night sky, I think this is very important. And I think it's for the sake of how ineffective discoverability can be on Twitch, that if we had a space tag on here at least, that we could at least be in that category as well, outside of science and technology. You're doing good, battery reenactment. We're glad to have you in here with us. I'm going to get this exposure rolling on what will probably be the one of our final images of the night. But yeah, I want to get this word out to more people to other people who have a lot more clout than I do, and a lot more sway in communities, to be able to petition Twitch to add a space tag, at least. Not even so much astrophotography. And even photography tag, that is still very broad. Of which I am also very happy to be part of Team Photography, which I haven't actually touted enough tonight. In this time that I've been on Twitch, it's nice to be part of another community, a larger community of like-minded streamers. I am doing astrophotography, still photography. But we are just doing it at night when everybody else is sleeping and just taking advantage of that. Does anyone know of any info about controlling a telescope from the internet? Like using the like Telescope Live or any of those other remote options? I have not personally used one myself, but I've heard a lot of people have had some very good experiences with it. Astrophotography and Astro Addict, who do pop into this channel every now and then. They've used remote scopes as well in the past, and they are somewhat active on our Discord channel as well. We're going for a 24-hour stream? I don't know. No, I can't do that. At least, I don't even know if it's going to be a sunrise stream. G4, how you doing? You're still up. Is this how late you usually stay up as well? I'm usually in bed by now. Fraser was doing that weekly on Google Hangouts 5 years ago until Google closed down. I usually had about 3 or 4 people around the world showing live images from their scopes. And, that's what I kind of want to maybe try to get into, at least some one-offs on here, is more than just me shooting images there. But it's the logistics of having enough people who have their clear skies can be a bit of a pain. So I know that largely with the virtual star parties that Fraser Kane is doing for Universe Today, he does use the OPT scope. I don't know what source they use it, how they display it over though. Controlling a telescope from the web, using a telescope and controlling it from the web. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I would check out OPT's website as well and see what they have things on offer there. But yeah, Telescope Live, but you have to you always have to pay for those services there. What if I drop huge bits for it?
24 hours.
Hey, it worked. Well, there you go. They're proving that it works. For 10 bits, you can look at me in the infrared end of the electromagnetic spectrum at 850 nanometers. This is still an experiment. I'm still trying this out to see how it works, and thankfully, successfully, it worked with GeForce 10 bits. I will be kind of rolling out some other options with different areas of the visible spectrum at least, but this is the infrared end of the spectrum. I would love to do a 24-hour stream. It would just have to involve. I would need to have it work out that I have a solar telescope and our regular telescope, and at least 24 hours of clear skies. Mojo Jojo, how are you doing? Hanging around, still awake. I can't believe I'm actually still up at this point. And yeah, that is kind of cool. Just how everything changes. My shirt is white. My beard, my gray hairs are gone. Should shoot everything with infrared. Got to work out to move that heavy scope. I also noticed that the veins show up more in the infrared scope or in the infrared camera. That is kind of creepy. All right, while I've been rambling on, I got to get this exposure going. Or can I? Oh no. Our stars, our skies. Have the clouds rolled in? Love the new camera. I'm liking it too. Largely it has been... I've had to tweak things to try to make sure it's going to work, because I'd be really disappointed if we're at the point where I'm actually rolling this out as a full bit reward option and it doesn't work, and that would really stink. So I'm keeping it right now as just 10 bits to try and see if I can actually work things out, but so far it seems to be working. As long as I see that this camera is still going, then we're good. It does kind of tinker in and out every now and then. Like I said, otherwise, I'm also looking for a modified DSLR that I can put a UV filter on, so we can look at have the camera shoot in on the other end of the spectrum. We can go into ultraviolet rather than infrared, and you can all see the sun damage that I've incurred over the years. There are other options that we can kind of do with the Kinect camera, but for now it is just that infrared option there. It works.
Check. 1, 2.
It's working. Excellent. That's good. Okay. The veins. That's so weird. That is creepy, right? Seriously. Can't see them otherwise. It's a little weird. The music timing worked out well, didn't it? There's a medical device called a vein finder that takes advantage of exactly this. I can see how it's very helpful as well. Remember those? It was mostly limited to planets and similar bright targets. The current virtual star parties use a special setup to display very fast exposures of dim extended objects. Little content lately due to Oh, sorry, I missed that. It moved. Little content lately due to weather conflicts and the West Coast fires last summer, but still a thing. I do keep an eye out for whenever they are going to do the virtual star parties. I do enjoy watching them. It is rather concise. They're not doing 6.5 hour marathons. They do keep it to within about an hour, but also they do have several telescopes on the go so that everybody can kind of display their images as they come through there. So I think I may have rambled on a little too long here, because I've lost my guide star. But let's at least start to image on this target, and we'll kind of ramble on about a few more things here. And we will. I'm going to say this is going to be the final target, Messier 102, which is 47 million light years away. And it's a fine, bright galaxy with an apparent magnitude of 9.9 and angular size. We don't need the size. The galaxy is distinctively spindle-shaped. An inconspicuous stellar nucleus is just discernible at the center of the grainy envelope. A narrow dust lane cuts across the core. I'm interested to see how that's going to look. So depending on the time of the year, when you only have a couple hours, the selection is limited. By the time it ended up on Google, they had worked out a way to take multiple narrowband images and automatically combine them for color images. Fraser loved the rosette. I do love imaging the rosette as well. Yeah, 6 hours. I could not imagine. I would not imagine seeing him doing a stream like this. He is to the point. He is. They have the idea of what they're doing, and I do enjoy watching Astronomy Cast and tuning into the Cosmo Quest team on Twitch as well. It was always good to see. So yeah, it is. It's good to see more people doing this on Twitch as well, and just in general online, because there is a genuine curiosity from a lot of people who are interested in the night sky, and they may not have the facilities to take images themselves, or even just get a good shot of of the moon. That's what we've been doing tonight. We've been largely imaging the moon, primarily because it was actually in our eastern viewpoint of the sky, and that was about all we had available to us for quite a while there. But we're kind of in an area that I generally haven't actually been hanging out in, because at this point I'm usually asleep or the clouds have rolled in. But taking advantage of this as much as possible, and just seeing other people sharing science and astronomy, other channels is always amazing. And space exploration, watching EJSA with covering the test launches, and over and watch Das Valdez. It's really cool to see that more people are tuning into those channels. They have thousands of viewers on there, and that's fantastic that they're navigating all those people hanging out on their channel. I am very happy that we have we're at the 17 viewers right now, and in the large end of the time we have about 40 people in here. That's fantastic, and it's a nice chilled atmosphere that I want to be able to have, just an easygoing place for you guys to hang out in. And if any kind of questions do pop up into your head, ask them, or share if you have some interesting stories, or just absolute abominations of a night with astrophotography. Or even just if you've taken a long trip to go out to watch a meteor shower in a dark sky area, which you've been promised clear skies, and you get out there and all the clouds in the world have rolled in on you. It's happened to all of us at some point or another, where you've had unreliable weather forecasts kind of ruin your evening, ruin your time. you know, there was, when I was looking for the a conjunction of, had to have been Venus and Jupiter. It was early in the morning. It was supposed to rise up at about 5:15 in the morning. We would see it above the horizon, just before the sun was going to come up. And I went out, drove out to the eastern coast, had everything set up, and streetlights came on at 5 in the morning. Didn't see it. It was, it was a hidden streetlight, and that popped on at 5 in the morning. Totally ruined my night vision. And to top it all off, my battery died. And once the planets were rising above the horizon, there was a nice thick band of clouds along the horizon, and everything else was nice and clear up above. So yeah, there are times you're gonna drive out to certain areas, and things go wrong. I got some decent images of the moon that night, but that was about it. Really appreciate the discussion and your willingness to teach. Thank you. Hey, thank you very much, Inquisitive Minds. I appreciate you coming in on the stream here and hanging out with us. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate the kind words, and it makes me. It makes me feel good that I am actually, being able to convey some information to you guys, and it just offering a nice place to hang out as well. There's a lot of places where I feel that sometimes I've come in on a stream and you just don't feel welcome. And I do want you guys to feel welcome and comfortable in this place, and there are other streamers that I do like to carry on their way of handling people in the chat and just being able to be open and accessible to everybody. Dustin completely rebuilt the observatory for live streams once Fraser and Skylia showed him the audience potential, and that's where we got the big Rasa with Color Cam, then OPT streamer sponsorships, Gibson picks, now the Clear Skies Network, and lots of talk about more OPT observatories all over the country. To be able to expand those options there, because it's not going to be consistently clear skies everywhere. And also, just in terms of the altitude, your elevation is going to affect your sky quality. I was watching Dustin. He was on last night last night with Griffin, and they were picking out a new target. They were doing about just over 40 hours on the Tadpole Nebula, which is, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do with that there. Tony Darnell has a dedicated piece on his property in Florida for a future site, and heard something about a Texas site as well. That'd be awesome. That'd be fantastic if they can start to expand much farther around, and it'd be interesting to see what this year is going to kind of dictate for the way how astrophotography is going, because there are a lot of people have said that they're waiting for their telescopes, they're waiting for the kit to come in because it's all on back order, just due to the manufacturing process being delayed, or even just the stock itself being sold out, because everybody is we're at home. There's not a lot of stuff that we can do right now, so being able to put together a telescope kit and look up at the night sky and look at some cool objects that you just generally wouldn't be able to see, that is what people are doing, and that's what I'm doing right now. And actually, I'm looking at the clouds as I'm rambling on. I think this exposure is probably going to suffer. I say that, but guiding is actually still remarkably good. All right. That also might just be the shine of the moon. I don't know. We'll see. But largely the guiding hasn't been affected. So he's pointing out towards the northeast. Sorry, I'm one of those people who put extra stress on the supply chain because of COVID. How much stuff have you bought? I'm interested. It's not an admonishment. I'm just interested in seeing what you got. What kind of kit you're adding. One of the noobs. We were all beginners at some point. I still feel like I'm a beginner in some areas, most areas. A lot of stock now everyone gets to shelves now, comes in and goes right back out to fill back orders. And that's it. I know there's even listening to some of the Space Junk podcasts where Dustin is saying don't wait until you actually see it in stock on the site, because at that point it's already gone. You know, so put orders in. Try and be patient with things. You know, that's why for the most part a lot of the new to me equipment, pardon me, has been used. There's been used equipment, or it's been demos that is, you know, it's there, it's in stock. So at least then I'm able to kind of quickly get a hold of it, not waiting for a shiny new piece of equipment to come in. All right, our image of the spindle galaxy is ready, and it looks to be, well, let's see. These dust bunnies. There's enough haze rolling through here. Now I see you rolling through here, haze. And that's mighty tough. Mighty tough to get a good image rolling through. Well, I can see that. Actually, that's not too bad. Right. I added the new TPO Ultra Wide to my collection last week, and that's cool. I do like. I would like to have like almost like 3 levels of. I would like to, you know, have a very, very wide field lens or a scope. Kind of a mid-range of maybe like 300 millimeters, 400 millimeters, and then something at, you know, at maybe like 1500 or 2000 millimeters to really go for the deep sky objects, especially going after the spindle galaxy, which is very tiny overall. But we can, at least we still have that over of all the clouds and haze that has rolled through. We still have that little division in the middle there. Focus looks a little soft, and that's just because, you know, it's been running for almost 7 hours now without any check on the focus at the moment. So at least we got something kind of coming in there. Pico Nico, how are you doing? Just woke up, and I am streaming. Yes, we have had some amazingly clear skies. Right now, it only seems that just now that the forecast is turning on us. Well, we went for a new target for M102, the Spindle Galaxy, which you know, needs a lot more time, a lot more integration. Should not have slept. That's okay. I'm glad to see you pop in now, at least. It's good to see you in here. But yeah, no, it's good to see that a lot of people have been kind of hanging out in the stream, popping in and out. You know, it makes me feel like I'm doing something good here on Twitch. And again, whether you guys are here for a short time or for a long time in the chat, I appreciate it very much. You know, you guys have been fantastic. It's always appreciate all the questions that come in and just the stories that you guys have with your experience with astrophotography, your love of astronomy, your confusion of astrology. I always appreciate that. So yeah, what else? Is there anything else in this image? No, and also you can see largely this vignetting You know, this is like that only the usable area of the sensor that we have. Everything else is it's kind of cut off by the filter that I'm using. So I am looking to get a new broadband filter. So yeah, this is the galaxy we're looking at right now. That's 47 million light years away. So, you know, it is fairly tiny in our sensor. Pico Nico, thank you very much. Thank you. 2 months. Appreciate the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Thank you so much. Glad to see you in here. You know, let's make a spectacle of those who are subscribing to the channel. I like hanging out with people who know things I do not. Well, hopefully I have added some more knowledge to your repertoire. Maybe kind of come away from the stream with a few more questions that might kind of marinade, kind of crop up. But always happy to try and answer any questions. If you want to leave them in the Discord, if you want to, you can send messages on Instagram, Twitter. You know, I pay attention to all those channels there. But yeah, largely if we have a captive audience, I'm happy to try to get any insight. And if I don't know exactly what it is you're asking of me, that just gives me more incentive to do some more research and, you know, try to build up my knowledge base so that I am able to, you know, just better communicate with what it is that we're looking at, what it is we do on the channel, you know, what's out there in outer space, and why I have this absolutely abominable vignetting on here. You know, that things like that is largely because the filter I'm using isn't exactly this 2-inch round filter. It is a filter designed to be in front of a DSLR sensor, so there is aspects, the dimensions of it just don't quite match up. But it is a broadband filter that we're using. This is a narrowband filter. That is, this one's better for looking at emission nebulae. The one we're looking at using right now is better suited for galaxies and reflection nebulae. But I do want to get a better, a more purpose-built, designed broadband filter, and that is essentially what this February goal. We reached our goal for unlocking our Heart Nebula, which is still pending with Twitch. I know there is a large backlog of things. That is going to be a bit of an issue there, because they have to identify each emote one by one to make sure that it isn't violating any terms of service. So it'll come. We have unlocked it. It is pending, so we will finally have our 5th and final emote added onto the channel here, which I'm really excited for, because everybody else has a heart emote on their Twitch channel, and I figured why not actually have the Heart Nebula as our emote. So yeah, it looks like the weather is turning against us, which is fine. Which is we figured that this was going to occur. There was the possibility that we were going to have a bit of a sunrise stream. But yeah, happy with how things have gone. Very happy with how things have gone. This is unexpectedly an unexpectedly extended version of our live astrophotography sessions. I thought we were probably going to get like maybe a few hours, look at the moon, look at a few galaxies, and the clouds are rolling yet. But you know, we got some opportunities to look at some really interesting objects tonight, and you know, kind of looking out in an area of the night sky that I largely haven't had a lot of time with. So there's there's more objects in here that we can be looking at and imaging, and they're also better suited for much longer integration times because you're just not going to be able to capture all these in one single exposure, because they are dim, they are distant, they are millions and millions of light years away. Some objects, even we've had some in our frames that are over 1 billion light years away. So it's all about that integration time to try to improve that signal to noise ratio. So you're able to try to see as much of the universe as possible. I'm a meat camera observer myself, but a passion for astrophysics, the hardware engineer of equipment, and of course the progress of education and edutainment on Twitch. Well, I do appreciate you, Uncle Bill. I do appreciate you hanging in here for tonight and enjoying the night sky with us, and just hanging out. I appreciate you guys sticking around. It's always dynamic. I never know exactly what is going to happen on the stream. We have a rough plan of attack, and sometimes things can go amazingly, wonderfully off the rails. And I'm happy to kind of explore different avenues, try to pick out different targets. If anybody has imaged something that isn't one of the popular targets, I'm always open to see anything like that. I try to get at least 1 or 2 targets that aren't in the main kind of, I say mainstream, the more attractive objects in the night sky that are easy to shoot. I want to try to see what else is out there. What other kind of options do we have? And while I'm rambling on, what time is it now? 4:30. I want to try. I don't know if we have enough of a maybe. I don't know if it's too dim, too small to go for the Cat's Eye Nebula. It is a small planetary nebula. We're here. I'm going to go for it. I want to see if we can get a planetary nebula. I will power nap. That is fine. Hey, Dusty. Go for it. Why not? Let's see if it's available. Is it available? Because largely what is going to impact things is my roof or my neighbor's chimney. So let's we'll save that screenshot, and NGC 6543. That's right, 6543. Yep. Let's see. Oh, that is like pointing. Well, maybe we did have it. We do. We do. Guys, be cool. It's the wife. Act natural. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? We still have some clear skies. No. Shoot. Well, it's good to know you're still tuning in. Appreciate that. Oh no. Someone's in trouble. Oh no. Guys, help! It's science! It's science! Science never sleeps! And apparently I'm not right now either. Oh boy. Save me, somebody save me! Doesn't matter that she's an ocean away. She can get there. The stream is taking. That's it, Dusty. The stream is taken over. The night sky is still here. It's beckoning. We're on a new nebula. I've never. She does have people. Seriously, help! Wait, I got an idea. I have an idea. Hear me out. What if? Haha! Can't find me now. The perfect crime. Oh, this is tense. We're good. We're hiding. I can hear your eyes rolling. I can feel them. No!
There he is.
Oh, and the camera didn't work. Although you did expose me still. Oh boy, can't hide. Alright, that worked. Fine, you win this round. Who knew the sirens of Odysseus was really the night sky? Knew? Did not? Jay. I don't care if you're on the other side of the world. Help me. Alright, we can see down there, actually the clouds are rolling away, so... Sunrise stream? Sunrise stream, yes, yes, yes. Breakfast? Ooh. Am I gonna order breakfast in the morning? Aha! I can't get in any more trouble, can I? Don't know. Nope, wrong button. No. Uh-oh. That's it, the ultimate loophole. Can't sleep if it's sunrise already. Yeah, why not? There's always... I know. I know. Maybe if we switch over here, I'll make myself smaller. It's good. It's a tinier target. You can't get me. Oh, guiding went all crazy. All right, I don't know how well this is going to turn out now. Pardon me. Looks like we have all right skies one way, but that looked like there was a rather large movement in the scope. However, one thing about getting into trouble is that sometimes I can be pretty adorable. You know, you feel bad. You know, put on a pouty face, please. Alright, our image of the Cat's Eye Nebula is a tiny target. Let's see how it turns out. Oh boy! All right, here we go. This is under 3 minutes for this target. I don't know how it's going to turn out. I'm interested to see how this is going to. I've never imaged the Cat's Eye Nebula. I know it's going to be fairly tiny. You can see it in this little preview image. You know, it is this little planetary nebula. We'll see how it's going to turn out. I mean, we've had worse. We've had worse. But yes, thank you guys for hanging around tonight. And those who are just new to the channel, who are just kind of tuning in and wondering what in the world we are doing here. We are waiting for our exposure of the Cat's Eye Nebula to come on through. I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck, and we are open much later than normal. But we like to share live images of the night sky. Again, hi. Again, how's it going? How are you? How are you doing this morning, this evening, this afternoon, wherever you are? We have some... we got some more wispy clouds rolling through. That's all right. We will see how this image turns out of the Cat's Eye Nebula. But you know, largely the weather it's kind of all over the place, really. We'll see how it's going to hold up, because we're also very close to the sunrise here. Billy Galaxy Art, still hanging around. How's it going? How are you? Marketing idea: a secure remote kill switch for mounts or cameras for the spouses of astrophotographers. Why? Why would you suggest that? Doing good. Evening for me. Looks like a little lost sapphire. Runs away. Oh boy. Alright. It's complete. All right, let's see how this looks. Let's see what kind of details we can pull out of this. That's it. He'll be rich, and and our spouses won't tell us how much they actually paid for this device. All right, let's see what we can do with this. Alright, Planetary Nebula. You usually want to send the slider out this direction. Oh, that's a tough one. Nah, I may have overexposed on this one here. No, I don't think. Oh, that was a tough one. That was a very tiny target. May have gone for too long on there. Let's see if we go this way. Will that help at all? A little bit. Just reset everything. Nah, that was a bit of a tough one. Now, unfortunately, we had a more successful option with the Clownface Nebula earlier on tonight. That was a little bit of a larger planetary nebula. You win some, you lose some. But again, it's a target I've never imaged before. Wanted to try to get as much detail as possible, and I think at that expense, we kind of overshot things and didn't quite get the quality of image that we were hoping for here. That's much better. The Andromeda Galaxy. We have let's go over to the Clownface Nebula. This one was much nicer to look at tonight. That was a better planet. That's what I was almost kind of hoping we would have been able to see something a little more interesting there. Sunrise for me is sunrise doesn't actually occur until about 7 in the morning, so maybe not quite a sunrise stream. Well, I will have to check exactly what the rest of the sky conditions are going to look like at the moment. So yeah, maybe not a true sunrise. But at this point, let's see what is the weather going to do, because that's going to largely dictate what the next action is going to be. Let's see. All right, largely we have clear skies. We still have clear skies here. And let's see, let's go to 36 degrees. All right, for the sake of another half an hour, another half an hour means the Ring Nebula. And I would really like to be able to image the Ring Nebula in half an hour, because it's going to be bright enough that we will take an exposure, but I will also want to try the EAA, which is Electronic Assisted Astronomy, where we will try to take a look at the Ring Nebula in as live of a view as possible. We did do this last week with the Orion Nebula. Now that whole nebula is a much larger and brighter complex. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, the Ring Nebula itself is still, visible through, looking through visually as well. You're able to see the detail of the Ring Nebula. So if we can get a live shot of that, I think that would be a really cool thing to see. And for the sake of another half an hour worth of waiting, I think there's another target that we can pick to image while we're waiting on that there. Thanks for that, Mojo. All right. What do we have here? IC 4539, another planetary nebula that does not look as wonderful. Let's see, there's got to be, what do we have here? Who are you? It's tiny as well. Need a larger planetary nebula. That's okay. We know who I am. Right? Right? Alright, what about you? You're tiny as well. It's not too long. We just need one target to kind of hang out on. Let's see. Because we're just the Milky Way. The Milky Way is kind of just starting to come up on the east. And there's a lot of interesting targets down there, but that is largely going to depend on exactly how much night sky we have still available to us. Spelled my name wrong. And I feel welcome to the observatory. Close enough. We're good. Now, for those of you who may not be aware of who is Jay Tenko, you're saying, who is this Jay Tenko? Well,
Every star will die, including our own sun, and eventually all that will be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation. Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. A TGIF, am I right?
that's Jay Tenko. That's it. I think I find it kind of weird. Although we know I am Tom, the Astro Canuck. But yeah, it's just I hear just Astro. One time Putzi did say Tom. That was kind of weird, and so it's I don't know. I'm just fine, kind of going by Astro. Happy with that. Yes, on a Sunday morning, Jay's wonderful outlook for a Friday event. Right, we were looking for a target to kind of tide us over until we reach 20 after 5, so just 20 more minutes. We have what's pointing up. We have galaxies up above. We have imaged already. We have our globular cluster. What else is up there? What's kind of in the northwestern area? Who are you? You are tiny. You are not visible. We got open clusters by Polaris. We did our disappointing Cat's Eye Nebula. No, it's the iris is not going to be available. Ooh, all right, here, let's go for this. This should be this is available. This is an easy one. This is a quick target. We're going to go for the Tim Hortons target. The double. And I have no cardinal point for that. All right. A double star companion we're going to go for here. MS GoTo 200. How are you doing? Welcome on into the observatory. Glad to have you in here with us this morning. Tim Hortons is awesome, and I miss it immensely. It's the social aspect of it. Well, largely we're not able to kind of go around to Tim Hortons. Okay, stretch. We're good. All right, let's pick this area. because they don't have a proper location. So I'm just going to kind of pick that central star in between the two of them there. It's 18 hours. $18 45 minutes. 4 seconds. Wrong way. No, you shouldn't do that. God, by the time I punch this thing in, it's going to be time for the Ring Nebula. All right, 18 hours, 45 minutes, and 4 seconds. Bye. $39. Yeah, 39, 39, 37. No, 38. All right. The double-double. It better be this. It says it is. Should be high enough. All right, let's see how this is. I may need to go out and. Oop. No, that's what I wanted. Come back. Actually, we're going to switch over to a live view here on this one. It's a tough one. I want to see if we can resolve these stars. Pardon me, because there are 2 stars and they are also double stars, which is why you get the double-double. Now that is very, very, very difficult to resolve. So this star isn't actually out of focus. This is a double star. This is a binary star system, commonly known as the double-double. And yeah, I am definitely not at the right focal length at all to try and catch this. Which is unfortunate, because I would like to have been able to possibly resolve maybe one of them. That doesn't seem like it's gonna. Well, okay, all right. A tiny bit on this one. You can see a little bit of Aha! I saw a little bit of separation there. I'm calling that one a binary star that we have we have witnessed. It is 162 light years away. Let's see if we. So 1 second may be too much. I mean, if you cross your eyes, it's a binary star. All right, let's go down to. All right, we're slowly able. Okay, we can kind of resolve. You know, it's not very clear, but this is a binary star that we are looking at. There's a pair of binary stars known as the double, and there's those brief glimpses of clarity where we're actually able to see enough stability in the atmosphere to resolve this single point of light into two. So these are the stars we are on right now, which is the double, and these one it is. I mean, you need a lot more focal length to try to resolve these four stars. It's a dual, kind of like a dual binary system that we have going on here. So let's see, while we are waiting for that one to. There is a open cluster here. Which again is not a catalog number. Also, Little Planetary Nebula. We are very, very close to having the Ring Nebula available to us. And actually, I'm going to see it's 34 degrees. We're going to go for it right now and see if we can actually get the Ring Nebula in our sights. And if we can actually get a live view of that versus, you know, a single exposure image. I think that'll be really, 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 really cool. All right. So what we can at least see is that the diffraction spikes. We have a bit of a double diffraction spike, and that is because we do have a pair of two binary stars in this section here. That is the double in the constellation of Lyra. But what we're going to go for right now is the Ring Nebula. So let's make sure that we know exactly where we are. Just fantastic. Let's see if it is. We have to wait just a few more minutes. Let's go to M57. And if we do have it available, then there's a short jump from where we're at right now. mean, all the clouds that we were kind of concerned about earlier, they have all gone away. Let's see, do we have it here? Right, I'm going to bed, you beautiful buff of a man. You don't stay up too late or I'll be bringing you a cup of tea to wake you up this time. Really? That'd be nice. G4, thank you very much. Thank you very much for sticking around. This is, yeah, this was a bit of an anomaly night for us. Yeah, glad to have you around. Glad to have you stick around with the stream. Have a wonderful sleep. We will catch you tomorrow. And let's see, do we have it? I don't know. Looks like there's a bit of a shadow. We'd be just below the roof line at the moment here. Yeah. All right. It is almost there. We almost have the Ring Nebula. It should be showing up fairly soon. Let me see what is the guide scope. What is the guide scope showing us? Alright, the good thing is the guide scope is above the roof line. We are able to see some stars. You can see them down there in our guide scope, so at least we're going to be... We'll be able to see that Ring Nebula start to slowly make its way over the roof line. Because currently it is 34 degrees, and we need it to be about 35.5 degrees above. And it's going to be about 5 minutes time there, so we'll get this all framed up, we'll get this ready to go, because what I'm going to attempt to do is to have a live look at the Ring Nebula. Well, it feels wrong for me to say this, I'm at 7 hours behind you, but it's time for me to go to bed. Thanks for the good stream. Kenny, thank you very much for hanging around. I appreciate you coming out tonight. Glad to have you enjoy the night sky with us. We got about 5 minutes before we have the Ring Nebula in our sights, but you know, we'll have the VOD will be available, and if it is a really cool shot, it will be. I'll clip that and put it up on YouTube as well, like we did with what I will do with the Orion Nebula. Or maybe kind of make a compilation of these two images to kind of illustrate electronic assisted astronomy. Yeah, let me make sure I have a decent guide star, because that one stinks. That one's a little better. We'll guide on that one. Let's see, because we should start to see some stars start to appear above here as the exposures. Yes, yes. All right, slowly it's appearing. So you can see that obviously that shadow down the bottom, that is the roof. So that is a bit of a problem for me. But yeah, it'll be, we're guiding, so that is perfect. We will be looking at the Ring Nebula. So that is coming to be, there's the first time we got the Ring Nebula showing up on on the channel here. So while we're waiting for this one to come in there, we'll do some more short exposures. So we're getting a little dramatic here tonight. I think this is a very nice culmination of the entire stream, to be looking at the Ring Nebula, one of the more famous planetary nebulae in the Northern Hemisphere. It is the showpiece of the Northern Hemisphere summer sky. Ha! We're in the winter. And is often regarded as the prototype of all planetary nebulae. These objects are the remains of sun-like stars which have blown away their outer envelopes, leaving planet-sized white dwarfs at their centers. Excited to see what is going to become of this shot here. Starting to come into view, and I'm wondering. Let's wait for like 30 seconds on this one. Start to slowly see. As soon as that roof is kind of clear of the, of the nebula, it's gonna have to be like maybe down this way. Airplane. Did you catch something I didn't see? Oh, cool. Nice catch, fish and chips. The ring is so cool, and the best part about that one is it won't get you in trouble for streaming so late. I think that would be... this is a satisfying target to look at as well. And that is just about clear of the roof as well. Still seeing some impact of the lower stars. Ooh. Yeah, still fairly dark. Yes, as soon as some of those, I think it may start to. We'll give it a go. Yeah, that gradient on the bottom there, that is the roof line. So yeah, I pretty much need to wait for it. What are we at now? We are at about 35.5 degrees. And I said about 36 is where everything is nice and clear above the roof line. And again, if I could raise up the telescope a little more, then we could gain access to that area of the night sky a lot earlier. All right, we are starting to see that that central star. In the core of the Ring Nebula. So, why not see? Can we get a live view of the Ring Nebula? I really hope so. I really, really hope so. Yes! All right. Let's go a little longer. Half a second, we don't need to see guiding. Hey, Art of DHT. Learn a new word, thermomechanical. Oh, that's not right. Thermochemical, sorry. Oh? Do share. Can we hear it in a sentence? All right, guys, we are looking at the Ring Nebula. We're not looking at a single exposure. This is a live view of the Planetary Nebula. I think there's something to be said about electronic assisted astronomy that is so much more exciting than just waiting for a 10-minute exposure to kind of come through. This is instant. You know, we're looking at a planetary nebula 1,400 light years away, live and in color. That is tremendous. Let's see, I'm going to also drop the temperature, see if we can kind of clear up any of this noise. It had a 70s nerd who invented a chemical that would put the petroleum industry out of business. Well, we really need to work on that still. Oh, come on. And we're back. They said a cupful could level the city. Don't ask about the science, just roll with it. Fair enough. Well, here's the thing about getting brilliant footage with this. I can't record this. The ASI Air won't record video. At least the original one won't. So really what we're seeing is very ephemeral, because once I turn the camera off, that footage is gone. It's only going to be saved on the VOD. This is tremendous, though. So more amazing. I'm watching a Canuck in England from the States of a nebula 1,400 light years away, live and in color. This is tremendous. Life is amazing, isn't it not? Like, seriously, if you got anybody who's interested in astronomy, let them know what the heck we're doing right now. I was going to stick on this target for a little while longer. It is freshly above the roofline. The sun isn't coming up for quite a while. We're not even exiting astronomical dark yet. Because this is absolutely cool. This is way more amazing than, you know, a 10-minute image. You're looking at a planetary nebula live. And there is no shortage of information on this. With most planetary nebulae, the distance to the Ring Nebula is not very well known. Photographically, the nebula's rate of expansion is roughly 1 degree per century, while its radial expansion velocity from spectroscopic observations is 20 to 30 kilometers per second. Attempts to relate its angular expansion rate to the radial expansion give rough distance estimates from 1400 to 4100 light years. These results, however, presume various theoretical models, including spherical geometry for the nebula, an assumption that is probably wrong. The U.S. Naval Observatory and Hubble Space Telescope improved techniques in 1997 to 1999 to determine a trigonomic parallax for M57 Central Star, yielding a distance of 2300 light years with 40% uncertainty. You heard about the signal from Proxima Centauri. You know, somebody sent me a link to that, and I still haven't read up on that. See exactly what the deal with that is. All right, let's see if we can get some more detail out of this. No, I'm gonna go the other way. I love how I don't understand a thing, but not anyway. You know, nonetheless, what we're looking at right now is the kind of a bit of an example, like I said before, the archetypal example of what eventually our sun will do. And there will be a ring nebula visible from somewhere else in the universe, somewhere else in the galaxy, of our sun that does something similar to this. Let's see. Let's go 2 seconds on here. Dial that back a tiny bit. I mean, we're looking at the Ring Nebula as live as can be, as much detail as possible at this resolution, with this camera, with this telescope. But, you know, it's opening up the options for other bright targets. You know, to be able to look at them much quicker. You know, I never really thought about trying this out until it was just with the Orion Nebula. And being able to try to image something like that there. Turn off my heater. It's getting actually a little too warm in here. All right. Listening for other sounds. I thought I heard like sirens outside. But yeah, I cannot get enough of doing this type of astro imaging now. I want to find some more targets that are going to be they're going to lend themselves well to viewing them in this manner. Let's see how much more we can see here. How much noise can we cut out, you know? That doesn't work too well. Can we make it look even better? Can we do it? So I don't want to try to keep it as smooth as possible, you know? Can we resolve that central star? Although we have another star just available. It's down below there. tracking of on lunar. Well, let's see if that's going to change things up a bit or not. I can excuse the language barrier as an excuse and not the actual IQ barrier. It's all good. I mean, I try, you know, if there's anything that needs further clarification, a lot of the information I am reading kind of straight from Sky Safari until I'm able to kind of articulate my own knowledge base into what we're looking at there. You know, short of this is a star that has shed its outer layers. There is a small white dwarf in the center of this nebula, which will eventually cool even farther and become a black dwarf. Or eventually just a dead star. But yeah, looking at the... Yeah, I think if I start to go to 5 seconds, that kind of loses a bit of the allure. It's just refreshing every 5 seconds, although it does kind of improve the overall image there. So if we... you know, we're looking at a live nebula, a live planetary nebula in the Ring Nebula, M57, in the constellation of Lyra, and I think that it's absolutely incredible to be seeing this and sharing this with you guys and having you guys hang out with me tonight. And this has been, again, this is one of the longest streams that we've done now, and you know, for good reason. I am happy. I am definitely going to have to take a little nap. That is for sure, and try not to turn it into like waking up at 6 o'clock in the evening and totally ruining the sleep schedule. Yeah, these are not single exposures. Those who are just kind of coming into the stream right now, welcome on in. I am tired. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and this is the Ring Nebula live and in color from my back garden in the east of England. This is absolutely nuts. I will be saving this. I will be saving this VOD. I'm going to kind of put it together in combination with the Orion Nebula as well, just kind of explaining what it is that we are doing. This is electronic assisted astronomy. If you're looking through an eyepiece, you're going to see this kind of shape, but it's not going to be as you're not going to see it as bright and as steady. There's always going to be some issues, some problems. Our meat cameras are ridiculously inefficient. So to be able to see an object live, I'm refreshing this every 5 seconds. For all intent and purposes, this is still a live image coming through there. And anything shorter, it just gets a little grainy. But it is, it's incredibly helpful to be able to for those who may not be able to look into the eyepiece, and you just need a larger screen to be able to see something on here. And this is our way around it, our way of trying to get, to get these images of the night sky. We do it with the moon, we've done it with the Orion Nebula, and now we've done it with the Ring Nebula. So chalk that up to 3 objects that I am looking at live with our telescope. It is, that is this bad boy back here. We have clear skies. It has gone on much longer than I expected, much like in a good way, because I was not expecting to have any more than about 3 hours worth of clear skies, and here we are 8 hours later, looking at some Looking at some amazing sights in the night sky. Appreciate the hold off on sleep to show us. It's remarkable. Well, thank you. I am happy to do this. It is also not often that we have such a long stretch of a clear night. So yeah, to sacrifice a tiny bit of sleep when I'll do some power naps throughout the day. It's all good. Resonant Mango 1. The first resonant mango. How are you doing? Welcome on into the observatory. We are looking at the Ring Nebula. The Planetary Nebula, about, let's say about 2,000 light years away. Let's kind of average things out a bit there. We're looking at it live and in color, which is a little different from what we usually do on this channel when we take images of the night sky in about in 10-minute increments. But we're delivering space to your screens as soon as humanly possible. Every 5 seconds, this image is refreshing. It is the same target that we were looking at. You can see that central star kind of come through every now and then. And this is a planetary nebula, and a rough idea of how our sun will eventually look. This 5 a.m. ring nebula is hitting the spot. Fantastic. Glad to have you in here. Yeah, usually we are looking at the moon, we are looking at all sorts of other objects in the night sky, galaxies, nebulae, globular clusters. You know, it's like I said before, it's a different kind of night for us, and I am wondering, is the weather going to turn? Oh no, I still have to go out and cover up the scope. And where's the temperature? What are we at? It is 1 degree Celsius. It's gonna be chilly out there. But yeah, I really do not want to leave this target. This is absolutely incredible to be looking at the Ring Nebula. You know, let's kind of back this out for just a quick second here. You know, it is a very small target to be looking at with our telescope, but we are getting some good images coming through this, and I think just looking at it this way. There we go. That's coming through. Olivia! How are you doing tonight, this morning? Olivia, welcome on in. Welcome into the observatory. We are currently looking at the Ring Nebula. That's sweet when you zoom out. This is this mode on the ASI Air. This Raspberry Pi controlled computer is reserved usually for focusing your stars. However, I've kind of repurposed it to be actually looking at a live object in outer space, in our galaxy, about 2,000 light years away. Now, we're going to sit on this target for just a little while longer. So if you have any friends who are not watching this channel, who are interested in space and they want to see a live planetary nebula, let them know. Let's come on in. We're hanging out here for just a little while longer, because it is, as you can see, it is 5:30 in the morning for me, and I have been going since about 9:30. And you're friends with Mango. Lovely. More friends, more the merrier. If you lower the refresh rate, will it get less grainy? It gets a little more grainy, actually, because you know, it is a fairly dim object, and the longer the integration time can be, I'll drop it for a second here. We can see. Go down to 2 seconds. You lose the brightness, and you do add a little bit of the graininess there. So I think for this object, I think 5 seconds seems to be that sweet spot. Depending on some other objects, we can shorten that time frame there. If we increase the exposure time at 10 seconds, then that's kind of that will do the trick there. But then we also kind of lose a bit of that that live movement of the target. Yeah, the longer the integration time, you are improving that signal to noise ratio. I have cooled the camera down to 15 degrees below zero. So it is, it's not, even the cooler isn't even working at 20%. It's cold enough outside that it really doesn't have to do a lot of work. So I could easily cool this down to minus 30 degrees. It's not going to improve things that much, but at least now, okay, 10-second exposures, we are starting to see that central star start to show up there, but we're also dealing with the turbulent atmosphere. So that is kind of changing the shape of the image there. So I'm going to go back to 5 seconds right now. We will try to adjust it enough so that we can still see the ring nebula, but we're also getting rid of a little bit of the noise. So yeah, it does look like now the clouds, we're starting to get some clouds showing up, and you know, that is pretty much what we figured was going to happen, although that's what was forecast. And wonderfully, we do have some clear skies. In a rare event here in the east of England, we are starting to approach sunrise in about let's see, maybe in about an hour or so. In about an hour, about 7 in the morning, the sun will be up, and we'll definitely have to end the session, although I probably will end it a little earlier than that, because this was what I wanted to get. Hold out for the Ring Nebula and be able to show this to you guys live, as opposed to taking a long exposure image or waiting to see something. At least now we are seeing it, and I can ramble on about it. What other quick little bit do we have about the Ring Nebula? Planetary nebula are formed after medium or low mass stars, like our Sun, exhaust the hydrogen fuel in their cores. At this point, the star's outer layers expand and they become red giants. Further internal instabilities cause their outer atmosphere to be expelled in energetic pulses. The expanding gaseous shell forms the planetary nebula, while the stellar core collapses to become a white dwarf, brightly illuminating the nebula with ultraviolet energy from its superhot surface. The central star, illuminating M57, contains approximately 1.2 solar masses. This 15th magnitude white dwarf, now the size of a terrestrial planet, is actually fainter than our Sun, with an absolute magnitude of +5 to +6. Although it currently has a surface temperature of 100,000 to 120,000 Kelvin, it will cool over several billion years and eventually end up as a cold, dead black dwarf. TGIF, am I right? Oh, it is Sunday. This is the Raspberry Pi. This is the ZWO ASI Air, which on our telescope outside. Sorry. That is this little Raspberry Pi computer that does control the telescope mount, the camera, the exposure time, the cooling, and there's also a guide camera up at the top there that is making sure we stay locked in this position so that we can do long exposures and not have to worry about any kind of movement. So we do have the Ring Nebula without moving around. So the only movement that you're going to kind of see is maybe just a bit of the atmosphere kind of roiling, because we are shooting very low on the horizon right now. Yeah, so that's all controlled by the ASI air. So yes, absolutely love this. I want to find more targets that we can do this with, because it is amazing to see the Ring Nebula so close. Can you link me to the company or Instructable featuring this setup? What do we have? The company is ZWO. That is their website there. And you can also find any affiliates who are selling, retailers who are selling the product there. I am not an affiliate at all with anything. I get no benefit for if you buy ZWO products or not. I am just a huge supporter of their product, and just 99% of the time everything works, and it works really well. And I've had minimal problems, but I have come up with solutions, so we're all good on that end of things. So speaking of end of things, I am going to wrap up the stream tonight. However, I would like if you guys are going to stick around for a little bit, and if you are interested in more astronomy, more astrophotography, there are more of us on Twitch who do this. I'm going to send you guys over to Quarkmark, because he is doing live astrophotography right now as well. And I said before we we're going to do that, but now it is for realsies we're doing this. So I appreciate if you guys are going to stick around for the raid. Those of you who are subscribed to the channel, Raid 1 will be the message. Raid 2 for those who are not subscribed to the channel. I appreciate you guys sticking around. This is a very, very long stream. However, it is fun. It's not very often that we do this, but we're going to continue on with a little more space. With Quarkmark. Make sure I get this right. Quarkmark _ and I spelled that wrong. There you go. Dusty, Astrobeard, Social Night, SoCal 1909. Oh, stick around for the raid. All right. Quarkmark. Guys, you've been absolutely so fantastic. Ray doesn't work in this audio hack. Come on. There we go. There is the link there, Uncle Bill. Thank you very much, Uncle Bill, for sticking around. Jay Tenko, lovely to see you in here, brother. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. This was an incredible night. I am tired as shit, but all the while, still very, very, very worth it. whenever the skies are clear, I will be doing this. I'll be sharing the night sky with you guys. When the skies are cloudy, I will come up with some other interesting content so we can hang out together, talk about astrophotography, complain about the clouds. You guys have been absolutely tremendous. I want to thank those who have subscribed, those who have resubscribed to the channel, those who have donated bits, and those who just kind of hung out. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Twitch, Discord, Twitter is where I'll have updates. I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I am not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening, and we will see you guys very, very soon. Have a good night, everyone.